I changed the stream key, but it didn't take apparently, which was why I was trying to send it to the wrong key. So I'll hit save and close before starting. All right, let's try it again. All right. We are live, everyone. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Had some technical issues. Well, first I was late, and then we had a bunch of technical issues today, as you can see there. When I turned the stats on, it made us go blank. Apparently they made a change in the wording of the code that, or the API that I'm pulling the data from Mary and I's image. And as a result, my program, which controls the layout, is causing it to go black every time that it runs. So working around that, and also because we streamed on StreamYard last time, the stream key changed. So we're sitting here and nothing's happening, and it's like because it has the old stream key, all kinds of issues, but we're back here today. Our last stream, I guess, did the opposite of ended abruptly. It kind of didn't end, it just kept going.
Yes.
I lost internet connection. I was having issues last week. Turns out that there was a problem in the line in the neighborhood. The company eventually figured it out, got that corrected. I haven't had any issues since. As it happened, last Tuesday night was the worst of it. I've been having some issues on just like some minor issues that are like, okay, it's just a hiccup on Sunday and Monday. And then it kind of got pretty bad on Tuesday, but I decided to stream anyway. And then Tuesday night, basically it completely gave out there eventually while we were streaming. And so since it was on StreamYard, it kept going. Mary's there alone. Eventually she leaves. Eventually I hotspot the phone to connect to the laptop to the internet in order to end the stream, because you can't end a desktop stream from the mobile version of YouTube, as I found out as I'm going through there trying to find where to end the dang stream. So that's what happened. So with all that in mind, hopefully no issues today, got everything resolved. And just in case, we got a couple comments here from Houston. It says the stream will start 19
It made
minutes
us go
later.
blank again, by the way. As soon as anytime
every
you
time
change the
every
screen
time
at
I put
all,
up the
it knocks
comment.
us off. That's hilarious.
Yeah, every time apparently every time I put up a comment, that's going to happen. So noted. I will get that. What I'll do is when I'm putting up comments, I'll temporarily stop the thing while Mary's talking, whatever it can run, and then you can still do your animations. But when I'm doing the comments, I'll temporarily stop it so that it won't keep doing that. I didn't think it would do it. I forgot that it would
It didn't do
also
it on
change
the
it for comments.
animation. We've already had a stripper, and
Yeah.
happened.
Well, the animation it doesn't do, because the reason it did it on the comment, it has no effect when it's in two people, but when there's a bunch of people, it'll squish it up a little bit for comments. So it's a different view.
Yep.
Anyway, so Houston said that the stream will start 19 minutes late, and then it will be a mathematical miracle. He was close. I think we were about like 21 minutes, right? Late. But as these things go, close is pretty good. So you just say, yeah, it's a miracle. It's close enough. So I think we're there. And Jack says, I hope Thaddeus's internet connection bandwidth be upon it is okay. Let's hope. Let's hope. And of course, Mary was here 15 minutes early, as she wrote in the chat. And then I was already late before we had technical issues. Would have been like 5 to 10 minutes late, but then I had the technical issues and we ended up being 20 minutes late. Thank you for your patience, everyone. So today we're going to be continuing our look at the life of Muhammad. And in particular, we're going to be looking at Surah 74, which is the surah that contains the line about it, over it or 19 or something like that, which in modern times became some kind of secret code to uh, test whether the Quran is miraculous or not, but meant something else, right? Meant something else to the original audience, as Mary's going to explain today. Anything you want to say, Mary?
Well, Thaddeus left me alone, so we now have 44 slides because he left me alone too long. And so I made some more slides. This is the most important surah. 74 is the most important of all the surahs according to Muhammad and the Quran itself. This is absolute proof of Islam according to the Quran and its own argument. So Muslims will use different arguments about why you should be a Muslim. But if you're going to the Quran, the central argument of why you should believe Muhammad is a prophet is found right here. So we are going to go there and we are going to analyze what this argument is, not what people say it is, not the modern 20th century made up explanation for this, but what was understood for 1400 years about what is going on here and what this proof is and why everyone should recognize Muhammad as a prophet because of this. Let's find out what this is and whether or not it's true.
All right. Next Ecker Knight says, I think there's a Mormon missionary who proved to me that the number 19 miracle located in the Book of Mormon. I think he's Elder Nerd, or maybe it's Elder Thaddeus, something like that. Indeed, indeed. To prove how silly this thing is, I found a whole bunch of 19s in the Book of Mormon. But that's not really the subject so much today. Eh, As far as like the mathematical claims of modern times, that's not so much the claim. What we're going to be looking at is what the Quran actually says about the number 19. And let's see, I think there's a glitch in your camera, Thaddeus.
Yep.
But I see it looks rather large bruise on your forehead.
You're
Oh,
green
yeah,
screening your own forehead somehow.
Yeah,
Now your
let
whole
me
forehead's green screen. You got to do. There you go. There you go.
adjust the light a little bit.
That's funny.
Had it up a little too high. Like I said, all these things. So we Muslim, he came in, makes a childish comment. I said, don't act like a child. And then he says, what's wrong with children? Wasn't your God a child for a few years? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with acting like a child if you're a child. You are not a child, but if you want to be treated like one, no problem. Children go to timeout when they misbehave. You're in timeout now. So there you go. Let's bring up Mary's presentation. And that won't break it because the body's not running. And now it is running. So now you can trigger animations again.
Ha. So the Miracle of the 19 is so influential that in its modern silly version, we have Shabir Ali who will reference it and go to it. And we'll talk about these mathematical coincidences, which for anyone who finds these persuasive, let me just explain something very basic. For something to happen every 19 times or every at an interval of 19. You have a 1 in 19 chance of any particular thing happening. So all you have to do is come up with 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, a couple of hundred really persuasive sounding things that would seem miraculous if it were 19, if 19 figured into it somehow. And then one out of every 19 of them will be true just by sheer mathematics. So anyone who tells you that these things are miracles, you ask them, so how miraculous is winning the lottery? Is that a miracle? Because that's 1 in millions. Is that a miracle? And they'll say, no, 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 that's not a miracle. You just, that's just somebody's going to win. It's somebody's luck. Well, what about 1 in 10,000? If 1 in 1 million isn't a miracle, 1 in 10,000 certainly isn't. Yes. What about 1 in 100 chance? That seems like not even anywhere close to a miracle. What about 1 in 19? And that's really what it is. That they're trying to play off, because people like to see patterns where it is just chance playing itself out. That's why casinos make so much money, because casinos are taxes on the mathematically illiterate and eternally hopeful. So that and that's what's going on here. Whenever they convince people with this brand new explanation that this 19 is this coded magical number. But that's not what the Quran says. It says nothing about 19 being a special number. It's special in one particular way, and we ought to find this in the Quran. So, uh, now, the big picture of the of Muhammad's early career, because we're kind of putting this in the context of his early career, because this is the other surah that is most often mentioned as being the first one alongside 96. Some people say that this one was the first one. Some people say that 96 was the first one. Then they go, well, 96 talks about things that happened before this one, so it had to be the first one. That confusion, though, tells you something about these early sources. Anyway, Muhammad starts out with this enormous level of piety, giving great enlightenment and this lovely high register poetry, and yet in the middle of this surah, he ends up blasting people who don't believe in him in such fury that he forgets to even make things rhyme anymore. And instead, he's standing there just spitting in just rage and ranting at them. So I want you to notice the change from lovely poetry and these images and this careful construction. And he's trying to use these fancy words that he's even making up sometimes. Some of these are not even real words, as far as we can tell. They aren't borrowed from anywhere. He just kind of was thinking he was using a fancy word, but really was just making up a new word. And yet in this, you have this poetry, and then you have this crazy, insane white rage rant, and then some poetry. And I want you to pay attention to this to see how intensely human this book is. Now, these different sections are from different periods. The very, very first part of the surah actually is really early. And the first response to critics is reasonably early. The very, very last edition is still in the Mecca period, but it's much, much later. And some of the elements may even be Medinan. Now, the idea that these come from different periods within Mecca is actually completely standard. The standard Islamic scholarly belief that, then this happened, he revealed this, and then a few years later, this other thing happened, and he revealed that. And a few years later, this other thing happened, and he revealed that. Shoved into the middle of these surahs, and particularly this surah. So it's, oh, well, I hope it continues. Okay, here, let me pull this over so that I can see myself if I happen to buffer, because I usually can't see my own face while I'm doing this. So I'm going to move it over so I
Yeah,
can see my
so
face.
I mean, it's probably on my end. Don't know for sure. I didn't have any issues, however.
Mine's excellent.
So, yeah. Couple comments here. Nothing sacred about 19. Uh, Snoopy says 1919. I guess the year happens, or maybe even the number 1919.
Well,
You could look for that pattern. You could find it wherever you wanted. Also,
chapter
gas was
19, verse
19
19.
cents at one time. So, there's just 19s everywhere.
Yes. Yep.
Uh,
So
and John says you did a great job keeping it together last stream. So there you go, Mary. You did all the work last stream because I had so many issues.
oh, so that's what you get for living out in the boonies. All right. So
Oh, good news. Adnan, it's going to be his last time watching. I don't know why he came back and told me that would be his last time. All he has to do is, message me like I challenged him to and have a conversation. He doesn't have to come to these streams and watch things that he doesn't want to watch just to let us know that he's watching. And again, very strange stuff. Very strange stuff. But don't worry, I don't have any phobia of Islam whatsoever. I'm not afraid of you. You can't do anything to me. No matter how much violence is in your heart and how much you desire to get to me, you can't. I have zero fear of you. I have zero fear of your religion. It's simply a false demonic religion. That doesn't mean I'm afraid of it though. Just to clarify. Just to clarify. All right.
yep. So so anyway, wait, here I said that the last edition is post Rab becoming Allah, but still in the Meccan period. That's true for there's two verses that are kind of like hidden in there that actually might be Medinan. Um, and I hadn't paid really close attention when I wrote this because I hadn't gone through it again in careful detail. And I'll point these out as we go through that they might be Medinan. But the vast majority are Meccan from different periods. And none of this part is surprising. It's not alarming. It's not new to any Muslim. Most Muslims, I think, know that Muhammad would give different pieces of it at different times and that there'd be abrogations and alterations and things. Um, but nothing would surprise me. This may actually astonish some Muslims, but there's nothing controversial about the statements that they do come from different times. And one of the easiest ways to tell, although it's not a surefire way, is when the rhyme pattern changes. A lot of times that is indicating that this is a new period. Now, the lack of a change is not always indicative, and a change isn't always indicative that it's not, at the same moment. But it is frequent that these different periods of time occur uh, at different that these different rhymes occur because these breaks have happened. No, Muhammad is not a prophet.
No,
Muhammad
no, 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 no. We got to do it as he said it.
has a
He's a
prophet.
prophet. So Muhammad wasn't a prophet himself. He looked up to other prophets, or he looked to prophets. He has a prophet that he looks to, but he's not himself a prophet.
Maybe
Adnan,
one of
nice Freudian slip there, right? Admitting that Muhammad's not actually a prophet. I know you
it,
meant to say Muhammad was a prophet, but you wrote has, and
yeah.
the historical Muhammad probably actually did, look at actual legitimate biblical figures and look at them as prophets that he looked up to, at least at the start, before he completely and totally gave over to his demon and became totally demonic. He recognized the true prophets. And
Okay.
just so Islam as my identity knows, which is a true religion? Well, there can only be one true religion. You don't need to put a, you can put the. But obviously, that's not Islam. That's a given. Anyone with an IQ above 10 can recognize that Islam is a false religion.
So
But of course, the true religion is Christianity, and we could prove that, but not the subject today. Today, we are simply talking about Muhammad's deranged ideas, yet another proof that he is no prophet whatsoever.
So, my dog is losing it because somehow a fly got into this room, and he's trying to kill it from his bed, which is not working out very well for him. Anyway, I do want to read out. This is Arbery's translation, and this will give you kind of this overview of this pattern. Remember, we have high sounding, the fanciest sounding, most poetic sounding things that he could possibly say. Okay? For to show his truth and prophecy and everything else. And then he gets annoyed by people. And then he gets really, really angered by people and loses it and loses all pretense of having this high sounding poetry. And these angry portions are just insertions into what there already was. So they're shoved in between things that already existed by the point that these were shoved in. So I want you to listen to this and I want you to tell me whether or not you think that this is the eternal word of a perfect God who would just lose his mind and go into this insane rant, or whether or not this is clearly human. So I'm gonna skip the silly the
So we got to,
alhamdulillah at the beginning because that was inserted later. But let's go ahead.
just before you get to that, I want to get this brilliant argument here from Fazlin Ahmed out. If Muhammad is a liar, he would have never asked to pray 5 times fasting, pay charity to the poor, and forbid alcohol. Well, sorry to burst your bubble there, Fazlin, but basically every single religious figure in world history, including people who are universally recognized as cult leaders who led to the death of thousands of people, practiced prayer, practiced charity, practiced fasting. Not every single one is forbidden alcohol, but probably like at least a third of the world's religions or attempted religions have forbidden alcohol. None of these things tell you someone's a true prophet,
Yeah. So
right?
Joseph Smith, who was a disgusting evil pervert like Muhammad, he forbade not only alcohol but even caffeine
Mm-hmm.
because he knew about caffeine then, so he forbade caffeine. And yet he's a false prophet. Now, if you go to Jim Jones, the Jonestown Massacre, guess what he did? He was entire any form of racism and really wanted to have a community where everyone held everything in common and everyone was generous to one another and there were no poor people and there was no racism and absolutely no distinction whatsoever between people of different races. Like, these are all good things, one or two minor things that are issues with the established religion in their area at their time. Am I frozen? Yep, we're frozen.
Odd.
Ah, yeah, we're buffering. See what the last thing I said was.
Seems to be back now, having some
All right.
buffering issues.
All right. So, okay. So everyone held everything in common. You heard that. So almost all of these false religions and cults, a lot of times they start out by pointing out a weakness or a failure or a true deviation from a virtuous way or even an actual real doctrinal error that exists in some system and saying, hey, this is wrong, we should do this other way. And because they are doing this one thing in this way that seems legitimate, they use that to smuggle in everything else that's false and wrong and a lie. And this is so true of so many different groups where at first there's something in them where you go, hey, they got a point there. So you go to for example, Muhammad, he starts out, hey, we shouldn't have these idols. Well, that's a good point. We should do charity. Well, of course, that's nothing new. Um, the his Hashem, his ancestor, had actually instituted a major form of charity in among the Qurayshi. But that aside, that's a legitimate point that you should have charity, you should be generous, you should have piety. That doesn't make him true. That doesn't make everything else true any more than Jim Jones saying, hey, racism is bad. makes Jim Jones a
So,
true
so,
prophet.
so Paslin sort of heard what you said, but didn't really hear anything because he says, my point is Islamic teaching is so hard. If anyone need to forge a religion, they would have chosen an easy path, like St. Paul, as if Christianity is easy. But forget your idiotic misconceptions of Christianity. Mormons follow much stricter, much more difficult doctrine as far as religious practice than you do. So, by your definition, Joseph Smith, which Mary already described, must be a true prophet. If he was a false prophet, he would have made things easy instead of forbidding far more things than Islam forbids. So, I think it's time that you convert to Mormonism. Unless, of course, you don't follow your own logic.
And of course, according to the classical scholars, Islam's Islam is true because it's easy, because it's simple, because it doesn't take any work for men, because it accommodates male perversion. That is literally the official exegesis of the passage about Islam being the easy way, and Allah is making accommodation for you. It's about men's lusts. So according to your arguments, Islamic teaching is so hard. Well, no, it's not. Islamic teaching gives you infinite ways to satiate male lust and to not require any male self control. And so, therefore, it's false, according to your philosophy. Now, let me go ahead and read through this. And I want you guys to listen to the change. And it's not as obvious in English as it is in Arabic if you read it at reasonable speed. If you read Arabic at a really, really low speed where you can't hear any of the patterns, then of course it all sounds the same. But if you read it at a faster speed where you could hear the patterns, you can really tell where he just loses it, loses his mind, breaks his, breaks his concentration. So, O thou shrouded in thy mantle, arise and warn. Thy Lord magnify, thy robes purify, and defilement flee. Give not thinking to gain greater, and be patient unto thy Lord. For when the trump is sounded, that day will be a harsh day. For the unbelievers, not easy. Leave me with him who I created alone, and appoint for him ample wealth, and sons standing before him, and made all things smooth for him. Then he is eager that I should do more. Nay, he is forward unto our signs, and I shall constrain him to a hard assent. Lo, he reflected and determined. Death seize him, how he determined. Again, death seize him, how he determined. Then he beheld, then he frowned and scowled, then he retreated and waxed proud. Then he said, This is naught but trumped up sorcery. This is nothing but mortal speech. I shall surely roast him in Sakar. And what will teach thee what is, actually, it's Sakar, or Sakar. Sakar. What shall teach thee what is Sakar? It spares not, neither leaves alone, scorching the flesh. Over it are 19. We have appointed only angels to be masters of the fire, and their number we have appointed as a trial for the unbelievers, that those who are given the book may have certainty, and those who believe may increase in belief, and those who are given the book, and those who believe may not be in doubt, and those whose heart are sickness, and the unbelievers, they may say, What did Allah mean by this as a similitude? So Allah leads astray whomever he will, and he guides to himself whomsoever he will, and none knows the host of thy Lord but he, and it is not but a reminder to mortals. Nay, by the moon, and the night when it retreats, and the dawn when it is white. Surely it is one of the greatest things as a warner to mortals, to whoever of you desires to go forward or lag behind. So notice you have all of these short things, and in Arabic you have rhyme sets of groups of rhymes together. So it's more like roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, so are you, and that's kind of rhymey sort of pattern. And then he's questioned, like he gives this explanation about I will roast them in sakar, and then people ask him, Hey, Muhammad, we have no idea what the sakar is. And so he says, And what will teach thee what is sakar? It spares not, neither leaves alone, scorching the flesh. Over it are 19. And so here he's giving an answer, but it's still this highfalutin kind of tone. It's a little bit, the quality has already broken down somewhat, if you notice in 19 and 20, you see how he determined being repeated. It's repeated in the Arabic too, because Muhammad just was too mad to come up with good rhymes here, so he just repeated the same thing to get the rhyme to rhyme through a shortcut, essentially. But he still is making these rhyming, highfalutin types of poetic stuff until he gets to 31, because they're still pressing him. We're like, we still have no idea what this sakar is, and we also have no idea what this 19 over at our 19 what? Like 19 hamsters? We don't know. And so then he just completely loses it, and you get the really, really wrong rant there. And then suddenly, now you're back, because remember, this was inserted, and nay, by the moon was already there when this was shoved in. And it's not only shoved in, but it was also edited later on. So it's shoved in, and then even more shoved in to edit. So notice this pattern. So this nonsense that I'm reading is the Quran, which you have apparently never
The
read.
Muslim, right? Muslim in the chat, Mubang, sees what you have on the screen, says, "What the heck is this garbage? This is the worst crap I've ever seen in my life. What are you
Yeah.
doing, Mary?" And this is literally the words of your Quran on the screen, buddy.
So
How embarrassing. How embarrassing is that?
so yes. So yes, this is incredibly stupid. You can see how human this is. This is supposed to be the most refined and elevated and beautiful thing that has ever been written, and it's eternal too. It's not supposed to be made up on the spot. And don't delete his statements even if they're tacky. I know. And like, this is kind of an understandable reaction. So this is supposed to be eternal, and yet Allah loses his temper and like just starts spouting just invective in the middle of this poetic stuff. And this is also supposed to be the most convincing of all of the miracles of the Quran is this miracle of 19. Now, the reason why it's supposed to be the convincing is the actual content of this. We have appointed only angels to be masters of their fire, and their number we have appointed only as a trial for the unbelievers. So the number of angels, this is the number of angels, it's appointed as a trial for unbelievers, and that those who were given the book may have certainty, and those who believe may increase in belief. And in case you are confused as to what this is for, he's going to repeat it in different words. And that those who are given the book and those who believe may not be in doubt. So, because there are 19 angels over Sakar, we will not have any doubt whatsoever that Muhammad is a true prophet according to this surah.
So I want to pause right there. I want people to think about what that would mean, right, to his audience. If he says, "Here's the proof that lots of people are doubting him. People are making fun of him, saying you're not no prophet. I can write poetry just as good or much better than you. Well, here's the proof. Only a prophet would know about 19 or something like that." So I didn't think about that for a second, but I want to bring this comment up from Mubang, who had no idea you were reading the Quran. He says, "There is no poem in the Quran."
Now, Muhammad specifically says that he is not a poet, but what he means is he's not an ecstatic poet. It's written right here which which surah this is. Right here. It's written right here. So you could have checked it at any time. Anyway, so but blank verse that rhymes at the end is called Saj poetry. It is a recognizable poetic form in the Quran. When Muhammad is saying, I am not a poet, what he means is he's not like making up legends, or he's not a static poet. This is not mere poetry. This is beyond poetry. And this is also the exact same form as Ibn Abu Asalt, the poet prophet of Taif, the self-declared prophet of Taif, who was calling everyone to monotheism and to believe uh, in Jesus and in God and everything else in Taif. So I told him 74, and it says at the top which chapter right there. Whoops, it
We
says
say a
right there at
couple
the top.
times, but okay. So I just want to summarize here, right? So you're literally reading the Quran. He says this is really stupid garbage. What are you reading? What's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Then he tells us that there's no poetry in the Quran, or no poem as he put it, when many Muslims will tell us that the best, well, the Quran itself, and Muslims who are knowledgeable, because they know that's what the Quran requires to be the best argument for Islam, will say that the brilliant poetry of the Quran is the proof of it. And he tells us there's no poetry in it. It seems he knows absolutely nothing about his Quran, which is not surprising because, I mean, most Muslims don't, right? They don't read it, or at least don't read it in a language they understand. They might recite some words that they've memorized in Arabic when they don't speak Arabic or something like that, but they don't really read the Quran, certainly not for comprehension. They know very little about what's actually in their text. They just know what their teachers, their parents, their imams, and so on, other authority figures have told them. And they think that's Islam. Well, that is Islam. Blind submittal to authority is Islam. That's what Muhammad demanded, blind submittal to himself. Unfortunately, there's a good reason why Islam works this way, and that's because if you don't blindly submit and you actually use your brain, you clearly you discover what you just did, that it looks like garbage, because it is garbage. This is how Islam survives, is through ignorance, like the ignorance which you have about your own book.
All right. So
Apparently, Islam is my identity also doesn't recognize this as the Quran. Said, where is the Quran? What did she is reading?
it's Surah 74, boys and girls. The name is at the top. Surah 74. So this, remember, keep in mind that this insane rant plopped in the middle of this poetic little rhymey section is eternally from your Allah. And I love how this is laid out so that you can see how obvious this paragraph of fury is and how incredibly intensely human this is. So, here are the supposed circumstances of revelation. Um, so, Ibn Kathir writes that it has been confirmed that in the Sahih of Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, on the authority of Abu Salama, etc., 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 that Muhammad spoke about the time of the pause in Revelation. The prophet said, while I was walking, I heard a voice from the sky, so I lifted my gaze toward the sky and saw the same angel who had come to me at the cave of Hira. He was sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. So I fled from him in fear till I fell down on the ground, and then I went to my family and I said, wrap me up, wrap me up. So they wrapped me up. So Allah revealed, oh, you wrapped up. You wrapped up one, which is another translation. Oh, thou shrouded in thy mantle. That's a fancier sounding. It's the same word. Oh, you've wrapped up one. Arise and warn until and keep away. And again, notice that this is exactly where I put the the break in the initial. That's at 5. Uh, I put the break in the initial portion of this, the earliest portion of this. Whoops.
So Islam
And
is my
then
identity said, Mary, you got to read it in Arabic. Yeah, how
no, I
does
don't
reading
have to
in
read it in
Arabic
Arabic.
change
That
the
would be
content?
no help to anyone here who doesn't speak
How would
Arabic.
that
And it would
change
be
the
no help for
content in
you
any way?
because you just make Arabic sounds, but you don't actually speak Arabic.
Yeah, he doesn't know
So,
what the words mean, but
no.
he thinks it sounds nice in Arabic, and maybe it does sound nice, right? That doesn't make it true. The content should be coherent in order for it to be true, not just make nice sounds, right? There are many popular songs that are very pleasant to listen to that are mostly nonsensical lyrics. does that mean they're brilliant? Does that mean that they're inspired by God? Does it mean that they're God's direct speech? No, of course not. And if God is sending a message to humanity, it should be comprehensible in any language. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
Mobang, Sakar is not hell in any language. That's why he was being asked. He doesn't it just go, "Oh, it's hell." That doesn't help. That doesn't help. He said a word no one who was speaking to him had any idea what he meant. Does not understand what he meant. So they said, "What is Sakar?" And then he says, "And what will teach thee what is Sakar? It spares not, neither leaves alone, scorching the flesh over it are 19." Sounding really fancy and highfalutin again. In fact, he says 9 and 10 or 10 and 9, I forget which, to make it rhyme. Like he says it in a fancy way to make it rhyme and sound really elevated. And people are still like, we have no idea what we are talking about. We don't know what this sakar is. Not a clue. And we also don't know what the 19 is. And then he loses his temper and starts ranting in this huge ranty paragraph. This is what happens. Allah has eternally, from time immemorial, had his eternal Quran have this insane rant in the middle, has known that he will confuse people twice, has known that people twice will have no idea what he's saying, and then has decided that he is going to lose his temper and just fart out this disgusting paragraph in the middle of something that's supposed to be really high sounding and elevated.
So
So,
Islam is my identity says, of course this is the words of God. If you don't believe this, that's your personal problem. That's not an argument. Islam
no,
is my
it's not an
identity.
argument. So,
I of course this Quran is the worst piece of garbage I've ever heard in my life. It hurts my ears to listen to. Is that an argument?
yeah,
No, it's not an argument.
it's, it's the same level of argument. So,
It, if my argument is not valid, that I find this to be the worst piece of garbage, and obviously from Satan's own mouth, because of my personal subjective opinion about it, if that's not a valid argument, then your personal subjective opinion that it must be the words of God is not valid either. Give us some evidence. Mary is providing you evidence. Let me explain, since you probably didn't understand the argument in the slightest, right? Here here I'll break it down really simple for you. Surah 74 has a particular poetic form, right? It goes along, has this nice, subjective, but nice poetic form. Then it comes to a word that confuses people. No one knows what it means. People keep asking Muhammad what it means, and he inserts this long rant into the middle of the poetry, supposedly in the eternal word of God, right? You got you got all these little short rhyming verses, and then you got this one super long rant in the middle of it because the original wasn't comprehensible. People didn't know what it meant. No one had any clue what it meant. So Muhammad had to fix it by explaining, but not really explaining anything, because he himself didn't know what it meant. He just said some stupid thing that he had heard, had no idea what it meant, and then, well, here's the proof. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. See, I've got a new revelation. There. It's perfect now.
and not only that, but he loses this high sounding attempt at poetry. This is all trying to be this very, very evocative. It's supposed to be, at this point, the most elevated of all Arabic possible. And yet, look at verse 31. 31 is just an angry rant at the people who don't understand him because he's making up words as he goes, as far as anyone can tell. There is not one human being in existence who has been able to figure out what sakar is in terms of its linguistic origin. It seems just to be a made up word. Maybe one of the kids who was enslaved as a child from a Christian background just made this up. So, but the
So
Quran
I
here
have
is
to acknowledge. I
poetry.
have to hold
Adnan,
on. Hold on.
He's
Yeah,
so
I do have to
slow.
acknowledge that this is his first comment the entire time that's sort of remotely on topic. So I have to acknowledge it. He says Islam is not poetry. I agree, right? The truth of Islam doesn't depend on whether it's good poetry or bad poetry. The truth of the Quran doesn't depend on that. That's not the argument. The argument isn't this is bad poetry, therefore Islam is false. The argument is this is clearly the creation of a human being responding to people griping at him because his poetry didn't make sense. That's the argument. You think this is the literal speech of God when the pattern is broken in the middle with this long rant. Understand the argument, right? Islam is indeed a way of life, a very bad way of life, but it is a complete system. It tells you exactly what to do all the time about everything. That's true. That doesn't mean that it's the true religion, and it is different from Christianity. That doesn't mean it's the true religion. By the way, Christianity is also a way of life if lived properly, and actually a way of life, not just a set of rules to follow, but a
Oh, but
set
but
of
but
beliefs that
Thaddeus, how
completely
can it
dominates
be?
every thought.
How can it tell you how to live if it doesn't tell you how to poop? How many rocks to use on your butt? I mean,
Exactly.
like
It's just such an
that is the
incomplete
level.
religion.
That is the level of Islamic apologetics. Islam tells you how many rocks to use on your butt because that's clearly a deep moral question that one must face. Anyway, so
Oh, pause
Aruj,
one more second, because this is also, he's well behind apparently, because I said that most Muslims have no idea what's in the Quran. He said, that is, you said last year Christians don't know the Bible, you hypocrite. Okay, first of all, make, making two factual statements doesn't make me a hypocrite. Saying most Muslims don't read the Quran and most Christians don't read the Bible, if I said that, wouldn't make me a hypocrite. I think that every Christian should read the Bible. I think that every Muslim should read the Quran. Does every person who practices the religion do that? No. Here's the difference, right? In Christianity, all Christians are encouraged to read the scripture in a language they understand and practice what the scripture teaches. In Islam, Muslims are encouraged to recite words in a language they don't understand and blindly follow the teachings of their leaders. That is the difference between the two. It's sad, right? A lot of Christians don't know the Bible very well. That's a factual statement, but that's sad. That's something bad. Do you think it's good that Muslims don't know what's in the Quran? Really? All right. I just want to explain.
all right. So then Abu Salama says Aruj means idols. That's explaining what keep away from idols is the rest of this. After this revelation started coming strongly and frequently in succession, this was the wording of Al Bukhari. This, this way, the hadith is narrated necessitates that revelation had descended before this. This is the argument for 96 uh, 96 being before this one because it says that after this the revelation started coming strongly and frequently, and then he said that look, this is the same one angel that came to me in al-hira according to one of the ahadith about this, um, because how can it be the same angel if the angel hadn't happened first? So here is the argument is this is second because Muhammad said this was the same angel that I saw in Al Hira. Okay. Now, the issue with this is the fact that there's this question at all. Of all things, this ought to be really clear, but you should really pay attention to how incredibly little there is known about the earliest period of Muhammad's prophethood. He supposedly taught 3 years in secret. What does teaching in secret mean or being in secret? There's the question about, what angel even came to him and all of these disagreements about what the first one is and what the second one is. And I'll show you why this cannot come from this actual text cannot be from a time when he was doing anything in secret. This was after he declared his public ministry. He, gave this as having come from Allah. So first, he declares he has public ministry, and then he says this came from Allah. Now, he absolutely could have assigned it to an earlier event in his life, that this concerns this thing that happened to me a few years ago. However, this particular text must come from a public period. And I will show you why. Now, other attempts to demystify the order, Al-Tabari reports people who claim that that this whole wrapped up one merely means he's wrapped up and closed to sleep, because they're trying to explain why is he wrapped up. So this first one says, oh, he's wrapped up because he's afraid. And this other one says, oh, he's wrapped up because he was going to sleep. He was wrapped up in his clothes to sleep. And then others claim that in Al-Tabari, other ahadith or exegesis from early sources says, oh, what it means is that Muhammad was wrongly covering up the fact that he was a prophet. So it's metaphorical. Oh, you who are covering up your being a prophet, stop covering up being a prophet. Instead, arise and warn.
So let me just
So
take this comment real quick. This will be the last. I did not imagine this would be a controversial statement. Right? Yet another comment implying there's no poetry in the Quran. Where is the poetry in the Quran? Yes, those people whom the Quran addresses were polytheists and they didn't believe in the last day. That's why they don't understand. Um, okay, let me first on this first part. If you think there's no poetry in the Quran, you need to educate yourself. Just Google poetry in the Quran and you'll find countless Muslim websites talking about the amazing poetry in the Quran. Okay? So if you don't understand that basic fact about the Quran, I'm shocked and embarrassed on your behalf. Now, as far as not believing something's true is not the same thing as not understanding it, right?
right, they
Uh,
literally, no one knows the meaning of the word sakar. No one knows this word. That I'm trying to get this through to your head. He says a word, everyone's like, what are you talking about, Muhammad? What is this crazy word that you seem to have just made up? And he's
so
like,
yeah, let
oh,
me
well, it's this, and over to 19. And now everyone's even more confused. We still don't know what that word is. And what is this 19 that you're talking about? So
yeah,
rather than
let me just
clarifying, now,
demonstrate this.
yeah,
Let me just demonstrate this, okay? So Islam is my identity is a regular poster on this channel. I think everyone in the chat is well aware he's a real bloopty doopy, and there is 19 proofs of this. If you didn't understand what I mean, it's because you don't believe in the last day. That's your argument.
oh my goodness, I'm not saying that it is a book of poetry or that it has legendary or it claims to have legendary false things. It's claiming to have true things. It's claiming that it is not an invention of a poet. Not that it doesn't rhyme. Are you guys blind? It rhymes. It's sage poetry is the actual structural form of it. It is
And
structurally a poem.
again, this is not
Yes,
controversial.
sage poetry was blank
Literally,
verse. It was without a meter. Sage is a form of poetry. It
there
wasn't
is
the most
exact
sophisticated one.
there is
So,
exactly zero educated Muslims who would deny that the Quran has poetry. This is
yeah.
just so mind blowing that this is what we're being challenged on, that the Quran is poetry. Then not every single part of it is poetry, right? There is some prose, but large portions of it are poetry.
So it is in the literal form of poetry. It's not terribly great poetry, but sage poetry is poetry that does not have a meter. A lot of Islamic material, or not Islamic material, a lot of Arab material had a meter, not just a rhyme. So, but sage poetry is what's called blank verse that has no meter but has a rhyme at the end. And this is in that same form. I'm not saying that Muhammad claimed it was legendary or that any Muslim would claim it's legendary made up stuff. It's supposed to be from Allah. It's supposed to be the most refined literature. So
I don't
it's
get it.
it's kind of inferior sage.
this isn't an insult. This is not a
I mean, now it
criticism. I don't understand why all the Muslims are so emphatic today that the Quran is not poetry or
yeah.
not
So
Saj or not whatever.
the reason why they'll say that, oh, it's not Saj, is that Saj poetry usually has a certain rhythm to it. It doesn't have meter the way some of the strict forms do, but it has more rhythm. And Muhammad is unable to produce the lovely rhythm. He can only produce the rhyme, and so it's not as refined as Saj poetry usually is. So let's start here and look at and the I'm putting the rhymes such as they are. Sometimes they're just really bad. Yeah, and yes, they do analyze the Saj that is in the Quran. Most of it's kind of not good enough for that, but some of it does somewhat follow this form. It just isn't as good, frankly. But
I
if
put a
you
link in the chat. I just Google right poetry in the Quran. You'll find numerous Muslim websites. You'll find numerous academic papers. Again, I'm just mind
yeah,
blown that this is controversial.
well,
I don't get it.
it's because Muhammad is officially not a poet, but they're confusing having a poetic form with being everything that being a poet entailed in the Islamic tradition, or excuse me, in the Arab tradition pre-Islamic era. So Muhammad was rejecting the idea that he was an ecstatic poet, that he was this religious figure that gave these possessed poets poetry like other folks. But it has a form. But and especially the earlier ones, the earlier it is, the more often they conform to Sage poetry or a very close approximation of it. All right, so let's actually look at the end rhymes of this. This is why I put this section together. Now, if you go back to Ibn Kathir, he says that only the first 5 verses are together, and then this part was a little bit later. And that may be true. I don't particularly care. It probably wasn't all that much later. So I don't know why everyone's going on about Muhammad being illiterate. He was not illiterate. He could read and write. The word in the of the uh, oh
Yeah,
al
I don't
nabi
get. I don't know what's with the
by
Muslims today, right?
al umi
They're being
al
triggered about the
umi.
dumbest things.
That just means that he was uneducated. He was uneducated, but he was capable of reading. In fact, he asked to write things with his own hand, and other times people talked about receiving things that have his signature on it. He wasn't very good. He wasn't a professional. He wasn't very good at it, but he could like puzzle out what
And
things meant.
forget. I mean, let's grant the claim. Let's just say for the sake. And I agree with Mary. I think that Muhammad was probably literate. But let's just say for the sake of argument that he was illiterate. All that means is he lacked the technical ability to the particular skill of writing. It says nothing about his intelligence, nothing about his comprehension ability, nothing about his ability to compose poetry or repeat tales that he heard from others or anything. This is not an argument.
No, it's not. All right. Let's actually look at this part
Homer,
because
right?
we're
You can
in
say
verse
Homer,
1 and we're on slide 5 only.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. You can
all
say
right.
Homer was illiterate. It wouldn't matter. It means nothing. You you have a scribe who has the technical ability to write it down. That's the way that the majority of ancient works were composed. Is that the person doing the technical writing was a specialist who was paid to write, and the person who was composing it was someone different. It means nothing. This is such a dumb argument.
All right. So if we go to the cloaked one, it starts out, oh, you wrapped up or cloaked one. And notice the rhyme continues here, except it just kind of gets really sad and weak here. It's kind of a flawed rhyme here. So this section is more conceptually linked. Like all Saj poetry, or especially Ibn Abu Asal's poetry, is extremely similar to this in the fact that it will spontaneously change end rhymes in the middle of a poem. But of course, this is Allah's poetry, so it must be better than the poetry that came before it. So stand and warn, and thy Lord magnify, and thy garments purify, and forsake filthy idols. This is the important bit because he's being told stand and warn. This is supposed to be really early from the time of him being a secret prophet. So who is he standing and warning? Who's he talking to? If for the next 3 years he will speak to basically no one, who is he standing and warning? So this is why none of this material is actually from the super, super early period. It's about the early period, but Muhammad declares it after he's warning people. He's standing and warning. He is a warner at this point when he is standing and reciting this. So even though this is about the very early period, it's not from the very early period, which is why we do not have any clear idea about what the first one of the surahs are, why there's a conflict. There's a conflict because they were pretty much made or revealed, made up, whichever you prefer, about this period, this early period at a later date when he is talking to people and warning people, and he has figured out a theology. So we're going to talk about the theology of the period once he's figured one out. But we can't really talk about what he was believing before he started warning these people. Before this warning took place, we don't know what he believed about himself or what he taught. Next, notice, and thy Lord magnify, it's to make large, essentially, is the literal meaning, and it's got the same, it's, like Akbar, um, Kabir, all of that is it's the same root. It's the KBR root, um, which is interesting because that is related to the pre-Islamic declaration. It kind of gives this continuation, this link um, of pre-Islamic declarations that Allah is great, but Allah is greater. So it's kind of this echo of these ideas that were already existent in the society. Uh, and forsake filthy idols. We will go into this. Notice that I translate it as forsake. And that word, that singular word that I translated as filthy idols, it is highly variant because it's an unfamiliar word to all the people. Just like sakar will be an unfamiliar word, nobody will know what he's talking about. So is rouge. Nobody is quite sure what it is. So some people say rij whenever they recite. Some people said rouge. They didn't know what this word was. Um, and do not confer favor for multiplication, like for gaining more, is what he is instructed to do. This is all commands to a singular you. And for thy Lord, again, singular, be patient. And I'm reading this all of one section. Maybe it's just the first 5 and the next 2 were added shortly later, but it all fits together theologically.
So real quick, we have a new Muslim in the chat. Mahdi Army says, learning Islam from Christians is like learning Hinduism from a Jew. Well, let me just clarify. We're not teaching how to practice Islam. I think it would be quite silly to learn how to practice Islam from a Christian. But if you're saying that you can't learn anything about Islam from anyone who's not a Muslim, then how would you possibly learn that it's false, right? Would you apply this argument to something else? That you presumably believe Christianity is false, right? Christians learning that Christianity is false from a Muslim is like learning Hinduism from a Jew. Okay. So we should only listen to people of our own religion, and that's a good way to uncover the truth. I think you should listen to Muslims, but I think you should also listen to critics of Islam, and you should consider their argument and you should evaluate it. Christians should listen to their Christian teachers. If they want to know how to practice Christianity, they should probably only listen to Christians. If they want to know whether Christianity is true or false, they should listen to critics of Christianity. That is what we're talking about here. We're not telling you the proper way to practice Islam is to do X, Y, and Z. What we're telling you is Islam is clearly a false man-made religion because of X, Y, and Z. Not the same thing, just to be clear.
Okay, so if whoops, um, so there are some really important similarities to Surah 96 structurally that point to it, aside from Islamic tradition saying they're both early, that point to it being early. One important thing is that the theology of the revealed Quran had not yet been nailed down, and so it's incoherent in light of the theology of the revealed Quran. The Quran is supposed to be the literal words of Allah. And so if Muhammad is supposed to say something about Allah or whatever, he will be told, say such and such. If Allah is speaking to him, then Allah ought to speak to him directly. But there is this weird third person who's actually talking both about to Muhammad and about Allah. These can't be the words of Allah. Pay attention to this. Oh, you wrapped up cloaked one. To someone speaking to Muhammad. Stand and warn. Command to Muhammad. Who's it from? Well, it's not from Allah because it says, and thy Lord magnify. So it's talking about Allah. And thy garments purify, and forsake filthy idols, and do not confer favor for multiplication, and for thy Lord be patient. So it's talking, some other person is talking to Muhammad and about Allah. And in later Quranic theology about how the Quran is structured, how it comes to be, and how it is recited, this would not be acceptable. If you go to Surah 2, you will find that Muhammad is instructed to say before things. And you don't have this invisible third party who is talking about Allah and to Muhammad or anything like this in most of those sections. You have all of these other tags and additions to work into the theology that Muhammad himself introduces. This is before the introduction of the eternal Quran theology that requires it to be the literal words of Allah revealed through an intermediary Jibril. It is before this because of this grammatical inconsistency that you rarely find in late surahs. So either Allah just forgot that he was going to do this later, and when he was creating this eternally, or that it eternally existed in this way because he will later introduce these things and then conform to them, but forget at the beginning, or it's because Muhammad is making this up as he goes along, and he's constrained to a large extent on changing what there was previously to what there is later. Now, there is nothing hypocritical about me explaining this because this is Quranic view, the late Quranic view and Islamic view in Muhammad's lifetime of the Quran itself. I am applying what Muhammad taught about it and how the Quran is structured later on to these early parts of the same book. I'm not taking a Christian theological point and imposing it upon Islam. This is an Islamic view, the Islamic view of what the Quran is, and the reason that it's structured a certain way in the later part should apply to the earlier part because it should be eternal. But it doesn't because Muhammad hadn't made this up yet. So,
all right. So let me just address this real quick. So Mubang said that this is the height of hypocrisy or something along those lines. And I said, what? I had no idea what he's talking about. And he says, you ignored me. Well, okay, first of all, if I did ignore you, that wouldn't be hypocrisy. Learn the definition of the term. Second of all, I have no idea what I supposedly ignored. I can't read every one of your comments, and I'm certainly not going to make this stream about whatever you want to talk about, but I'm guessing it's this. This is what I ignored. When the Trinity was made,
moronic.
No one made the Trinity. It has existed from before the foundation of the universe. To answer your question, has nothing to do with the topic, nothing to do with anything, but I answered it anyway. Now, you need to get on topic. Forget the Trinity, right? If it's confusing to you, you don't like Christianity, whatever. That's not a reason Islam is true. There are over 5,000 different religions in the world. Saying one religion is false because of your distorted, idiotic propaganda about it doesn't make Islam true. You need to actually answer the criticisms being laid against Islam. And acting like the Trinity was made by someone isn't an argument about anything.
No, no. And, if he wants to come and talk about the subject, he can come up and join us in a little bit. So you need to get on topic. We have a topic here. We're going through the topic. The topic is not pandering to your ridiculousness. And yes,
And
this is about
Islam is my
Muhammad's
identity.
prophethood.
Well, sort of, but Islam is my identity. It's just that we're off topic. Okay, it's our stream. We can't be off topic, first of all. Second of all, the title of the stream is 19. Is it a miracle or is it proof that Muhammad's false? The topic is 19, not whether Muhammad is a prophet in general. I, I'm sorry the title's too confusing for you. We're talking about Surah 74, where the 19 occurs, and how this surah demonstrates that the Quran is a man-made creation. Simple.
Yep. Okay, so again, here what you have, if you are looking at this in the lens of what Muhammad eventually says about what the Quran is and how it works, what you have is a third figure speaking on his own authority to Muhammad about Allah. And yet these are supposed to be the words of Allah. So the entire, you notice that before they were talking about, oh, Muhammad's called the enwrapped one because he was scared and he got covered up by a robe. Muhammad's called the enwrapped one because he was sleeping in his clothes. Muhammad's called the enwrapped one because he was concealing, wrapping up the fact that he was a prophet. And all of this is bad. But all of this is actually the reason why you have these various, very contradictory explanations is because what he was actually doing is practicing Merkabah mysticism. And I invite you to go to Colin's channel on Islam Critiqued, where he covers this beautifully. I will not go enormously into it. But Jewish men sought to encounter visions of God on his chariot throne or in his throne room in the sky through mystical meditation practices. And they were pretty much the same thing. If you saw him in the sky, it was a vision, it was a throne room vision that was brought to you on this chariot. So it was the meeting essentially of your world and heaven crashing together and you receiving enlightenment through this. This is all mysticism, right? These practices involved covering their heads under a cloak, which is attributed to Muhammad's fear and other things. But it's not possible for Surah 74 to have come immediately after 96 anyway, in the context of those very ahadith. So if you look in the context of the ahadith, whenever he runs and goes, oh, cover me, and his wife reassures him, it's okay, you're not possessed, come and see Waraqah. How can he then go, oh, cover me, after he's seen Waraqah, before he's seen Waraqah? This is just an excuse to have an excuse for the fact that he's called the covered one. He's called this actually multiple times using different words. There are two different verses, again, in 73, which is called the bundled up one, or wrapped up one, or mantled one, or cloaked one, however you want to translate it. It essentially has the same meaning. Why is he continuously wrapped up? And that's because it goes back to these Merkabah mysticism practices. Does that mean that he's a true Jew? No, it means that he's borrowing something from the Jews. And because he is on the same mountain that our buddy Zayd ibn Amr, who's supposed to be another Hanifa, was where he lived for years, it probably links in some ways to some of the weird things that he was doing as not a Christian and not a Jew, doing weird, semi mystical, monotheistic practices. And it's probably linked to the same thing. He wanted the kind of power that he felt that the Jews had and the knowledge that he felt that the Jews had, but he didn't want to be a Jew. So he's doing this mysticism, which is like paganism. Mysticism of the sort is pagan-y, magic-y, totally forbidden, not supposed to be doing this stuff. Yet he is adopting these things, wanting a vision of the power of the cave, which is, as I've covered before, going into a cave is usually wanting infernal, subterranean, underground otherworldly powers, not heavenly powers. That's what you're going into a cave to uh, to try to reach, but maybe a cave on top of the mountain. He thought he'd get everything, kind of thing. But we have him having done these kind of mystical practices before, and we also see him confronting a Jewish boy who is clearly a Merkabah mystic in his behaviors and in his words in Medina many years later. So he still is connected to this Merkabah mysticism practice um, that is very peculiar and suspect and tainted with magician type of behavior. Um, so I really invite you to go and see Islam Critiqued, that channel run by Colin. It is an excellent channel with many documentation of parallels between specifically Merkabah mysticism and elements of Muhammad's revelation and practice. So,
So before you go on, I just gotta read this comment. Okay, so we've been streaming an hour, 20 minutes, give or take. After all this, which apparently he hasn't listened to a single word, Islam is my identity's counter argument is there is no mention of 19 in the Quran.
Can't take you seriously.
that's so funny. That's so funny. That is hilarious. That may be the funniest thing that has been said yet.
Yeah. So Islam is my identity. I'm going to make a simple suggestion to you. Okay. Hit stop on the video. Go relax for a while. Come back later when your brain is on and watch the stream from the beginning where we read the Quran and the mention of 19 and how many Muslims have used this 19 as proof of the truth of the Quran. And then your response to all of that, the actual topic of the stream, is there's no mention of 19 in the Quran. There's no mention of 19 in the Quran. You clearly, how can we have a discussion with you when you don't have the slightest clue about what your book has in it, and yet you tell us that we're wrong and we have no idea what's in it?
Yeah, that's very funny. All right. Let's keep going. All right. So the earliest theological elements, which I'm going to call Mohammedanism 1.0, and this is obviously after he has solidified enough to have created Quran when he really hadn't in the first few years. So these are kind of projections back onto his early mystical career with what he had solidified. I'll give it 3 years, the standard 3 years in. Now he's solidified a few things, and suddenly he's producing Quran that he says comes from Jibril or some other intermediary, and he now has this knowledge. So in 96, we get a pagan god of writing accessed in a cave who gives secret knowledge of nature to his devotees. The ahadith also suggests that Muhammad began to go into this cave after some of his children were born. So, is this an association with wanting a son? Was he maybe especially devoting himself to this retreat type of activity anytime his wife got pregnant, going, oh, gods, come give me sons. I'm doing all this mystical stuff to get power and knowledge and everything. Is this going to be a son? Um, at this time, his god has the preferred Jewish title of Rab. So his name, he's not Allah yet. He's not mentioned as Allah for years into Muhammad's uh, his prophet career, his prophetic career, when he's giving Quran. And remember, Waraka dies before Muhammad is revealed, supposedly. And if he does, that means that he can't be producing Quran and be revealed in that way and be a rising and warning if Waraka is still alive. Now, that just may be an excuse to say, no, he didn't get anything from Waraka. People are saying that, but that can't be true because he was already dead. He was totally dead. I promise you he's dead. So that may be a possibility. Um, so we're in 74. The god is still Al-Rab. The the part that calls him Allah is a very late insert, and I'll show you why. but he's most especially thy Lord, same as in 96. He's thy Lord, not the Lord, but thy Lord most specifically. Muhammad is ordered to stand, and standing to pray at night appears to be the main element of early Mohammedan worship. When Muhammad leaves Mecca for Medina, he is not yet doing all the genuflections and bowing and everything else. His prayer looks enormously more like Jewish prayer until sometime in Medina, because whenever he returns for the Umrah before his last Hajj, before the final his final pilgrimage, when he's doing Umrah that time, everyone is amazed and astonished at the prayers of simultaneous bowing and things that the Muslims are doing. And they can only be astonished if they didn't see him doing this for years in Mecca. If he'd been doing this, nobody would be like, wow, what is this new thing? The Meccans would be like, oh, look, he's back doing all this bowing with his buddies again. So I think that most likely all of this repetitive bowing and a lot of the litany and formalization of the Salah was developed in Medina and was not present here, because people shouldn't be confused about it if they'd seen it for years. Muhammad notice is also ordered to warn, and like I said, that means that he's already telling people about this. He's being public.
Before you go on, we did have a comment that was an attempt to respond to the previous slide, not the one you just read, but the one, or not read, but you know what I mean. The one before it, Wad says, Prophet Muhammad didn't practice Merkaba, he practiced Tafakkur. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
sure how
just,
this is a response to anything, personally, but
yeah, it honestly, the Shia say that Tafakkur is basically Merkaba. They actually, you will find Shia scholars make a connection between the two of these, or at least they describe uh, Tafakkur, and which I am butchering, I'm sorry, but they will describe it as being, uh, if you took the definition and you pulled it out of a Shia source and you pasted it into a Merkaba description, you would think you're talking about the same thing.
and we do have a
So
new Muslim in the chat here. Safura Mohammedu says, Don't is responsible to mostly bring Muslims on board to discuss them, mostly talking to yourselves. And
I'm
I think
cute
I get the gist of
now.
what you're trying to say is don't you talk to Muslims? Your first time here, you just making a bad assumption because we do talk to Muslims. We love talking to Muslims. In fact, you yourself will have the opportunity to talk to us if you stick around and call in when we're done with the presentation to respond to it. Or if you don't want to do that, right, you don't care about this particular subject, which is odd since you clicked on the video and you've never been on the channel before, but topic doesn't interest you, you can email me, thaddeus@reasonanswers.com, in the description to set up a time to discuss whatever topic you want. No, religion related, obviously. I don't want to talk about the basketball game or something, but anything related to Christianity and Islam that you want to talk about, email me and I'll set up a time to talk to you. I'll be talking mostly or exclusively to a Muslim, i.e. you. So let's see if you actually want to do that, or if you just came in here and put a silly slogan because you saw this title on your list and you actually had no interest and we're just doing a drive-by comment. We'll see.
Yeah. So, and also keep in mind that the Jews did not call what they were doing Merkabah mysticism. They called it the work of the Merkabah a lot of times, but they would call it something like, contemplation, or they would have their own special terms for it. Ah, it's a different word. It must be different. Like, no, no, you can have multiple words referred to the same thing, especially in different languages. So, again, uh, you also have the tradition specific to when Muhammad actually started warning other people. So the Shia say that after 3 years, he had a dinner with his family, but only Ali believes at this time, other than his wife, right, and his daughters, which who don't really figure into that. But out of the men, only Ali is a faithful believer at this time. And in Sunni, after 3 years, he stands on a safa, and he calls out to all the Quraysh, and that's where he tells the palm fiber one, where he's like, "Perish the hands of Abu Lahab, Lahab," and like curses Abu Lahab and his wife uh, because they reject him explicitly. Uh, and then before then, only a few people believed, and they're never clear about how many this few people is. They'll put in Abu Bakr, Zayd ibn Haritha, and of course, a few others are supposed to be from this early period, but until he's officially public, we don't know who this is. But here he's already warning. So the surah is both very early and from a time when he is warning publicly. So this indicates that all the Quran we have now can only have come into being years after Muhammad had a weird experience in a cave. Either that or it's a complete lie that he ever taught privately that he was always warning from the beginning. That's your other option. One or the other. You can't have it both ways. You can't have all the traditions being true. Now, this also, I think that it's more likely that came into being years after because it dovetails so nicely with the mangled narrations that concern this early period, especially Israfil, who is supposed to be the first angel who, in some verses, he doesn't bring any revelation. Then other ones, oh, he came all the way before the cave of Hira and gave him no revelation. The other one's like, no, 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 he was there the first 3 years and he did bring him revelation, or he was there the first 3 years and didn't bring him revelation. It's like, wait, 3 years without revelation? What's going on here? And I think that this is really kind of when Muhammad introduces the idea that he's getting things from angels is years into his career, however many it happened to be. So Muhammad then introduces his own kind of Torah from God at some point after he initially goes public about being a warner. Waraqah, I think he's still alive because some of these early sections are the most clearly derived from Christian source material, although extremely limited Christian source material, only 2 sections. Everything else is like stuff that you might just pick up by being in a culture. But there are a few things that seem to be almost quotations of something, though some of it is definitely not scripture itself, like some sort of hymn or something in one of them, and the other one may have actually been a small fragment of scripture.
So,
And
by the sorry, Mary, I had to get this out right away because I don't think he's going to stay on very long. By the way, came in, he claimed to be a former Christian, become Muslim. Unfortunately, he just gave himself away because he says, I never see Muslims insulting other religions, but Christians hate all religions. This is why I left Christianity. If you had actually ever been a Christian, you would know that Christians never talk about any other religion, by and large. There are a few people like me, the only ones that Muslims see, who criticize Islam. 99.9% of Christians never say a single word about Islam. I've attended, I could do the math, but let's just say 1,000 church services in my life. I have heard Islam mentioned maybe twice ever, and both times it was in the context of pray for people in the lost religions such as Islam. That's how
yeah,
much we talk
and
about Islam in the church.
Muslims insult Christians and Jews 17 times a way, 17 times a day. If they actually do all their prayers, which almost none of them do, but if they do all their required prayers, they insult us 17 times a day, saying that we have gone astray and Allah's wrath is on the Jews. So quit being
And,
ridiculous. Then,
yeah,
so
yep.
you are going to denounce Surah Al-Fatiha now and throw it out.
And in fact, right, we don't even have to go very far at all to see a Muslim insulting Christianity. His fellow Muslim in the chat just did it. Ahmed Abbas says, why would I want to talk to a crazy missionary? So I'm
Yeah,
crazy, right? Because I believe in Christianity. How's that not an insult? I mean,
yeah,
I don't care. He can
seconds
insult
ago.
me
Right,
however he
all right.
wants. But his argument was, I left Christianity because all it does is insult other religions, whereas Islam, it doesn't insult anyone ever.
Yep. All right.
So
So
let me just say
go ahead.
to Ahmed. So he said, why would I want to talk? I said that he said, shout out to all my Muslims who interact with these people. And then I said, you can interact with me. and gave him my contact information. They said, why would I want to? So he comes in here and praises Muslims for interacting with us, and then says only stupid people, or implies only stupid people would interact with us. Weird, weird stuff. Ahmed, why would you talk to a crazy missionary? Why would I talk to a crazy Muslim? Why would I talk to a Satanist? Why would I talk to a Hindu? Because you care about the truth and you want people to be saved. That's why I would talk to you. Do you not care about others? Do you not think Islam is the truth? Do you forget what you okay, maybe you don't, right? Maybe you don't care about me. Maybe you hope I go to hell. Well, what about the Quran? The Quran commands you to give dawah. It commands you to bring people to Islam. How are you going to do that if you won't talk to us? Huh? How are you going to do that? How are you going to follow your God's command? So you have several good reasons to talk to us. But of course, you'll just make up excuses and put insults in the chat. We know, we know. It's all good.
All right. So um, let's continue on. So I believe that the sources probably kill him off extremely early to make it seem like Muhammad wasn't getting taught by others. But the fact that he was not one of Muhammad's Sahaba means that Muhammad wasn't yet somehow a prophet. And I think that the distinction in the Quran is between a warner and a prophet slash messenger, because I challenge you to pull out of the Quran a distinction of prophet and messenger in the same way that Islamic theology does, because it's not there. Prophets are messengers, messengers are prophets in the Islamic theology in the Quran, because it will say things, for example, like messengers coming, or excuse me, it will say that prophets are coming with revelation from Allah, meaning a specific a piece of the eternal, something revealed from the book of Allah. That prophets come with this in the Quran explicitly at times, and make it very clear that messenger and prophet are synonymous. There is a third distinction, warner, and I think that one was the one that's neither messenger nor prophet, who were the same thing in the Quran itself, but were this other status. And that's what Muhammad first taught he was, that he was merely a warner. He was not a messenger or a prophet at first. And then he morphed that into, I'm merely a warner, meaning I don't have signs other than my Quran. But that took some time. So I think that he was still a warner and not a prophet or messenger when Waraka died. So
Let me just
that would mean that the Al-Safa incident has to be after he goes public, although it was a dramatic moment in the early Dawa context. And that's important because even in the Sunni sources, everybody already knows that Muhammad is claiming to be a prophet in the stories attached to him standing up on the mountain and calling everyone to follow him.
So, two things. This somewhat serious comment from Juan, and then the one that I was laughing at. Juan says, it's nonsense. We are fully aware what Prophet Muhammad did through Merkabi. It's brainstorming. It has nothing to do with mysticism. Yeah, Muhammad was just brainstorming when he wrapped himself in a blanket, convulsed, heard bells, and got revelation, right? And he was just brainstorming. Okay. Whatever you tell us. How are you fully aware of that, by the way? What is your source for being fully aware? I would like to know. But now the comment I was laughing at from Ahmed here, we don't curse them. Allah cursed them. We're just acknowledging that.
We just say, hey, our God curses you 17 times a day, but we never curse you.
Is he saying he's better than his God? Right? His God Muslims, we don't curse anyone. We don't hate anyone.
We're better
Only
than that.
God does.
Only our God does, because he's like inferior to us. We're so awesome. All right. So there's also the
okay, wait.
Go ahead.
I just have to take this one more comment from the former Christian here. So what is the difference between communism and Christianity? Communism, which is explicitly atheistic and anti-religious, there doesn't seem to be any difference between that and Christianity in his mind. He says they also want to save you. Communism is a metaphorical child of Christianity. Communism has literally nothing to do with Christianity. It was explicitly anti-Christian. So I guess you could say that that is something to do with Christianity. Like it's not unrelated, but it's as anti-Christian as you can possibly get. Marx hated Christianity and sought to remove it from public life. He says religion, but he doesn't really know any other religion. He just knows Christianity. And you say that they're basically the same thing. And my vast knowledge of Christianity from the 20 years I was a Christian before I reverted to Islam, I discovered that it's identical to communism in every way.
Well, the funny thing is, like, it's a metaphorical child of Christianity. Yeah, like Islam, it's another false religion that steals from Christianity.
Yeah, well, I mean, I sure, yeah, Islam is a metaphorical child of Christianity. I mean,
I mean,
what does
it is.
the
It
phrase
is. It
mean?
tries to steal Jesus, and communism tries to pull God out of the Bible and still preaches the same path of soteriology, but teaches paradise now, and all you have to do is kill the right people and you can get paradise, essentially. That we can make paradise happen on our own. So it's no different from Islam on that in that way, because Islam has a very similar thing with their house of war and house of peace nonsense.
So
So
Mubang agrees. Muslims don't insult anyone. They just recite over and over again, every day, multiple times. May Allah's curses be upon the Jews and the Christians. But you know, we don't
well, I mean,
insult
it
them.
says, "Do not allow us to be, do
Yeah,
not let us be
that's
like the
true.
ones the
Actually,
wrath fall on."
right.
So you're saying
Actually,
that
that
wrath.
right.
You're,
Actually, technically, you don't wish curses, right? You
yeah.
say, which is actually means it's more of an insult because you say, don't let us be like those cursed people. Technically, you don't wish curses. You just acknowledge, in your terms, that Jews and Christians are cursed by Allah and say, don't let us be like them. And this is not insulting in any way. And therefore, Mary is a liar. So let me ask you a question, Mubang. If I were to say to you, you are cursed by God, you are a child of Satan, you worship the devil, you follow a false prophet who was possessed by a demon, would you consider that insulting? I mean, it's all truthful, right? I mean, everything I said is truthful. Would you consider it an insult or not? I'm not complaining that you insult us. I'm complaining that you, not you personally, because you didn't make up the lie, but Muslims, right, will make up ridiculous lies. Like we never insult Christians. We never talk about Christianity whatsoever. Uh, and guess what? I've been to a couple of your Friday sermons, your Friday services. You mentioned Christianity a lot in those things, right? I've heard Christianity mentioned more times in a mosque, which I've only attended a few times in my life, than I've heard Islam mentioned in a church. That's how often you mention Christianity in your services. Weird, weird.
Yeah. All right. So Ibn Kathir glosses warning. He means go forth with zeal. He says it means go forth with zeal and warn the people. With this, the prophet attained messengership, just as he attained prophethood with the first revelation. So this is applying very late distinctions that don't exist in most of the Quran, as I said, with messenger and prophet. He's inventing that. However, as I said, warn and warner seems to be the category that later Islamic theology wants to put uh, prophet in, meaning someone who doesn't have a written revelation of some sort, or a recited revelation, rather, but someone who is just telling people, are commissioned by God to tell people to turn to them, to God. Now, Ibn Kathir on Purify Your Garments. This one's hilarious, and actually, there are a whole bunch of sources on this. And you can see here the beginnings of some really important Islamic concepts, but they change so radically as Muhammad progresses in his career that they have to figure out why on earth it says purify your garments, because there is an obsession with wudu and ghusl and all of that stuff in Islam and ritual purification, but it very rarely has to do with your garments. You know, you only have to wash certain things off of your garments, and other than that, you can just let it go. Like if you have wet semen, you should wash it or sprinkle water on it at least and rub it a little bit. But and if you have the urine of a girl, you need to wash that area. But there's nothing about washing your whole clothes. So they're like, why does this say purify your garments? Now, the real reason it says this is because Muhammad had not settled on his theology yet. He's making up stuff as he goes along. So a lot of this early stuff is going to contradict what comes later. But the early emphasis on purification will continue, just in a different form. And so here are various explanations for it in Ibn Kathir, that this means do not let your garments that you wear from be from earnings that are unlawful. He hasn't been told what earnings are unlawful yet, but okay. It's also been said, do not wear your clothes in disobedience. Someone else says it means to clean them with water, which is the obvious answer. Another one says the idolaters would not clean themselves, so Allah commanded him to clean himself and his garments. And another one is another person also prefers this view, but this is silly because not all of Muhammad's followers washed their clothes at all. In fact, he had two very poor uh, followers who reeked incredibly badly because they had only one piece of clothing, so they never took it off to fully wash it, because if they had, they would be naked, and rather than being naked while it's drying, they never washed it. Abu Dhar was one of them, and Bilal was the other, who are mentioned specifically as stinking because of their poverty, because they had no other clothes. So clearly they weren't washing their clothes like that in a special way, but there was, and this is later on, because Abu Dhar doesn't show up until like 10 plus years in. So maybe by then he had abandoned the washing of the garments that he's talking about early on. But, to make a contrast between Muhammad and the pagans later on just isn't true. But maybe early on he thought it meant that you should wash your clothes. And then some other people say, oh, it means purify your heart and your intentions and beautify your character. And Al-Tabari also adds the interpretations, don't wear immoral clothing or purify your work, because a person who went forth to do something good was said to be clothed in purity, and a person who's going to do something bad was said to be clothed in uncleanliness, which there's no evidence for any of these explanations, by the way. Al-Qurtubi, which I love, adds your wives, because later it says your wives are your clothing. So purify your wives, because your wives are a garment for you, which is hilarious but totally untrue. But the reason why there are so many differences and arguments about what this means is because Muhammad didn't consistently teach about purifying your garments. This was something that he introduced early on. He abandoned in favor of his later forms of purification that did not involve ritually washing any garments. So, again, Mohammedanism 1.0 also includes him being ordered to warn. He's only an warner, not an apostle or slash messenger or a prophet at this point. He is to praise slash magnify Allah and to purify his garments. Muhammad doesn't know how to do wudu in the right way Islamically yet, but purification on is an early big emphasis. And do keep in mind that wudu in its Islamic form currently was said to be very, very similar to what they were doing at the Zamzam well before they circled or before they went into the council house, that they would do the snorting into their nose and washing 3 times. And a lot of that is extremely similar. Muhammad just codified certain elements of it. And so he went from something that's very unfamiliar to something that is more familiar to the pagans, something that you will see very commonly in Islam. So here we have Muhammad the Warner, neither a prophet nor an apostle at the moment. And then, as also as part of this, very important, is that he is forced to forsake the filthy idols, al-Rouge or Arouge, not associate with Allah. So it's a different, he's supposed to forsake, not don't associate. These are two different phrases, two different words. So Muhammad was worshiping idols, which is why he needed to forsake them. It the word does not mean to avoid something you weren't doing, but rather breaking with something you previously had an association with. And here I provided a list of definitions of the word: to break with someone and distance oneself, sever all relations with someone, to give up, to forsake, to break, to cease. And then at this point, you start getting really rare definitions that kind of got introduced later. But all of the common definitions have to do with stopping doing something you were doing. That's why you will see a very different reaction to this verse from Arabic speakers whenever they're asked, hey, what's this mean? They'll get really, really nervous in a way that non Arabic speakers usually don't get. So, non Arabic speakers, because it usually translates it as uh, something kind of neutral, as if it's something that you've never done, like flee, for example, as he did. But it doesn't mean to leave alone something that you haven't messed with. It means to depart from, break from, stop doing something. So here, Muhammad is being told, stop worshiping these filthy idols. Now,
All right. So I
go
got to
ahead.
take one more comment from, by the way,
I
the
need to get more
Quran.
drink anyway. I didn't bring in enough.
I'm going to read this slowly because this one blows your mind. The Quran and Hadith don't represent real Islam. These structures are corrupted by Christians.
You crazy. What you need to do is you need to understand what you are following is not actually the faith the rest of us are following. Why do you want to confuse yourself and others by saying I'm a Muslim? Relax.
You left Islam, buddy. You can't say the Quran and Hadith don't represent Islam. You're out of Islam. I don't know what you're following. It's not Islam. It's by the wayism, I guess. And Adnan tells me that all beliefs have good and bad, including Islam. Right? And he admitted that Islam is partially bad, and says you're focusing on ancient religion. Yeah. The topic of the stream, the topic of this channel in general, is Christianity and Islam. Those are ancient religions. We focus on them here. If you want to talk about contemporary politics, which is what we all know is why you crawled back to the demonic ancient religion in the first place, because you were upset about Palestine, wrong channel, right? We focus on religion here. We don't focus on current events. So I'm glad that you acknowledge that Islam's partially bad, but here's the thing, right? If it's from God, it can't be partially bad unless God is partially bad. All right, so you're saying that the God of Islam is partially bad, and you're going to follow him anyway because that's just an ancient religion. Does that make sense in your mind? Are you even thinking? Because this doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense. Why would you follow something that you think is bad? This is one of the most cringy statements I've ever seen.
No problem. It's fine for it to be cringy.
All right. Are you ready?
Oh, by the way, okay, so this is in
Yeah.
response to something I said. So let me actually explain this because it's actually an important point. It's not related to the stream, but it is related to something I said. There are 1 billion people in the world. Only 200 million are Christians. Okay, so your numbers are way off. We'll ignore that. Right? Just multiply them by 10, you're roughly correct. Roughly 10 billion, roughly 2 billion are Christian. Why did God create 800 million people to go to hell? This is in response to me saying to him about Allah misguiding. So he said, Allah only misguides those who deserve it, like deceptive missionaries or lying missionaries like you or something like that. I said, well, 85% of children are not Muslims. Why is Allah misleading them? So in Islam, right, Allah either leads you or misleads you. Everyone who's going to hell is because Allah led them there. Everyone who's going to Jannah is because Allah led them there. That's not a Christian. That's not how Christians think, right? Why did God create the 8-ish billion that actually exists? The, I don't know, 20 billion that have existed in world history, when a majority will go to hell? Why not? Right? How's that? That's just a basic argument for the problem. This is a very basic problem of evil type argument. In Islam, your God leads you wherever you go. So he purposely sends people to hell. In Christianity, at least in my doctrine, everyone has free will, and they make the choice themselves. They make the choice to pursue God or to not pursue them. Everyone is a sinner. Everyone deserves hell. If God created 8 billion people and he sent 8 billion people to hell, there'd be nothing unjust about that. Why do you think it's unjust that someone goes to hell? God in the Bible says that the path of truth is narrow, and most people choose not to follow it. It's completely consistent with my theology that the majority of people created would end up in hell. Why does he create it all? Because having 20%, using your math, that accept him and have eternal relationship with him is of infinite value. And the souls that go to hell and are destroyed or tortured there, however you view that, have no value. So you got infinite positive and no negative. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. But in Islam, Allah just arbitrarily chooses some people that says, I'm gonna guide that person. Yeah. He's gonna be a Muslim. And that guy, I don't like the color of his hair. I'm gonna make him a non-Muslim, and he might pursue me all his life, earnestly seek after me. But I'm gonna misguide him. I'm just gonna throw up some idols for him to worship, some false prophets to follow. I'm gonna do all that. All me. I'm the one who decides who goes down. You see the difference?
Yep, that's Islam. Islam says that Allah has created you for hellfire before you have done anything. You are created for hellfire and you cannot do anything about it. Your fate will overtake you. No matter what you try, you try the best you can and your fate will overtake you. If you are destined for paradise, you will do the worst things in the world, but then your fate will overtake you and you will be forced to do better things. And I didn't lie about Al-Fatiha. When you say, in the same way that rabbinical Jewish boys go, "Oh, thank you, God, for not making me a woman or a Gentile," they're saying that God despises women and Gentiles. And whenever you say that, keep me from being the Jew whose wrath is on you, your wrath is on them, or the Christian who has been led astray by Allah, then that you're saying that they are cursed. You're saying negative things about them. So if you're coming in saying, "Oh, we never say negative things about Jews or Christians or anyone, it's just Christians who are picking on us, where, stop talking about us, we're poor, sweet, defenseless Muslims." Yeah, you say nasty things about us and about the condemnation that your cave demon has declared that we are under 17 times a day if you actually do your prayers, which almost no one does. So,
One more comment from Muslims that has absolutely nothing to do with anything. Don't jab the children. It says, who wrote the Bible? And he says, just say you don't know. Well, I do know. John wrote the Gospel of John. Matthew wrote the Gospel not really the Gospel of John. It's really the Gospel of Jesus Christ according to John. Gospel of Jesus Christ according to Matthew. Matthew wrote that one. Gospel of Jesus Christ according to Mark. Mark wrote that one. And so on and so forth. And so I do know who wrote the Bible. But what
it's
does this have
all
to
the
do with anything?
prophets you say you believe in. It is the prophets and apostles that you claim to believe in. The prophets and apostles of God are the ones who wrote it, whom you say that you believe in, and yet you go, "We won't read those." So, All right. Let's let's move on. Uh,
Well, one more comment. I know I'm being very bad in letting the Muslims distract, but Ahmed says, why does every Christian denomination claim to be the one true church? Only false
go.
denominations claim to be the only true church. Okay? Uh, any church that claims to be the only true church is, by definition, a false church because the actual church is made up of all believers, regardless of their denominational title. That doesn't, and to be clear, that doesn't mean anyone who follows that denomination is also a false believer. It just means the doctrinal statement of that church is false. Right? No legitimate doctrinal statement can say we, group X, are the only true church.
All right. So the interpretation of the term al rouge is very clear and uh, in the ahadith that are recorded and the tafsir. What it means, everybody knows. But like what the literal definition of the word is, nobody's quite sure. So the overwhelming majority of ahadith say that al rouge is about specifically about the idols of the Quraysh. And so that's the interpretation. A very small number say that, oh, it's sin generally. And I think they're trying to get away from the fact that Muhammad is being told to break off with, forsake, leave behind the idols that you have been worshiping. Stop going to them. There are also variants in how the word is said because people don't know what that word is. They're not familiar with it. It's not an Arabic word. Now, the literal meaning of the word, just the philology, its origins, it's obscure. The Arabic philologists of the classical period, they tended to connect it to ri, ri, rij. I give up. Anyway, and sometimes they assign it to one obscure dialect or another, in which case it would mean evil, filth, or torment. That's why it's usually not just idols, but they interpret it as filthy idols. And it may be that Muhammad meant kind of to pack in that meaning with it. Now, Arthur Jeffrey suggests that it's from the Syriac word uh, ruges or rugiz or rogiz. Um, the letter there in the I'm not going to write. I didn't copy paste the Syriac, but the letter there can represent a U or an O sound. It's mater lectionis that helps you say a long vowel. So it's like rogus or rugis, which would turn to a J whenever it's said in the Hijazi dialect. Now that means, or at least the later Hijazi dialect. At that time, it may have still been a hard G. We're not really sure. Anyway, the word in Syriac means wrath, as in the wrath of, to come of Luke 21:23. So he's being told to flee away from the idols, a source of wrath. Now, this word appears in only 3 places in the uh, in the New Testament, in the Syriac New Testament. It appears whenever Jesus says, "You brood of vipers, who warned you of the wrath to come," both in Matthew and Luke, and in the Olivet Discourse of Luke, where he says, "Woe to those who are pregnant, to those who will be nursing babies in those days, for there will be great distress upon the land and wrath to this people." And then it appears in John whenever it says, "But he who does not obey the Son will not see life, but the wrath of God abides on him." Ibn Abbas even said that it was wrath meaning idols, that it was literally wrath but means idols, according to Al-Tabari. Others say that it means disgust and means idols, or even genitals and means idols. But it's interesting that he even made that, one of the traditions makes that connection. Now, the important bit is that virtually all of Muhammad's early textual knowledge of the Bible, or uh, any religious material that was textual, like actual echoes of words or phrases packaged as words or phrases, from 2 sources, and that's it: a fragmentary Olivet discourse that was some kind of hymn or an essay about it or something. It wasn't even the diatessaron. It wasn't from the synoptics, and it wasn't the diatessaron, which is a Syriac texts that kind of put together a harmony of the four gospels. So it wasn't from there. But because it's missing certain elements, but it was either him or an essay or a sermon that he had heard in some written format that preserved some actual phrases, and then an excerpt of Isaiah 40, which it may have been part of Isaiah 40 that appears in the synoptics repeated. We don't know what the context is, but those are the two texts that he seems to have access to. And so the fact that this word is found in that Olivet Discourse of Luke, and so could have appeared in his version of the Olivet Discourse. For those of you who don't know or forgot, the Olivet Discourse is Jesus answering a question about that his disciples ask, what are the signs of the end of the age and the signs of the coming of the kingdom? So Jesus answered both those questions together in one long discourse, in one long explanation. And that's called the Olivet Discourse because it occurred on the Mount of Olives, or partly before the Mount of Olives and partly on the Mount of Olives. So continuing on to this Mohammedanism 1.0, Muhammad is to forsake the filthy idols. And again, it depends on how you read it. It seems to be, if you just continue reading, that he is not to confer his own favor. So is that on the idols or through gifts to the poor? Depends on which way you're reading it. So he's not supposed to confer his own favor with hopes of multiplying or getting increase or getting more multiplication, right? Of getting wealth or of prophecy or something. But instead, he should be patient for his Rab, who is coming imminently, very soon. And in context, you would tend to think, don't confer your favor on the idols with it coming right after the idols. But if it is a separate revelation, it might not be connected. But they may be disconnecting that because they don't want to remind you that he has to forsake these idols on whom he may have been conferring favor, hoping to become more wealthy. Now, Al-Tabari's informers consider this to be about gifts to the poor or spending in Allah's cause, which hadn't yet existed at that point, because spending in Allah's cause means spending on jihad, rather than about gifts associated with idols. But if you're just reading through it without any preconceptions, you would assume that this is about spending money involved with the idols in hopes of getting richer. But instead, you should be patient for your Lord. Why? Because he's about to come. He's about to show up. The imminent return is coming. The end of the world is coming. Be patient for him. So,
Real quick pause here. I know it's a typo, but it's very funny. We'll see on the day of judgment who ate the believers. Who ate the believers? You ate the believers. All of them? Yes, all of
all
them.
of them. Nice. So here's kind of the summary of what we've got so far. In 96, we see a pagan god of writing connected with Hermeticism, who is accessed in a cave, who gives secret knowledge of nature to his devotees, and has a name, he who created. In 74, the god is still called Al-Rab. That's not a name, but a title. His name is he who created, but that gets dropped pretty quickly. But especially he's called thy Lord. Standing to pray at night is a main element of early Mohammedan worship. Muhammad warns and is not an apostle, messenger, or prophet. Purification is a big emphasis, but they haven't figured out what you're supposed to be purifying yet. He is to forsake filthy idols rather than to don't associate with Allah. It's not shirk, but instead it's about forsaking the idols rather than not doing shirk. He also needs to be patient for his Rab, who is coming imminently. So the imminent return of Allah is incredibly important, which is why early on we'll find that he is spending almost all of every night praying continuously until Allah apparently misses an appointment, unfortunately. And then Muhammad can't stand to do this for the rest of his life, so Allah sends down modification. Oh my goodness. The cannibals who ate Joe's uncle in World War II are the true believers, and no one 5 years from now will have any idea what we're talking about. So our
Okay.
President Joe Biden falsely said that his uncle was eaten by cannibals in World War II.
It's all
Because
good. It's all
that's what he
good.
says. Yep.
Let me take a super chat real quick
Yep.
while we're paused anyway. Oh, and you know what?
That's not working.
Let let me do that again because of all the stream problems. Oops, if I click on it a second time. Oh, hold on. It's still starting up. All right, one more time. Third time's a charm.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is
Yeah, I
it
get you,
wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
There you go. I want to know why Jack Ray gives super chats? You got to take Yasser Qadi's class. Thank you very much for that check.
All right. So, um, after this point, Muhammad is interacting with the challenge. All of the Tafassir agree with this, and so they all agree that has to do with al-Walid. Now, exactly when this conversation with al-Walid happens is confused. There is a ridiculous story, and by the way, I had Muhammad here. This was the best that I could manage of him wrapped up in a cloak. I couldn't get the AI to give me better cloak wrapping. And then whenever I wanted a worried or concerned looking Muslim in cloak before I said he was supposed to be sitting inside, I got this guy. So now this is Al-Walid, who is concerned, although he is in this fantastic fantasy world that Mecca never looked like. But here he is. He's concerned about his cousin, or actually very distant relative, because he's from the Makuzuma tribe, which is only distantly related to the the Hashemite tribe. And when exactly this conflict took place, it's very muddled. And this shows you again the incredible uncertainty about the earliest parts of Islam, how unclear it is. So this one, Al-Tabarani recorded from Ibn Abbas that he said, "Verily, Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira prepared some food for the Quraysh. So when they had eaten from it, he said, 'What do you have to say about this man?' Some of them said he is a magician. Others said he is not a magician. Then some of them said he is a soothsayer. But others said he is not a soothsayer. Some of them said he is a poet. But others said he is not a poet. And by the way, this is why the Muslims are getting so upset about me calling it poetry. I'm not saying that Muhammad claimed to be a poet of the style of other poets, or that what he produced was mere poetry. This is what they're saying here. That some of them are saying, oh, he's a poet. He's a mere poet. He's just a poet, is what this context is. Just like the soothsayer or uh, uh, Kohanin or Kahin. Sorry, I'm saying the wrong language. The Kahin or Kahin, that he's not a soothsayer of that sort. He's not a poet. Some of them said this is magic from of old. Thus, they eventually all agreed that this was magic from ancient times. Then, when the news reached the prophet, he became grieved, covered his head, and wrapped himself up. And this puts it before the beginning, oh, you wrapped up one. But again, the oh, you wrapped up one is supposed to be before he's publicly teaching, and yet this is supposed to be a reaction to his public teaching. And so the entire context for this can't be true, but some element of it that this is in reaction to Al-Walid saying that this is magic or soothsayer-ish stuff from ancient times. This is trickery or simulation or fakeness from that we've seen before. It's familiar fakeness. We've seen this kind of fakeness before. It's the same fake stuff that we've seen before, that as a result of this determination that he makes, where he weighs it and makes a determination that this next section is revealed, and that most of this is in the context of conflicts between Al-Walid and Muhammad. So Al-Walid is saying, hey, this is just this old magic that we're used to, and Muhammad saying that no, here is Allah, he is revealing this that condemns you and your determination. How dare you determine this? So, Adnan, sweetheart, I'm giving you the sources here. Al-Tabarani in Ibn Kathir here. You can also find it in other places.
He was not on about what
Oh,
he's not
he was
paying attention to what you.
and
He was trying
completely
to claim that Muhammad split the moon, and the proof was that it's in the Hadith. Of course, he can't name any Hadith since it's not actually in the Hadith. It's in much later Sirah tradition, but he just says it's in the books, therefore it happened, which is very interesting because there's lots of things in books, right? Um,
Sorry,
the
I just
story.
discovered that my husband had messed with um, my phone so that whenever my father-in-law called me, a funny name showed up.
Gotcha. Harry Potter is in a book. Does that mean Harry Potter's true? I mean, ignoring the fact that it's not even in the Hadith tradition, just because it's in some book, does that mean it's true? Or do you have
Yep.
to have like a legitimate reason to believe it? Like that the source is reliable and non-fictional. All right, all right. Since you're paused, let me just take another super chat from Jack Ray.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
And I'm going to put this comment with the video we just watched. Mo is often covered. Just keep saying it. Muhammad was covered because you said he was covered in a blanket, and John has something else in mind on what he is covered. And Allah will pay off all your debts if you just keep repeating. Muhammad was covered. Muhammad was covered. Thank you both for those comments and donations.
Yep. Um, so, uh, and then there's a more coherent Ibn Kathir story that works more with like linear time. Again, we have the time traveling uterus problems, and that this is really something that is typical of anything pre-modern, where you have confused, and even modern people have a very hard time keeping before and after straight when they're fabricating things. It's just difficult. It's more difficult than you think it is because of how often you see people unable to do this. But this is a more coherent story from Ibn Kathir, although it's also stupid. So this is supposed to be Al-Walid. Oh, by the way, he's the actual leader of the Al-Makhzumi tribe, which was the richest tribe of the Quraysh. And they probably were not bodily descendants of the dude who established the Quraysh, the first guy who was brought everybody together, because of how adoption worked in that society, and so they were very powerful, but were kind of outside. They they were part of the oof the now I'm going blank on whether or not they're Confederates or perfumed ones. The Confederates. They were part of the Confederates. They were the leader of the Confederate faction, whereas the perfumed ones, and then later uh, the League of Virtue, which was the perfumed ones 2.0, which I talked about some time ago, was their political opposition. So he's already in a politically opposed group from Mohammed. And remember, that's Mohammed's side with the League of Virtue that keeps producing all these Hanifa folks who want to go off and stop worshiping all these idols. But we have the Kaaba. It's a pagan site. What are you going to do about that? Why do you want to go off and go depart from what's worked for us so far? And his father's name is that of, or his title is that of the raider. And so he had gotten really rich from raids, which they had forsaken whenever they had adopted the Hums uh, approach. And so the Makhzumi were not as bought into the whole Hums new theology sort of thing. They went along with it, but they really didn't want to go too far out of what they had been doing. They'd already given up raiding. So what else are they going to have to give up? They don't want to be impoverished. They're the richest tribe. So he's kind of a natural enemy to just like Ibn Huwayrith, who was thrown out and became a Christian and died in Rome, the Roman Empire, not Rome itself, but who died in Rome. He's kind of a natural enemy to all of these religious innovators. He's like, I don't want to change any of this stuff. I'm going to be suspicious about all of it. And so here is one of the narrations about him, that he entered the house of Abu Bakr and he asked him about the Quran. When Abu Bakr informed him about it, he left and went to the Quraysh saying, what a great thing that this Ibn Abu Kabsha, Ibn Abu Kabsha, Muhammad, which is what he's calling Muhammad, is saying. I swear by Allah that it is not poetry, nor magic, nor the prattling of insanity. Verily, his speech is from the words of Allah. And so supposedly he's like totally bought into this by just hearing these things in this version. But then a group of the Quraysh heard this. They gathered and they said, by Allah, if Al-Walid converts, all the Quraysh will convert. So we have to stop him, essentially, is what's meant here. When Abu Jahl, and remember Abu Jahl is the father of Jahiliyyah, of ignorance, the name that Muhammad assigned to him. Anyway, whenever he heard this, he said, and he is related by marriage to Abu Walid, or excuse me, to Al Walid. Whenever he heard this, he said, by Allah, I will deal with him for you. So he went to Al Walid and he said, did you see that your people are collecting charity for you? And what's meant by this is, oh, they believe that you are going to convert to Islam because you're poor now, because the Muslims, well, Islam and Muslim was not a word at this point, but you're going to follow Muhammad because he's very charitable to poor people. And so you're really going to Abu Bakr's house because you need charity. So everybody's gathering stuff for you because they think that you were broke and something happened to all your riches. And because he was so insulted by this, he says, don't I have more wealth and children than they do? I will now reject this thing that I know that is true, because people will say, if I convert to it, I'm doing it because I'm actually poor. Now, this entire thing is incredibly stupid, because all he would have to do is go, look, I'm still rich. Why are people saying this stupid thing? That's insulting. To reject Islam because somebody started a rumor that he was broke and needed charity, whenever he went, he could have walked out and go, ha, I am the greatest follower of this. I give in fabulous charity. And he could be, like top dog of this new charitable system because he had so much wealth. So the entire story makes no sense, nor does it fit with this surah, because the surah says that he did what? That he thought or considered and contemplated and determined what? He determined that it was magic of old, right? So he determined, his determination, his measuring, his figuring resulted in him saying that this was magic of old. The Quran does not say that his determination was that it was true, the true word of Allah, but people convinced him to turn his back, and now he's under condemnation because he's turning his back. So either Allah is too stupid to know what really happened, or this was made up to make Muhammad look like more legit than, and save face for the fact that Al-Walid said, yeah, I think that this is just some of this trickery that we've seen before, that this made up stuff that we've seen before, that's of old, it's familiar. There's also the fact that he's called Abi Kab, Abu Ibn Abu Kabsha here. Ibn Abu Kabsha is an insult. Why would he be saying that What a great thing that this donkey face is saying. Let's just replace it with donkey face. What a great thing that this illegitimate son of a slave is saying. I swear by Allah that it's not poetry or magic or prattling of insanity. Verily, his speech is from the words of Allah. Why would you be confirming the guy while you're calling him a disgusting, insulting name? And we'll go into what this name is and what it's from, because this is a guy I hadn't even heard of, and I ran into this. I'm like, why is he calling him that? Took some research and I found out. So so he said that, oh, if my tribe's saying I'm poor, I will not seek to be close to Abu Bakr, nor Umar, nor Ibn Abu Kabsha. And his speech is only inherited magic of old. So that would not be determining or figuring, as the Quran says. It would make the Quran into a lie if this is true. But there are a number of times where the Ahadith try to make the Quran into a lie if it says something that's less, that's more embarrassing than what they want it to be. So Al-Qurtubi claims that the name Abu Kabsha was the name of the first man to worship the star Sirius among the Quraysh, and they nicknamed him this, Muhammad, this because he was another religious innovator. And this is on the tafsir, his tafsir on 5349. But others rejected this and claimed that they had no idea who this Abu Kabsha is supposed to have been. He's not among the Quraysh, any of the genealogical tables. He doesn't exist as a Qurayshi man. Now, I've seen the assertions that Arabs ascribe a person they want to humiliate to an unknown ancestor. How can you ascribe someone to someone who's unknown? Like, how can you give them their name if you don't know who they are? Or a distant maternal relative, but there is no Abu Kabsha in the Quraysh lineage. This guy doesn't exist to have been assigned to him. However, one of Muhammad's slaves was called Abu Kabsha, and he died at the beginning of Umar's caliphate. Now, what is really important is that he was listed among the men who fought at Badr, and he was also listed as an immigrant. That is, he had been a slave of Muhammad's in Mecca. So they're saying, you are a son of the slave. Oh, son of a slave. They're ascribing him to this slave rather than to Abdullah. So since he owned him in Mecca, it may have been that this man was actually owned by his own mother, that this was an elderly slave that was owned by his own mother. And they're saying, you say you're from Abdullah. We all know that it took 4 years for you to be born after your father died. So clearly it must be your son of a slave. Now, I don't think that he actually was a son of a slave. I think that his mother was essentially a traveler wife with multiple husbands, and she took the prerogative of assigning her son to the one that she wanted to assign her son to. But as an insult, they're calling him son of the slave that he owns. So they're basically saying that this elderly slave is your real dad. And you're not really among us. You're not really a Qurayshi at all. And what's amazing is this is a really early convert to Islam. And yet, until I went down this rabbit hole, I hadn't even heard of him. So, yeah, Muhammad had a slave. Are you listening at all? He's being called son
He's
of a
pulling,
slave.
yeah, he's pulling isolated words out of context, so he does have volume on. But Mary wasn't saying that Muhammad owned slaves, let alone criticizing him for owning slaves.
All I'm
But
saying
rather
is
he's
that
being
the
right.
Quraysh who were against Muhammad said that he was a son of an old slave. That's all I'm saying. And this is a
Yeah,
slave that you almost never hear about. And so it's really interesting to me that if you go through, like, if you talk about all the people in Mecca, this guy's never mentioned until you start talking about, oh, who's the list of the people who fought at Badr? Who is the list of immigrants? And you find him on there, and you find the explanation that he was a slave of Muhammad at when he immigrated. And now Muhammad's being called his son. And I don't think it's true, but this is the insult that he's being called. I think it's
the point
interesting.
here, right? The real point. I know that Mary gave a lot of interesting material because she found it a very interesting topic. But the real point is that Muhammad is being insulted by people who are supposedly following him, which
Yeah, at the
doesn't make a lot of
moment
sense.
here, in this hadith that this guy is supposed to be saying that, oh, his speech is from Allah, but he's calling him by this incredibly insulting name in the story, which makes it clear that this is nonsense. In addition to the fact that it makes the Quran really stupid, and makes Allah like not know what's actually going on. But the fact that they're going, ah, what a great thing this son of a donkey is saying. I swear by Allah that it is not poetry, nor magic, nor the prattling of insanity. Verily, his speech, the speech of old donkey face, is from the words of Allah. If you believe in someone, you're not insulting them at the same time. That has
Yeah, I mean,
nothing
that'd
to
be
do with
really
anything.
strange.
This
That would
is
definitely be
about
very strange.
Al Walid. Are you having? I think he's just having a hard time with English at this point. Um, because
Well, when we
yeah,
talked to him before a long time ago, he seemed to be a native speaker of
yeah.
English, but he's definitely having some comprehension problems because he's not understanding your point whatsoever.
I'm saying that
The
Al
point,
Walid could not have possibly have said this because you don't say, "My goodness, you filthy donkey face, you are a true prophet of God." You don't say it like that. You don't insult someone as you're saying you believe in them.
right? So that was the real point here, right? That this is a made up or at least corrupted story. That is the point. The point isn't whether Muhammad's good or bad, whether he owns slaves or doesn't own slaves, or anything like that. But he did also have another response slightly earlier. Muhammad didn't get along with these guys. It's about the message, Mary, one God. So I want you to explain that first part to him, but let me just comment on the second part real quick. So if the only thing Islam teaches is that there's one God and that somehow makes it true, here's a list of somewhat large religions that are also true: Zoroastrianism, Babism, Baha'i, Christianity, Deism, Druidism, Ekanar, Sikhism, Manichaeism, Islam, oh, Islam's on there, Judaism, Samaritanism, Mendaism, Rastafari, Shikno-Le, Tenrikyo, Yazidism, and Atenism. So I'm sure you can debate some of these, experts in the religion could debate whether they are pure monotheism or not. The point is, there's lots of monotheistic religions. There's lots of religions that teach only one God. And that's just ones that are, at least somewhat substantial in size. If you count all religions that have ever existed anywhere, you're probably talking about thousands of religions that have taught one God. So if that's the only reason that you have to believe Islam is true, well, bad news. That doesn't tell you, that doesn't, if there is one God, it doesn't rule out Islam, but it doesn't prove Islam either. You're going to have to come up with some additional reasons to determine which of the many religions that teach mutually contradictory things is the true religion.
Yeah. So
So on that first part, right, Muhammad didn't get along with these guys. What? Tell them again what your point is here.
my point is that it's saying that the only reason this guy rejected Muhammad is because people started saying that he was going to become a Muslim to get charity, because someone brought a false report that people were saying this. But when he's saying that, oh, I totally believe this guy, they're still having him use the insulting word that he constantly referred to Muhammad as in all the other traditions. So if you're using an insult to someone, if you're calling them ugly names, and even the people who don't say that has anything to do with this particular slave, they all say that this is an insult. Every Islamic scholar agrees that this is a mean insult against Muhammad. You don't say, oh, donkey face, you are a true prophet. You would say, oh, Muhammad, you are a true prophet. You wouldn't call him a nasty name as you were saying you believe in him. So that's evidence that it is fabricated. Okay? All right. So continuing on, we find the next part says that, and I have then so to distinguish fa from thumma, which are two different thens, so that you can kind of see the repetition a little bit better in the English. So
Your
Adnan,
response is no. I don't
Adnan,
know no to what, but no to something.
if will you call Muhammad, if you believe in him, if you will you call him a donkey face while you say you believe in him? All right. So anyway, back to the actual content. So when struck or pecked or tapped or dug into is the gored or struck thing. That's what you get. You get the meaning is either a gored or something that struck. So when the gourd is struck or when the struck thing is struck is what the verse actually says. If you look up the meaning of the word, now you'll get wind instrument or an instrument that you blow into, essentially. That appears to be a later invention to accommodate the use of the word here. This is another hapax, which is a word that is only ever used once in the Quran. The first one was aruz, rouge, z, rouge, which is really hard to say. The J and the Z together just don't work for me. Anyway,
Just to be clear, Adnan would proudly say that
you're gonna
Muhammad is a donkey-faced, filthy liar, and I love him. He's my favorite prophet.
like that makes no sense. I'm so confused. Adnan, you make no sense. Oh, anyway, so it's basically saying that the struck thing is struck. So at this point, um, it seems, and from the tafsir, it's evident that nobody has any idea what this thing is. Um, there's so much debate over what it means. And this is the only time in the entire Quran that this word, the struck thing, is used. Muhammad seems not to yet know what's happening or what instrument is involved. He's aware that there's some sort of big noise of some sort that's made, but he doesn't know what it is yet. And later on, we'll find him saying, when the thingy is blown into instead of trumpet, he will still not use the word trumpet. He will say when the thingy is blown into. And this is normally translated as when the trumpet is blown, but this is absolutely not what it says. It doesn't say blown. It says struck or hit, tapped, pecked, smacked, or like you're pecking and making a hole in something. There is no blowing happening here. And a different form of the same word is used to indicate the thing that is the object of the activity. So when the struck thing is struck, later interpreted to be, oh, that's the trumpet is blown, but Muhammad doesn't seem to know what's going on here. And again, this is evidence of the kind of knowledge that he had from the Christian sources. Um, that that so then that day will be a difficult day for the kafir or for the kafirs, not easy. So for all of those kafirs, that day will be difficult, not easy. Now I want you to notice that suddenly you get this different rhyme here. And I think that this might be the Medinan uh, it, insert. I'm not sure when kafir is introduced, but it is quite late, and it's later than the earliest incidents of everything else in here. And here, if you say, so when the struck thing is struck, that continues the rhyme pattern from above, but then suddenly it jumps into this brand new rhyme pattern. And so it either replaces something or this entire thing is inserted together to kind of flow into this new piece. And then here's where it gets interesting. I'm highlighting how Allah's speaking about himself in red. So it's leave me and whom I created alone. And here we have a new pattern introduced uh, in the rhyme again. And alone is interpreted as modifying created. So he was created as being alone, which is interpreted to be as naked, not leave me alone, like by myself with him, but rather he was created in the state of being alone, without anything else. Uh, I am not sure whether or not this is necessary in the Arabic, whether or not the Arabic requires it, because I'm not as conversant with the uses of the word that's translated as alone as I would need to be to determine that. but it is the overwhelming interpretation that created alone is together, that alone is how he's created, and not the state of me and the one who is created together by themselves. So, anyway, it continues on, and I appointed him to extensive wealth and sons or children present. And literally, that's witnessing. That's the same root that you get shahada from. Like he's with him seeing things. Um, so he's with him and is a witness to things, right? And this is glossed as in the tafsir that he has slaves to go out and do work and do other things, and according to Ibn Kathir. So that means that he's circled around him and witnessing the stuff that he does because they don't have to even go out and work. And also, it implies that they aren't dead. They're like with him right now. They're not kids who all died in infancy, but rather they are together with him now. He's blessed to have these children who have survived and grown up and all of that. And then it says, I spread for him a spread, or the actual form is a participle, so I said spreading, but in English you would like say, I spread for him a spread. And that repetition there of different forms of the same word is actually what's in the Arabic, by the way. A lot of the supposed beauties of the Arabic are just repeating the same root word in different forms. Like, when the struck thing is struck, I spread for him a spread. And if you think that this is the most elegant way to express yourself, then so that you get repeated sounds, then that is your estimation. That would not be what I would consider to be uh, beautiful sounding use of language, but each to their own, I suppose. Then it says, then he desires that I should increase him. Nay, or alas, it's this rejection. Indeed, that he has been stubborn to our signs. And this bit is also likely a later insert because our signs is a later term, but also the hour. It's me, I. Now our all of a sudden, then it goes back to our again, or to I again. So the hour signs is inserted from a period of time whenever Allah began to refer to himself in the plural, because he doesn't at first. He decides to call himself in the plural later on. Um, and so the idea of the verses being signs and the plural of our both point to this particular verse being that later insert. And then it says, soon I will overburden or cover him up with an ascent or a climb. And that's cover in terms of like I will bury you kind of cover, like not a literal covering, but I will overburden him, cause him to be overwhelmed by kind of thing with an ascent or climb. And this is super important. What's about to happen? He's about to take this person who is rejecting him, and he's going to punish him with a climb, with an ascent. What's going on here? So,
So, just pause real quick before
okay.
you explain that. Alexander said, "Is that seriously what Muhammad said? Like, is that really the level of his poetry
Yes.
for real?"
And whenever you say it really, really slowly and you chant it and draw out the vowels, you can make it sound less repetitive. But a huge amount of that is just different forms of the same word repeated. So, yeah.
So Hickam, he just arrived, so he doesn't really know what the subject is. So forgive him. But he arrived and heard you talking about how Allah refers to himself in the plural, not understanding that you were not saying anything about that itself, like the actual topic of Allah using the plural, but rather you're using this as a key to identifying which verses are early and late.
Right.
He says
Because
we as
Allah
use,
doesn't, if it's the magnificent way to refer to himself, why doesn't he do it all the time? He starts
yeah,
out with me, I, our, I. It's an innovation that he introduces later on. So this is a later way of referring to himself. So apparently Allah is less majestic early on, becomes more majestic later. And to let us know how incredible it is for him to be one and one alone, and to be
he uses
no
plural.
other, and to be totally the oneness, he
Mhm.
refers to himself in the plural, which is more majestic, which he
Eh,
invents because this
Yeah, I was gonna say,
usage does not exist in any other language. So he
I was going to
invents the
say,
idea.
you're going to have to prove that this exists specifically in Arabic, because there's no indication of the royal we. And
Mhm.
you said majestic because you're thinking that's what it means, but that's not actually what the royal we means. When the queen says we, whatever, the reason she can speak in the plural is because it's actually plural. She speaks on behalf of the state. She speaks on behalf of the entire royal court. She speaks for multiple people. That's why it's plural. When the Queen of England says we. So you're going to have to come up with some evidence that this idea existed already in Arabic, and then you're going to have to explain why it's not plural when it refers to Allah, when it is plural when it refers to human rulers, because it's plural because they speak for multiple people. So who are the multiple people that Allah is speaking for? All right, since Mary stepped away, let me take a super chat.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
I got the perfect animation for that, or for this super chat, I mean, because Morkay says, I was going to give alone to Allah, just as the video commands, but then I repented, and now I donate 1/5 jihad booty to Reasoned Answers. Appreciate that. 1/5 of all the war booty from all the people in the chat who wage war, I will gladly accept. Now, to be fair, I hope you don't wage any war, and I certainly hope you're not plundering towns and taking their goods for yourself. But if you do, I'll accept 1/5 of it. Thanks a lot more. Let me take one other comment since Mary's situating herself from Talmudic Tunnels Construction. 19 is proof of the like button. We are sitting at what, 99 likes? We need to get up to 119 likes. Then it will be a mathematical miracle proving the superiority of this stream.
I should
Or if we
like
can't
my
get
own
to,
stream.
I was gonna say, if we can't get to 119, which isn't a multiple of 19, obviously, but any multiple of 19 will also work. So you can have 119, you can have a multiple of 19. Maybe you can revert. We're already past 91, or I'd say you could reverse it and have 91 instead. You know, all kinds of things to get the 19.
All right. So now people didn't know what the naqr was. And so you have all these people saying it's a trumpet. Another says it's the shape of a horn. Another one says, uh, and notice that the imminent end is connected to this in the uh, in the sources. How can I be comfortable when the one with the horn has placed it in his mouth, leaned his forehead forward, and is waiting to be commanded so he can blow? So this is saying that I can't be comfortable because any second it's the end of the world. And this is Muhammad's statement that is used to explain what this verse must mean. Whoa, what is going on?
What do you mean?
Uh,
Oh, you
I am having it. Oh wait, I just poured. I just poured. Give me a second. I accidentally poured some soda on my thing, so now it's going crazy.
uh-oh. Mary
I'm
destroyed her own computer.
Yeah, well, no, it's not my computer. It's my keyboard. I do this regularly because I'm special, and I just poured some soda on top of my keyboard. Ugh.
No worries, no worries. Let me take this question from Houston. Is Sufism getting their dancing from this mysticism? So this being Merkaba, it was made earlier. And no, as far as I know, there's no dancing element to Merkaba mysticism. This would more likely be synchronism with various local cultures and local religions. What people don't understand about Islam is they perceive Islam in one particular way, generally speaking, and that's because of a very concerted and expensive effort by Saudi Arabia to promote their strand of Islam, variously called like Wahhabism or Salafism. But globally, Islam is quite diverse, and the majority of Muslims or people who call themselves Muslims anyway, are synchronists. They are people who blended elements from the Arabian religion that, let's just say for the sake of argument, originated with Muhammad, with local polytheistic beliefs, and they have all kinds of beliefs that Saudi Arabia would consider to be paganism, heretical, but that's what Islam is, globally speaking. And by numbers, people with synchronistic beliefs are larger. You just never hear
Who
about
ate
them
the
because they're
apple?
from poor countries who can't promote themselves on the internet. And it looks like Mary got her problem solved. I don't know who ate the apple, nor do I know who ate the true believers or will eat the true believers on the day of judgment.
Yep, I just need to figure out how to get back to my history using only history. There we go.
Yeah,
So I
Hikam,
can go
I
back to
don't
my actual.
disagree that Islam came from what is now geographically speaking Saudi Arabia. That has nothing to do with my comment. If you say that there are 1.6 or 1.8 billion Muslims in the world, you're including like a billion people who practice synchronistic beliefs. So either they're not Muslims in your definition,
There we go.
or Islam is diverse, one or the other.
All right. So I'm fine now. I just can't type anymore because that's what happens when I dump soda on my computer. It goes crazy. I should be
Oh
more
wait,
careful.
no, I guess he was actually making fun of me because he said Saudi Arabia is 200 years old. I didn't say anything about the origins of Islam. Did you not understand me?
No, you
I
didn't.
said that the modern Western perception of Islam is driven by Saudi Arabia oil funded public relations. That has nothing to do with where it originated.
Yep.
Again, another person who hears words but doesn't have any comprehension of what I'm saying. I didn't say anything about Saudi Arabia inventing Islam.
Yeah. No. Oh well. Anyway, so this is used to interpret that verse, even though there's nothing in it to let you know that what is meant is a horn. It's just projected onto that verse and it's connected to it. But again, as I'm saying, wait patiently for thy Lord. It means it's going to happen any second. That's all Muhammad said. He thought it would happen in his lifetime till he was nearly dead, and then he thought it would happen shortly after he died. Well, he thought he would rise from the dead too, but that would soon happen shortly afterwards. So, and that's why I have a drum there, because if you said to anyone the struck thing, strike the struck thing, and it's musical instrument, what are you going to think it is? It's going to be a drum. And that was a musical instrument that Muhammad was actually quite familiar with. He wasn't as familiar with other instruments, so he thought it was a drum. So, what is this? Soon I will overburden him with an ascent or a climb. And here you notice all of these interesting, weird, contradictory interpretations. I will cover him with arduous torment, a fearful doom, a mount of calamities, a distressing punishment overtake him. He will suffer the torment of hell without relief. That's a lot of words, isn't it? Then, oh, something interesting. We have in Mohsin Khan's, I shall oblige him to climb a slippery mountain in the hellfire called Asaud, or to face a severe torment. And Arbery, I shall constrain him to a hard ascent. Arbery being the most literal once again. What is that going on? What is this? What is this hard climb? So you may think that it means naqur means trumpet now, and it may have it has acquired that kind of meaning. That's not what it meant to the ancient people. It is a new meaning that was added to the word that just meant something that was struck, or possibly a gourd, because gourds are hollow and you can whack them and make noise or pierce them. And it was applied to it and became a meaning that people are familiar with. That's why, as much as I like Usama Dakdak's um, work, sometimes because he is so immersed in a culture that has already defined words, he misses when words don't mean what they've been told they mean the entire time. Anyhow,
Which just a quick side note, right?
it's
That's not
normal.
really a criticism of him at all, right? He knows Arabic, he understands Arabic well, which creates a problem because the Quran isn't written in modern Arabic.
Right.
It's a similar problem that Christians sometimes have when they read, say, the King James Bible. Words have changed meaning over time, and so you might read something that makes perfect sense to you and not realize that it had a different connotation, different meaning when it
Yep.
was originally written.
Like the word or the two words help meet, meaning a fitting helper, became a singular word helpmeet, which has a meaning of a wife, but a very different meaning than a suitable helper. It doesn't mean suitable helper whenever it talks about helpmeet. Um, so it's kind of that's kind of the danger of knowing the language too well in its current form. All right, so Al-Tabari says climbing a mountain in hell about this verse. Climbing a mountain in hell is a burden for the people of hell to climb. It is a mountain in the fire of fire. They are charged to climb it. Muhammad said ascension, that's asud, is a mountain of fire which 70 people ascend and then the same falls from it. So you're climbing up and then you're falling or sliding. It's a slippery here. You're falling or sliding down. And then you have to climb it again. Now, is this reminding anyone of anything? Can you think of a place, a hell, where you're constantly climbing up and then you slip down and then you have to climb up forever and ever and ever? Where is that? Please answer in the chat if you know. And then also in Ibn Kathir, uh, Qatada reported from Ibn Abbas that he said Sa'ud is a rock in hell that the disbeliever will be dragged across his face, and Asudi said Sa'ud was a slippery rock in hell that he will be forced to climb. Sayudi said Ahmed, Ibn al-Mundhir, al-Tirmidhi, Ibn Abu al-Dunya, and the description of hell, etc., etc. A whole bunch of other people authenticated on the authority of all sorts of other folks, on the authority of Allah or of the Prophet. Ascension is a mountain in hell. Yeah, Greek mythology. So what we have here is Muhammad's angry, and so when you're a kid and you're mad at someone and you just blurt out something that's kind of stupid and you should have said, but at the moment it's something from popular fiction or fairy tales or something just kind of jumps into your head and you say it. Well, that's what you have here. We have Sisyphus. We have our buddy Sisyphus, the Greek figure he was a founder and king of Ephyra, which is now known as Corinth, who was a devious tyrant who killed visitors to show off his power. This violation of the sacred hospitality tradition greatly angered the gods. They punished him for trickery of others, including his cheating death twice. The gods forced him to roll an immense boulder up a hill, only for it to roll back down every time it neared the top, repeating this action for eternity. Through this classical influence in modern culture, tasks that are both laborious and futile are therefore described as Sisyphean. So what we have here is we have the Greek Sisyphus punishment being imported into the Quran and assigned to Al-Walid. Now, the story of Sisyphus was incredibly well known, and it is one of those things that, again, it's pop culture now because it's so memorable. So it was pop culture then, and Muhammad included it in what Allah does. So our buddy Allah here is imitating the Greek gods in mythology by having this mythological punishment. Very, very important to know that he is borrowing from pagan Greek god stories, made up stories.
I had to laugh
I'm
at this.
not cursing
Well,
Muhammad.
hold on. I got first of all, I wanted to comment on
It's just so crazy.
the rock because someone did the Islamic mode and it was just so funny on that image, it being upside down.
Yeah.
But I'm really laughing at this. Mary, you've been angry the whole time cursing Muhammad. I don't think Mary would like even slightly raised her voice once. She didn't
No.
demonstrate anger in any way, and she didn't
I've
curse
laughed
Muhammad
about it.
once.
No.
I don't get where this comment's coming from.
So, Adnan, are you bothered that in the Quran they take a Greek myth and say that it comes from Allah. Very, very important point here. So again,
So since so Adnan made a false statement. He said in the Bible all prophets are called Lord.
utterly untrue.
Then I said that's false statement, and he said I'm just pointing out your logic.
But
Okay.
it's not pointing out any
I
logic. No.
and then this is apparently how it's pointing out my logic. You call Jesus Lord. Yes, I do, because he is Lord. He's God Almighty. He's creator of the universe. Well, the other prophets were called Lord. That's the logic. What is the logic? Because Jesus is only a prophet in your view, therefore we call all prophets Lord? Is that what the logic is? I'm not even understanding
No.
what you think you're making.
That's pretty funny.
But
Anyway,
I wanted to say this too, because we got a new Muslim in the chat from Oguz Han. Quran rationally true. Okay, how so? Give us some evidence. He says one God. Okay. First of all, you have to establish there's one God. But even if you do establish there's one God, that doesn't make the Quran rationally true.
nope.
There,
There
you're
are
new here.
countless cults. The Mother of God cult, where they believe that the Mother of God is a Korean woman.
Yeah, they believe in one
Believes in
God.
one God. Okay?
Mother of
What's that
God cult, rationally
The
true,
Moonies
one
believe
God.
in God. The Mormons don't. But they believe in one God that you worship, so they claim that they do. They just redefine what it means. Jehovah's Witnesses do. Are they true?
Yeah, they certainly do, right? They're Unitarian.
Yeah. So anyway, here is the so this is going back to the guy who is being cursed to doing the toil of Sisyphus and going up a slippery mountain until he slides down and doing it over and over again, just like Sisyphus, the Greek character, was cursed by the Greek gods. And it's supposed to be about him here. Indeed, he reflected or considered or thought about and plotted, determined, or measured. So a lot of times that this is translated as plotted, as if he's like hatching a scheme or a plot. It gives you the idea of that. But rather, what is actually meant is that he took a measure of it. He took a measure of what Muhammad had revealed and made the determination, made the measurement that it was magical poetic stuff, not of poets of that type, but this kind of old repeated magic stuff that we've seen before. So the determined is the best translation of that. There are other, this is not mocker, like schemed. This is that he made a determination after considering things. So this is what the Quran says that Al-Walid did, that he reflected, he thought and considered in his own mind, and he determined. So then he was caused to be killed how he determined. Then he was killed how he determined. So basically, Muhammad here is saying in the past tense, essentially, what he's saying that haha, I will look at you and you'll be dead because of how you made a measurement, how you determined what you determined about the Quran and that it's wrong. Not that he used that word yet, but about what Muhammad was saying. Then he saw, then he frowned and scowled, then he turned back and was arrogant. And by the way, this is the Kabir again, this Akbar, the same root again with ta in front of it, which is kind of a noun. You turn a verbal form into a noun that way, and that's what is arrogant. It's to, the sense is that you make oneself great. So he turned back and he made himself great, which is a good description of arrogant. Nice translation. I just thought that that was interesting for anyone who wanted to know. Then so he said, this is not except for old or imitated magic. And this is the odd part, this old / imitated. The reason the question is here is because, like, the clarity of this word, it's another hapax, and the full meaning, the exact meaning of this word, rather than just its implications, are not entirely clear. And then he says, this is nothing except the speech of a human being. So soon I will burn him in Saqar. So Allah is saying, I will burn him in Saqar for having made the determination that this is nothing but older imitated magic, that this is the same thing that we've seen before. It's familiar magic, sorcery stuff that we've seen before. This isn't anything but the speech of a human being. Because he made this determination, Allah will burn him in Saqar. Now, Allah didn't say, because you didn't stand by your real determination that this is something special. No, he said, this is your determination. Your determination, what you determined is that this isn't anything except for this old, familiar, stale magic working spells. And so that is why he will be burned in Saqar. And again, what immediately happens after this? Everybody asks, what the heck is this word, Saqar? And this word is in a form that the reason why I think he made it up. I don't think that this is a real word. Is because it rhymes with the other things. And again, he's trying to be really elevated. There's a huge number of really unusual and unique words in these early surahs that you don't see later on because he's trying to be so elevated. And it reaches the point where people don't actually know what the words mean because they're not words in any language. So, whoops, can't use that. I have to use my mouse since I dumped Coke all over Pepsi, actually, all over Dr. Pepper. I know I'm drinking. I dumped Dr. Pepper over what I was over my keyboard. So, and there's also an important point of what there's about to be this section that kind of pushes on the fire and kind of obsesses on it and talks a lot about it. And the details of the torment of the fire are much, much, much greater in the Quran and in the Ahadith than anything that you will find in Christianity or Judaism. So the Sheol or the grave is the waiting place of the dead in both Christianity and Judaism. There's a distinction between the pit and the grave generally, and the side of Abraham is drawn out more in the New Testament, but it's within the idea of gathered to his forefathers in the Old Testament of a good waiting place of Sheol and a bad waiting place of Sheol is there in the Old Testament as well. So a place of fiery punishment is explicitly found in Isaiah 6:24 as an aspect of punishment after the coming of the Lord. As they go forth, they will see the corpses of men who have rebelled against me, for their worm will never die, and their fire will never be quenched, and they will be a horror to all mankind. And this is referred to in the same kind of symbolic or prophetic way by Jesus and in Revelation, along with the worm/suffering and darkness as elements of this vision of kind of horribleness. But there's no detail at any level that you see in the Quran all over the place in here. Because of context, that this fire shouldn't be thought of as a literal combustion of oxygen and a hydrocarbon. That's not what is occurring in these verses. Yes, it is a meaningful word, but to turn it into something that's very familiar and human is not what's included in here. There is more kind of human type and literalizing language in one source, which is in the Ethiopian Enoch. That's the Epistle of Enoch, which is after the Book of Watchers. It's toward the end. In 108, 3-6, you see, but you wait till sin is destroyed, for their names will be blotted out of the book of life and the holy books, and their seed will be destroyed forever, and their spirits will be put to death, and they will cry out and wail in a desolate, chaotic place, and burn in fire, for there is no earth there. And I saw there something like a cloud which could not be seen, for I could not see upon it because of its depth, and I saw the flame of fire burning brightly, and things like bright mountains turned, and they moved from side to side. And I asked of the holy angels who were with me, and said to them, what is this that shines brightly? For it is not heaven, but only a faint flame of fire blazing, and the sound of weeping and screaming and wailing and intense pain. And he said to me, this place that you see, there are put away the spirits of sinners and the ungodly, and of those who do evil, and those who pervert all that the Lord has spoken by the mouth of the prophets, all the things that are to happen in the future. So some level of this Enochian kind of literature was very popular um, in the early Middle Ages and may have seeped into the Quran. It may not have been entirely Muhammad's imagining. Most of the specific details in Islamic hellfire are in the Ahadith rather than the Quran itself, and they're actually lifted absolutely directly from Zoroastrian heaven, hell, and hell tourism tradition. So there was this Middle Pahlavi literature where prophetic people would get tours of heaven and hellfire, and they would see very specific tortures, a number of which get recapitulated in the Islamic literature. And the specificity of this, and the fact that so much of the center of early Islamic life was in formerly Zoroastrian areas, it makes it impossible to tell how much was inserted later by people who heard Zoroastrians and how much actually came from Muhammad hearing from Salman the Persian, and there was another Persian from Taif, or he wasn't a Persian, he was natively an Arab, but his father had spent many, many years studying in Persia, and so was familiar with all kinds of Zoroastrian materials. And it's uncertain whether or not these specific details were lifted from Zoroastrian tradition and inserted into the Ahadith by Muhammad directly, or because of his familiarity with these things, or are part of the corruption of the Ahadith that occurred later on. But it is kind of interesting to see the shift away from this uh, elusive sort of reference to this place that's highly symbolic and prophetic to something that's highly literal, that is glorifying in these gory details in ways that you don't find in actual scripture. So, whoops. Ah,
You know, we have so many Muslims in the chat today.
we
Not
do.
one of them, not one. I got all these people like reading their Dawa script 101, asking me, did Jesus pray to himself? And stuff like this. Not one has any interest in the Quran, strangely, right? Not one of them has any interest in what we're talking about. It's like they're obsessed with attacking Christianity with kindergarten arguments that literally would not confuse any
Guys,
Christian with any
listen
knowledge.
very carefully. Just because Allah is so stupid that he doesn't get the Trinity right doesn't mean that you have to be that dumb. Christians never believe what you say we believe. This should tell you something, that you are
Yep.
unable to articulate correctly what we believe. I can articulate exactly what the Shia believe. I can articulate what the Salafi believe. I can correct Salafi, and I can cause Salafi to go, "Oh, I better not say more, or I'm going to become an apostate accidentally. I'm going to say something against Allah." That has happened on this channel
Uh-huh.
because
It,
they've
it did.
realized that I know their Aqidah better than they do. I can do
Well,
it
I mean,
for the
heck, Barry, today we found out that people don't even know what's in the Quran, right?
no.
You're
19
literally
is
reading the
never in the
Quran,
Quran.
and they
Yeah.
told you it was garbage and wondered where the heck you got it. And then they told us that the number 19 doesn't occur anywhere in the Quran.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
But I did want to read this one from Nur, right?
Mhm.
Because it's slightly more sophisticated, but also worse than the other ones. Trinity cannot be implemented in scripts and programs with in an operating system in computer. It just prints an exception output because it breaks propositional logic.
You can't
So,
do threading? I'm just curious. Can you do threading? Can you have multi-threading with a single processor? Done. I proved the Trinity. Ha! Like seriously,
oh,
guys.
that's awesome. That's awesome. But I was gonna say, right? What I was gonna say is just so everyone knows, Nur's God is so simple and pathetic that it can be fully coded by a human being in a computer program, because that's the standard here. Let's
Yeah,
ignore the
apparently.
misunderstanding of logic and the point. She says that if God is true, if you have a true view of God, you should be able to write a computer program that fully duplicates God. That's her logic here, which I mean, the Islamic God is pretty pathetic. It probably is inferior to a human computer program. So there you
Yep.
go.
So, all right.
Oh, and Mary, we have insulted Islam the whole time.
The
Well,
Quran
I mean,
insults Islam.
the
It's an
vast
insult.
majority is simple analysis of
Yes.
sources.
hmm
But
And
even if we insulted Islam the whole time, so what? Uh,
yeah,
uh, I have no problem insulting Islam,
if it is
and you
leading
should have no
people to
problem
hell,
insulting things that aren't true.
that's like you saying, "Ah, all you keep doing is saying that the ship is sinking. Why can't you be nicer while we're all drowning? We're telling you the ship is sinking, so you get your butt off and into the lifeboat boat and over to us because we have a ship that doesn't sink."
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, when the Titanic was going down, and Non would have been in the music hall, being, guys, you're interrupting the music. Uh, why can't you be nicer? Stop telling me to get off the boat.
yep. All right. So, anyway, so again, he says the word sakr, and everybody goes, "Burn you in where? And what? We've never heard of this. What are you talking about, you weirdo?" So, he was Allah apparently from time immemorial has always realized that people are going to be confused by this, and instead of making it clear to them from the beginning, has decided that he will answer their confusion when it arises, because there's this made up word that doesn't actually exist in any language as far as anyone can tell. Literally no person on earth has yet to have brought forth any kind of convincing explanation as to how people ought to have known what sakr is. So he gets asked, and what can make you know what sakr is? And that is know in the sense of what can teach you what sakr is. But it's a verb from know, so I'm keeping know. But the sense is what can teach you, make you know, teach you what sakr is. It's not in the causative form, as if anyone cares about the grammar, but it's not in the causative form. But it does not let remain, and it does not leave. Scorching the human being. And this is another word that's really weird. The word that's translated here, scorching, may relate to wood, as it is the word for a wooden plank or tablet. The early exegetes didn't really know what this word was, and they had to explain it too. And they connected it to the blackening of the skin and thus burning. The alternative meaning is an oasis for human beings, meaning that they stay there like people do at an oasis. And yet it's a terrible place. Like it's an oasis that they're trapped at, essentially, but it's an oasis of hellfire. So I want to read this as they would have understood it at first. It does not let remain, it does not leave. An oasis for the human being. Like you're stuck there, but it sounds like kind of a good place actually in context. That's why there's such confusion over it. And then it says, over it are 19, which confuses everyone even more. And what was really funny is that Khalida ibn Usaid said, "Oh, people of the Quraysh, you defend me against 2 of them, and I will defend you against 17 of them. I will take on 17 of those 19." And this saying offended Muslims so much that they like all recorded it all the toughest year because they were so like, how can you be so sacrilegious? But it's hilarious. Like, you just handle 2 of them, and I'll take the other 17 of those guys, and we'll cut our way out of that sucker. And it was very amusing.
Right, having no idea what he's talking about.
Well,
And the
after he
idea,
explained it, basically that, oh, it's
yeah,
hellfire. He's like, haha, you think that you're silly
19
19 can
angels
hold
or
us.
jinn or
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it, they can't match us.
yeah.
So Jack Ray, this is a very funny joke that probably like 2% of the people watching will understand, but I found it hilarious, so I'm reading it. Why did the Muslim fail at threading in JavaScript? Because he had a
Oh,
hard time fulfilling his promises. If you don't understand it, don't worry about it. You definitely would have to be a programmer to get to that. But this one I think we can all appreciate. Linux has made my imam stronger.
yep. Our faith is stronger through Linux. There we go. All right. And so here, people are just like, okay, we're even more confused now. You're still using this word that we don't know about. You're using this weird word, scorching, I guess. But that's not really what it means. That's what it's interpreted as. And then you're saying 19. What is this 19? Why are you saying this? And here's the answer. This is all one verse, and I've broken it down so that you can see the structure of it, so you can understand it better, because it's this huge rant. So, and we, suddenly he's plural. So this is a much later addition, by the way. So now notice we've got I will burn him, but now we're we again. So this is much later on, where, because Muhammad would go back and recite these things and people would keep needling him about it. So at some point, someone needled him so much that he went off on this rant. And we have not appointed companions of the fire anyone except angels. And we have not made their, and by the way, companions of the fire is always mistranslated, because what companions of the fire ought to imply, because companions of the garden are inhabitants of the garden, they live in the garden, they belong to the garden. Companions of the fire should mean that those who are like assigned to the fire, but that's not what it means here. So it's usually mistranslated as guardians rather than companions. It's an ordinary word for companions, same as Sahaba, right? But we have not appointed companions of the fire anyone except angels, and we have not made their number except as a trial, that's fitna, for those who disbelieve, for those who disbelieve, for those who are kafirs. That's the first one. It is a trial for the kafirs. It's fitna for the kafirs. The next reason, so it says we haven't done it except for this reason, except there are some additional reasons given here. That those who were given the book may be convinced, and those who believe may increase in faith or belief. That's our buddy Iman again. Those who believe, same word, may increase in belief. Again, that repetition there. So again, I want to point out that it's not, whenever it's people of the book, it's singular. People who are given the book. Why? Because there is only one book. It is the book of Allah, and it is given as the Torah to the Jews and as the Injil to the Christians, and they are supposed to be the same book with only alterations essentially in law and law material, but everything else is supposed to be identical. It is the same book. It is the book of Allah. It is not multiple books. But those who are given this book already, they may be convinced, and those who believe may increase in belief. These are two different categories of people. These are the people of the book. That's those who are given the book. The people of the book will be convinced. And those who believe, those are the followers of Muhammad, may increase in belief because they don't have a book completed yet. Another reason, and those who are given the book and the believers, two different groups of people, that they might not doubt, and this is subjunctive. So it's they might not doubt, not that they will not doubt, but that they might not doubt. And that those who have a disease in their heart, and the kafirs might say, again subjunctive, don't know this for sure, but they might say it, what does Allah intend by this similitude? So if you ask, why is he saying 19? Then you have a disease in your heart, or you're a disbeliever. But if you have the book, you'll be convinced. And if you have belief, you'll increase in belief because of this detail. That's what's being said here. In that way, Allah misleads whom he wills and guides whom he wills, and none knows the host of thy Lord except him. And this is an even later addition, because all of a sudden this gets pulled in here. Because before this, you're going to disbelieve, you're the people who already reject, so you're just going to reject some more because you won't know what this means. But the people of the scripture, they will know. They will be convinced by this. This will convince the people of the scripture. And yet, you have this contradictory, Allah misleads whom he wills and guides whom he wills, and no one knows but the hosts of thy Lord except him. So you just get this shoehorned in reference to Allah. First time we get an Allah here in this entire surah. Again, very late. And it contradicts what was said before. So this is supposed to be proof that anyone will see and know and understand, but all of a sudden now somehow it isn't. It's about Allah's will. He's going to mislead whom he wills, and guide whom he wills. and no one can help it, and no one know the hosts, the armies of thy Lord except for him. And again, this switches to third person. So even more no. And so what is most likely here is that this part, and that way Allah leads whom he wills and guides whom he wills, and no one knows the host of thy Lord except for him, appears to be together, just this late insert kind of shoved in there. So again, this totally negates everything that was just said. That like, oh well, Allah just does it. Whenever it's said before that no, the people who are given the book, they will be convinced, period. And then you need this to negate it to try to harmonize Muhammad's later theology of qadr, which is fate, which he does not have at this point. And it is not except a reminder to the human being. And this also indicates that it's a bit older because, or a bit later on, because reminder is a later development. A reminder, Muhammad's Quran, as we call it now, as a reminder is one of the first things that it's called, that it's a reminder, meaning that it recapitulates what was already said. It reminds you of the book that everybody else has. It is a repetition of that book. Reminder, by reminder, it means it is a repetition of the Injil. It is a repetition of the Torah. And here's a question. What is the it in this? And it is not except a reminder to the human being. It always refers to the Quran itself in every other context. But here, there's no antecedent. There's no it for it to refer to in here. And so some readers say, well, that's hellfire. Hellfire is a reminder to the human being. How on earth can hellfire be a reminder to anyone? No one is reminded of things. By the time you get to hellfire, that's the end. It's not a reminder of something you've already experienced. It's new.
I mean, maybe it's a reminder of your sins that you
but
committed.
no, it's supposed to be a reminder to help you not avoid going to hellfire or whatever. Like, so it appears
Wait,
that
well,
there are
maybe
some
it's the
edits here.
19 preachers or whatever. Maybe they're the reminder.
Yeah, but this is the rhyming bit. This very last bit is the rhyming bit, and so it was retained, even though there seems to have been some abrogation going on in here before this verse got fully set down, which caused the antecedent of it to drop out.
Yeah.
So,
Let's assume that the author was at least somewhat competent and originally had a referent for the it.
yeah.
Then that verse would have dropped out, right? Or abrogated in the best case scenario. But why did Allah abrogate a verse that then makes the next verse make no sense, not just abrogate both of them?
Be right back.
I
I
don't know.
gotta tell my husband stop singing.
Oh, okay, you do that. We can't hear him, but Jack Ray.
Verily, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
No comment, just a donation as per usual for him. Thank you very much for that, and Allah appreciates your loan. By the way, earlier said just like Christians want to save sinners, we, meaning Muslims, also pray for Jew and Christian people. Well, I don't think that's generally true. Maybe you personally do. And that's great. I appreciate your prayers. But what I would really appreciate is a conversation, an attempt to come to the truth. And let me answer this one real quick from Scarface, I guess. If Trinity is correct, why is there no Trinity in the Old Testament? There is Trinity in the Old Testament. That was simple enough to answer. Topic is not Trinity. You know, you can always tell when Muslims don't like the actual topic of the stream, because they'll come in and they'll try to make it one of two things. They'll either come in and try to make it about child marriage because they're so familiar with Muhammad's perversion that they think they have answers for that, or they'll try to make it about the Trinity. Those are the only two topics they ever want to discuss. And well, guess what? That's not the topic today. We've done, I don't know, 5, 6 streams on the Trinity. When we do one on the Trinity, Muslims don't show up.
Yep.
So what this tells you is they don't actually have any interest in what we believe about the Trinity or what we believe about God. What they have interest in is changing the subject because they find the actual material being discussed embarrassing, as well they should, because it is embarrassing. If this is supposedly God's word, there's some big questions to be answered. And since they have no answers, they just try to change the subject.
Yep. All right. So here's a question. Why will Jews and Christians believe in Muhammad? Why will this bring them certainty? Why will they be sure? Ibn Kathir says, we have affixed their number only as a trial for the disbelievers, meaning we have mentioned their number as being 19 as a test sent from us for mankind, in order that the people of Scripture might arrive at certainty, meaning that they may know that this messenger is true, for he speaks according to the same thing that they have with them of heavenly revealed scriptures that came to the prophets before him. What is that? He speaks according to, why on earth is our buddy Islam is my life or whatever his name is calling me right now? Dude, I'm not going to talk to you on Skype right now. I'm busy. I'm busy.
Well, he stopped watching a long time ago. He
Yeah.
probably didn't even. He probably has so inconsiderate. He didn't even bother to look whether the stream was over or not, and just like, I wanted to call Mary. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's live or not, but I'm gonna call her.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, that's special. All right. So I can't get him to tell me what Allah is. So I can't really have a conversation with him because he can't tell me what Allah is.
I'm pretty
He
sure
won't
he's
tell
the
me.
one that. I'm pretty sure he's the one that admitted that he couldn't talk because he would accidentally apostatize if he did. But in any case, Scarface says he's not embarrassed. He's just bored by our lack of knowledge. So I have a challenge for Scarface. If he doesn't answer this, right? He's apparently listening because he heard me say that. I didn't put it in chat. I only said it. So he is definitely listening. You need to state one of the arguments that has been made in this stream, or you will not be talking anymore.
Yeah. What am I
Because
arguing
because
here?
if you're embarrassed by our lack of knowledge, then you should be able to state one of our arguments and then explain why it's wrong. But just state it first, right? You have to know what we're saying in order to know it's wrong. So state one of our arguments.
Yep. So again, the number being 19, according to Ibn Kathir, his interpretation is that Muhammad speaks according to the same thing that they have with them of heavenly revealed scriptures that came to the prophets before him. So those who have the scripture with them, they have right now with them that they are 19. And that the believers may increase in faith, meaning to their faith, this is due to what they witnessed from the truthfulness of the information of their prophet Muhammad. So the Jews and Christians and those who have the scriptures, they will go, why, yes, indeed, this 19 we have in our scriptures with us, because that is what it is saying, that they will have this in their scriptures with us, that they do have it. So I have a question for you, Thaddeus. Where does it talk about 19 angels being companions or guardians of the hellfire in your Injil that you have with you? Because it's the same Injil that was with the people of Muhammad's day. Can you
Right.
find that anywhere?
No, I can't. And not only that, I mean, often I can find things somewhere, but I can't find any reference anywhere in any Christian or Jewish literature to some kind of magic 19. So I have no idea what Muhammad was smoking when he said this, but this is supposed to be common knowledge that Christians have, and it's supposed to be the proof that Muhammad's getting revelation because he knows the knowledge they have.
And here is Al-Tabari's his assessment, his summary. And these are 19 in the Torah and the Gospel. So Allah wanted that people of the book became certain, and those who believe increase in faith. So the people who believe will increase in faith whenever they see that Muhammad is speaking truly of the 19 in the Torah and the Gospel, and the people of the book will become certain that Muhammad is a true prophet because of the 19 that is also in the Torah and the Gospel. That's what he's saying here. This is what Islam rests on. This is the source of certainty. Now, here are the specific people he's quoting for this conclusion. That's his conclusion. And then here are all the interpretations that he's quoting. On the authority of Mujahid, his saying that those who were given the book may be certain, he said, they will find it written. Written where? Where would they find it? In the book that they have with them. They will find it written. Not, it was once written and then it was hidden. No, no. The people of the book will be certain when they see this 19. On the authority of Qatada, so that those who are given the book may be certain. The Quran confirms the books that were all before it, the Torah and the Gospel, that the keepers of the fire are 19. So the Quran is confirming the specific detail in the Torah and the Gospel that the keepers of the fire are 19. Qatada in another chain, so that the people of the book will be certain that the number of the keepers of hell coincides with what is in their books. So the people of the book, who are the people of the book? They're the Jews and the Christians. The Jews and the Christians. Adnan, they have it with them. You cannot say, this is some secret document that nobody knows where it is. No, the people of the book have this with them right now. Period. They have it with them. In the scripture that they have with them, the people of the book who are described as being Romans and Ethiopians, the Abyssinians, are both called Christians in the Islamic sources. These are the Christians, and they have with them the Injil. And in that Injil that is with them, what do they have? They have something that says the keepers of hell are 19. If they cannot find it, if it is not in their scripture, then Islam is from the pit of hell itself and is false. If they cannot find it, then the people of the believers should have no confidence and should turn their backs on Muhammad. That is a corollary to this. If then, if not, then also.
So Adnan says Jesus is the Injil. That's his response. I don't know if he's trying to be sarcastic and mock Christian belief, or if he actually means that seriously. But if you mean that seriously, then we're supposed to look inside Jesus's body or on his body, maybe, to find the number 19 written. Is that what you're suggesting?
It's pretty.
Now,
it's
if you're saying that Christians would say that Jesus is the gospel, yeah. I mean, gospel can have multiple words, right? It's the message.
The gospel
It's
of
also the books that record the message. The gospel, the good news, is Jesus. Sure, you could say that. I mean, it's a very imprecise statement. It's probably
Jesus is
not
not
helpful.
the Injil. The Injil, the good news,
Right. The
is
good news is what Jesus does, right? It
is
could.
what Jesus does. So, but the book, the physical book, they're people of the book. Their book is called the Injil. It is a book in which the good news is recorded, and that is taken to mean the entirety of the Christian scriptures. By the way, it's not taken to mean one portion of the Christian scriptures. It is what they have. Many early Islamic scholars say that yes, we say Injil, but we mean the entirety of the Christian.
Okay, so I think that he's actually being serious. Like I thought maybe he was mocking some very poorly, imprecisely stated Christians, but I think he's actually being serious. That when the Quran refers to the Injil, it means Jesus. I think that's what he actually thinks.
No, I think he's trying to be a smart aleck. It is the gospel.
His comments are so
It is
incoherent
about
today.
Jesus
I don't
Christ.
know
No,
if he's high or what, but his comments are making no sense. Every time he tries to represent us, he says like that we said the exact opposite of what we said while getting some of the words right. So I know he's listening, but he's not understanding anything. Who knows? Who knows what this is supposed
maybe he's
to
drunk.
mean.
Maybe he got upset and he got drunk.
Yeah, it could
All
be,
right,
could be. Or he did it the halal way, and he's high on
hashish.
cocaine,
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
Yeah.
All right, so again, ah, so he Another one, they will find it written that they have with them the number of the keepers of the fire. So it's written in what they have with them. What do they have with them? They have the Injil that is with them. It is not some other Injil. It is the Injil that is with them. It is written at the time of Muhammad, please find me this Injil and the surah that they have. Another one has those maybe certain, etc. The Quran has confirmed the books that came before it, the Torah and the Gospel. And this is meant in absolute terms. Absolute terms. So, because I went ahead one more. I went ahead one more. So I hadn't actually read any of these. And these are all from Al-Suyuti's his tafsir. So another one says that those who are given the book may be certain that they will find their number in their book 19. Adnan. They will find their number in their book to be 19. Do we find it to be 19 in our book? Yes or no, Adnan? Do we find, all you Muslims, do we find it in the book of the Jews that they have with them that there are 19 guardians over the hellfire? Do we find it in the book of the Christians that they have with them at the time of Muhammad that the guardians of the hellfire are 19? So another one is that the people of the book will be certain that the number of the keepers of hell matches what is in their book. Do we have any number for the people of any number in our book for the keepers of hell even existing, much less have a certain number? Do we have this? So, and then another one, they will find it written that with what they have with them, that the number of the keepers of the number of the keepers of the fire, that it will be 19. This is so ridiculous that there is no source for this, not even a heretical book, not a rumor, nothing. There is no original that anyone can find that it's 19. So this seems like, no, Adnan, you aren't serious. You are being completely stupid, and you know you're being stupid. We're talking about a book that people have with them. Is Allah's word the Quran that you have with you? So the only speech of Allah that can be possible is the Quran. Is that it? I think that
I've
you're
given
like
up trying to
panicking
understand.
now and trying to distract. So again, let's spell it out for you Muslims again, because I know that you guys ride the short bus. Being in Islam makes you really, really slow. So we will try this one more time.
Pause before you say that. I want to make a comment actually. So he spoke to Adnan. I don't know, what was it, like 4 months ago, something like that,
And he could
maybe
speak English
6.
then.
And he seemed perfectly intelligent. We had a perfectly nice conversation. He didn't misunderstand us. We didn't misunderstand him. And then he decided to leave Islam. Now he's crawled back to Islam, and now we can't understand him, and he can't understand us. There might be something
The
there.
word of God.
Draw
I
your-
said it 5 times. Injil means Jesus. No, Injil means good news. Injil does not mean word of God. Injil means good news.
Yeah.
So the Quran is the speech of Allah. So that would work for the Quran. Oh, it is in the speech of Allah. I don't know why you'd say that, because it just makes you look stupid. But you seem to, yes, Adnan, please join. So again, this is the important point. You will find it in the scripture that is with what is with them, the number of the keepers of the fire. And that is why Jews and Christians will believe. Jews and Christians will believe Muhammad, because in the scriptures that they have with them, in the book that is with them, they will find the number of angels to be 19. Do we find the number of angels to be 19? And any historic source that existed in the 7th century, does anyone in the entire history of the world have any idea what this man is talking about? No. So my personal suspicion that is that this particular bit of nonsense was made up by one of the boys who was enslaved as a small child, and he was just trying to make Muhammad happy, hoping that he would be freed from slavery.
Or I got another theory, right? Because Muhammad was tricked by rabbis multiple times. It's possible some rabbi told him,
And that actually
"Hey,
is another
hey,
theory.
hey,
Here's the funny thing.
Muhammad,
Ready?
Muhammad, everyone will believe in you if you tell them the secret
Yes.
knowledge about there being 19."
Al-Qurtubi summarized a lot of the same other things. He said, some of the Jews said to some of the companions of the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, does your prophet know the number of the treasures of hell? They said, we do not know until we ask our prophet. Then a man came to the prophet and said, oh, Muhammad, your companions were defeated today because they didn't know the answer, and you should know, right? And Muhammad said, and how were they defeated? And he said, the Jews asked him, does your prophet know the number of the treasures of hell? He said, so what did they say? They said, we don't know until we ask our prophet. He said, have a people been defeated when they were asked about that which they did not know? And they said, we do not know until we seek our prophet. But if they asked their prophet and said, show us God plainly, like, uh, so, but they asked their prophet and said, show us God plainly. And so this was the answer, supposedly, to a question of the Jews, which is hilarious. I don't think that this one is really true because I think it was earlier than Muhammad's negative interactions with Jews at this point, because he will remain perfectly confident in this. And he wouldn't be confident in it if he knew he was pulling it out of his butt. Go ahead and drop him a link if you can. I can't drop anything, and tell him to come up and we will discuss this with him. So then he said, and then one of them said on one occasion he said 10, and on one occasion 9, and they said yes. So apparently he gave contradictory answers and put it together and made 19. I don't know how that makes things right, but somehow it does. But I really think that was probably one of the people who were taken as small children, either a Jew or a Christian, who was just trying to suck up to Muhammad, going, yeah, 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 and telling him stuff and knowing that they're making stuff up. But Muhammad believed them and incorporated into that and still thought he was a prophet, still thought that he knew this, or like, oh, there are 19 angels guarding the fire. And one of the kids was like, oh my goodness, Muhammad, how do you know that that's exactly what our book says? The reason why I think that it was probably something like this is because there is no source for this. There is no source for this to be a challenge. It's totally made up. So that's my that is my conclusion. No one has ever been able to figure out what sakar is, where that word comes from, or any source for 19. So as we continue on, we have Muhammad.
Hold on, Mary.
Yep.
Adnan has joined.
Oh, okay. So Adnan, there's the question. Do we find in the book that is with us, do we find 19 keepers of hell?
Mary.
Yes
I'm
or
gonna
no?
no, hold on. I'm gonna answer your question and we're gonna have a respectful dialogue. The reason you guys think I'm stupid is because something's going on with my
I don't think
keyboard
you're stupid.
and it's a misunderstanding. So now I can talk to you respectfully, you can hear my voice, and I can communicate much better. When I said Injil, what I mean is it says we sent the people of the book, Jews and Christians, the Torah, which is the law, and Injil. Injil does mean Jesus. Jesus is the good news. Jesus is the Injil.
So then the Quran is wrong because it says that the people of the book have a book. They have a number of keeper of the hell written in their book. So whenever it says that they will find this written in their book, they will find it written with what they have with them, the number of keepers of hell of the hellfire.
Jesus is not a book. He's we call him a prophet.
Okay,
you call
so
him Lord.
Allah is wrong whenever he talks about Christians as being people of the book because they don't actually have a book.
No. The book, here you have the gospel and the Torah. The Torah is a book, but it's a law. Jesus is the word of God. So everything he said, they recorded it. So there is a book, but you have the Bible. The Jews say one thing, the Christians say another. Now you have this whole different book, the Quran, and it's one simple message, one faith in God.
It is not one simple message. It's many contradictory things. And part of
Tell me.
that Jews
So hold on. hold on, Mary. I want to ask Adnan a question.
Yes, sir.
Um, is every religion that teaches one God true?
We all know the answer is no to that.
So then why are you saying that's the only thing Islam teaches? Because that's not enough to establish whether it's true or not.
My argument is that the Quran compared to the Bible, you only have one group of people. I'll
Well,
grant you,
forget the
Sunni and
Bible.
Shias are different, but they differ on like little things. But you have a
Oh
group
my
of
Oh,
God.
no, no,
people,
no, no. Hang on. What is a law?
Muslims.
What is a
Hold on,
law?
Muslims. I just want to finish this, please. Muslims are people that believe in one God. They have one book. You have a book
Oh,
with
my
the Jewish people, and they believe that you'll be their slaves if you're not the
Okay.
chosen
So
people.
Adnan,
Okay.
And the
First of
my
all, that's
question
not
Christians
for you
true.
believe,
is,
First of all,
since
that's
you
not
yes, it
true.
is.
But
It's in the
let me
Talmud.
okay. That's not true, right?
No
You have
problem.
no idea what's in the Talmud. You've never
Yeah,
read
I'm
it.
just
It,
an
it would
idiot,
take
like Mary
it.
said.
Okay, so for faithful Jews who recite it, which is very, very small numbers, it takes a couple years to recite the whole thing. There's no way you've read it. Okay, you've just heard what someone said about it. So don't talk about the Talmud as if you have some knowledge about it.
Well, granted, I don't speak Hebrew, neither do you speak Arabic, but I do have Jewish people that have
Did I
told me
say
about
anything
the
about
Talmud.
language? I was talking about the
Well, I don't
language of it.
understand the language, but I know people told me about the Talmud. They tell
Yeah,
me
yeah,
all these
people
things,
told you stuff you didn't
but
read.
they're
It's
Jewish.
available in translation. Okay,
No problem, but they're Jewish.
that's not the issue. That's not the
Okay,
issue.
okay. I want to hear you out, please.
Okay, so
Okay.
I want to understand your argument. Is your
Yes, sir.
argument that Islam is true because there's only one group of people who believe in the Quran, and that Christianity and Judaism are false because two groups believe in the same book but have different opinions about it?
No, before I answer that really quickly, because you said I'm not a Christian because of Israel. I was looking into Christianity, but the truth was it just wasn't for me. And then I was trolling you with the atheism, so I apologize on my part. I wasn't really an atheist, but then I just really looked at the Bible and I looked at the Quran. My argument is that the Quran just has the Muslims following it. I'm not saying the Islam is absolutely true. I'm saying from my logic, it's a book that has one group of people, but you have the Bible, they go two ways, Jews and
Adnan,
Christians.
Adnan,
Yes.
I have a
So,
question
so
for you. What
how's what
Yes,
is
you
please.
law?
Yes.
Mary,
Allah is God.
Mary, I want to get this argument
I do want to answer
from
Mary.
Adnan
Allah
first.
is God.
Relax,
No
relax.
problem.
Okay, Mary,
Okay.
just sit back and relax for a minute. I want to understand Adnan.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
not worry about your history, right? I have speculations about it. It doesn't matter. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. It's
No
irrelevant.
problem.
Uh, what I what you just said, right, is from my perspective, there's one group that follows the Quran, and Jews and Christians have different opinions about the Torah, at least, or
The Bible, yeah.
the Bible. So how is that different than what I said? Are you not? Are you just making a statement that has no logical implication to make a statement?
What
I
did
mean,
you
why are you
say?
telling me this? First of all, the statement's not true, but forget that. Why are you
No,
making
no,
this
but what
statement?
did you
I don't
say though? No,
understand what's
no,
at
I want to
stake.
understand you though. What do you mean? Like you already said it. You asked me to come on and tell you why I'm Muslim a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and I'm trying to understand. I'm not even criticizing your argument. I'm just trying to
It's
understand what
okay.
your argument is, right?
I
Is
just
your
made that.
argument is your argument that Muslims are united around the Quran?
In some sense, yes, but it's different politically, and you do have the Sunni and Shia. They differ, with all due respect to Mary, they differ a little. It's not like it's a great divide,
Okay.
but come on,
Oh
Mary.
my goodness.
Hold your tongue, Mary.
But
Hold your tongue. We got to deal with
no,
one
it's
thing at a time.
okay. She can say whatever she wants. But I'm
No, no,
saying,
no. But I'm going to let her talk to you. Don't worry.
yeah,
But
that's
I want
fine.
to understand your argument here. Okay. So you said yes, kind of. All Mormons agree that the Book of Mormon, as well as a couple other texts, but let's just stick to the Book of Mormon, is inspired holy scripture of the utmost importance, far superior to any other scripture. Does that make Mormonism true?
Mormonism is not Islam. It's a branch of your religion, Christianity.
It's not a branch of Christianity.
No? Okay.
Well, no more or less than Islam is. Islam is also a cult that steals Jesus. So in that sense, it's exactly the
Yeah,
same.
I mean that's like saying that the Baha'i faith is a branch of Islam. right? It shares an origin, but it changes vast, important fundamental doctrines. So it's not the same religion at all.
So I want to understand, because you two, I know we had disagreements, but you do seem genuinely nice people. We just disagree on belief. So you're saying that Islam is the same as Christianity because it copied from it, but at the
No,
same
no,
time it's different
Absolutely
because
not.
it's
No, it's a
evil?
cult. It's a demonic
no, no,
cult.
no, no,
Just
no, no,
like
no, no, no. Now,
Oh,
Mary's argument confused you. So she's saying that the relationship between Islam and Christianity is similar to the relationship between Mormon and Christianity. And there might be some vague similarities, but they're definitely different. Was her point. Yeah, yeah. I mean, for historical reasons, right? th- Mormonism derives from Christianity. That is a historical fact. Baha'i, Baha'i, right? Baha'i derives from Islam. That is also a historical fact. And you probably don't know anything about Baha'i, but no problem. The point here has nothing to do with whether it's related to one religion or another, right? The point here is that all Mormons agree, as far as I know, there is zero disagreement about the canon of scripture within Mormonism. You said that the reason why you think that Islam, or at least a reason why you think Islam is true, is because all Muslims agree on the Quran.
oh, guys, hang on. Can the chat actually hear him? Uh, we can hear you,
Oh,
but the chat might not be able to hear you.
I
Oh
don't
no.
think that.
Yeah, but I thought I can hear you.
Wait, hold on.
Wait 1 second. Would you tell chat that he didn't leave? Sorry.
I'm here. No, that's fine.
Where? Let me figure out when it was.
It's good. It's good. It's good. I can see the audio, and I wasn't noticing, but we were hearing him for a while, and then at some point we stopped hearing him. I just removed
Oh,
him
I
and
was
re-added him.
listening. I was listening to
No,
you.
no,
Maybe
no.
that's what it was.
It was the stream, right? There was
Oh,
a
okay,
glitch in
okay.
the software,
I
and Mary and I were
understand.
still hearing you, but what you were saying wasn't going out to the stream. Anyway, it's fixed now.
Wait 1 second. I'll find out. I'll find out when that happened. Because I only knew he went off or couldn't be heard whenever I saw the comments. So let me try and figure out when that was.
So let me just repeat, right? Since I don't know what the audience heard and didn't hear, I'll just repeat the gist of the argument here. You said that one of the reasons why you like Islam is because that there's unity around the Quran. And what I said is that within Mormonism, there's unity around the Book of Mormon. We could go somewhere else, like you try to talk about how it's related to Christianity, whatever. We could go somewhere else, like in Hinduism, there's unity around the Vedas. Does that make Hinduism true?
So you said in Hinduism there's one God. Correct me if
No,
I'm
I didn't.
wrong. Oh, you didn't say there's one God?
No, we're not
You said there's
discussing one God. We're
unity.
discussing
Unity, right?
unity around the Scripture, right?
Oh,
The
okay.
canon of
I
Scripture.
when you said scripture, I was thinking of the one God. No, Hinduism, yeah, there's unity. You can say there's unity in Satanism, but Mary believes that's Islam. However, it's not just the unity. We all know what happens in Islamic countries. Look how the women are treated. I'm not saying Islam is perfect. Of course it has. I said in the comments to my, in all fairness to me, it's good and bad in
Yeah,
all
that's true.
religions. My logic with Islam is that it's just one God, and there's so many verses where it says you will go to hell if you don't believe in this, but it's just the one God. It's not a trinity. It's not, oh, I'm the chosen people and I
Right,
get to rule over
Can you
you. It's
disobey?
not.
Can you disobey Muhammad and go to Jannah? Who do you have to
Well,
obey?
no, you don't have to obey Muhammad, but you have
Yeah,
to
it
pay
does.
him.
It says you have to obey Allah and the
Is that in the
Prophet.
Quran?
Yes,
It,
absolutely.
I didn't say I don't obey Muhammad. Muhammad was a messenger, so of course I'm going to listen to him, but I entirely just worship Allah. So I'm listening to Muhammad, but really I'm listening to Allah.
So do you ever pray to Muhammad?
Never.
So do you ever say, "Oh Prophet," while you are praying? If you talk to someone while you are praying, that's praying to
His
them.
his name is in some of the prayers. I'm not praying to him, but
If
I'm
you are,
reciting. I'm saying, Mary, when I pray to Allah, Abraham and Muhammad is mentioned in the prayers. Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah. So I
no,
bear
I'm not
witness.
talking about that. I'm not
Oh,
talking about
okay.
talking to him. I'm saying, "Oh prophet," if you say the word "Oh prophet" and you address someone and you are praying to them.
I'm praying to God through them, but I'm not praying to them.
Oh, so now you have you have people that you can address through prayers,
No,
and
you
you
knew
can
that.
address Allah.
Mary, come on. We're going to have a fair talk. You know the Quran. You can't be Muslim unless you bear witness that Muhammad's the final
No,
messenger.
I'm not saying that you
No, no,
bear
no. Hear
witness
me out.
about
Hear me
Muhammad.
out. When you say, I'm explaining the logic. You can't be a Muslim without addressing Muhammad's the final messenger. When you pray, you have to mention Muhammad and Abraham. So I'm
No,
not praying to them. I'm praying to God, but they're being recited.
no.
It's in the
If
five
you're
Islam.
talking
Yeah.
to someone, if you're talking to someone while you're praying,
Is
if
that
I
in the
pray,
Islamic prayer?
yes,
The 5 prayers a day? It's
yes, you have to say,
yeah,
you have
we
to say,
mention them
"Oh prophet."
in
Not
Arabic.
you have to talk about Muhammad. Not you can't say just, "Hey, that it's not." I'm not talking about the Shahada. I'm not saying that you believe in Allah
No, no,
and
I'm
the
not mentioning
Prophet.
that. I'm saying the
I'm
prayer,
talking
yeah.
about you say, "Oh prophet," in your prayers.
Yeah, we mention the prophet, but we're not
No,
praying to them. We're praying to God. They have to be mentioned. Abraham started it, Muhammad ended it.
you do not say, "Oh Abraham." You only say, "Oh prophet," referring to Muhammad.
We
All
mention
right,
Talk
him.
to him.
let's.
So
This
Yes,
is you
we
both are
talk
just
to
gonna
him,
keep.
we
You both are
mention
gonna just.
him,
okay,
but we're
while
not
he is
praying to
praying,
him, we're praying to God. I just
all
said we're
blessings
mentioning.
are for
Yes.
Allah. The peace of Allah
Yes.
be upon you, O
That's right.
prophet. So if
Yes.
I'm talking to someone while I am praying, I am praying to that person. If I am talking to someone in prayer,
Well,
that is
yes.
addressing
I,
them in
I'm
prayer, not
and
talking
I
about them.
didn't say we don't address Muhammad. We mention him in the
No, not
prayer.
mention, talk to.
Yes, that's the mention. That's what I mean
y-
by mention. We
Okay,
talk to him,
so
but we're
okay,
praying to
okay,
God.
Adnan, let me
Okay.
help you
You
out.
Okay.
can't be.
Let me help you here. Okay, so Mary and
Well,
I, we're in the same virtual room. We're not in the same literal room, but I
but
could say,
Mary believes that
hey,
Allah is the
hold on,
devil.
hold on,
Okay, I'll
hold
listen
on,
to you,
hold
Thanaeus.
on, hold on.
No problem.
Okay, so Mary and I are both living. We're in the same virtual room. I could say, dear God, please bless Mary. Mary, I would like you to be blessed by God, right?
Yeah.
However, what if Mary was dead? What if Mary was not in here, or she's in another place? Could I still do that? Could I still say, "Dear God, please bless Mary"? Okay, no problem. Hey Mary, I give my blessings, or I mean, I give my prayers to Allah for you.
That's interesting you mentioned that. Well, I'm going to answer, but you know the Catholics pray to Mary too.
Yeah, we
So
do.
I,
But the
I
thing is,
find I
What?
find the
well,
hypocrisy hilarious.
Okay,
you are the
first of
hypocrite
all,
because you put the standard.
It's okay. The answer, no, you wouldn't pray to Mary because she's not claiming to be the final prophet or is the final prophet. Mary's just your
so
fellow
you
sister in
acknowledge,
faith.
wait, you acknowledge that if Mary was in this room, I could talk to her while I was praying to God.
She's
But if
not
she's
the
not in the
prophet.
room, right? If she's not in the room,
Wait, what was that? I want to get it. I want to make sure I
okay.
understand what you're saying.
So
Yeah,
again, two human beings. There's no We're just talking about ordinary human beings.
two
Don't
human
confuse
beings.
it. All right.
Yep.
Let's give a different name since
Yeah,
you
that
don't
will
want
help.
No,
to.
I'm not
Hannah.
retarded. Listen, I rode the special bus. Dr. Whitemeat was teasing me. When I was Christian and I
Okay,
was
okay.
on
Yeah,
the
you were making
comments,
a joke.
you didn't say, "Oh, this guy's foolish," because I was
No,
agreeing
no,
with
you're
you.
right. You're right.
Adnan.
I'm gonna
You're
No,
answer.
right.
I
I'm
said,
gonna
hey,
answer.
You're
Adnan.
No,
right.
Mary,
Admin, pause,
please. I'm
pause,
gonna
Adnan,
answer
pause,
true.
Thanius.
calm,
Thanius.
calm,
The answer
calm.
you praying to Mary is an example. I know what you're trying to
I'm
say.
not praying.
I'm saying,
No,
no.
we're not talking
No,
about some other Mary.
no,
I can't hear you because both of
Oh,
you are going off. You're using the example of Mary. I'm
no,
saying
we're
no.
she's
using
not
the
a
example
I'm
of
using
prophet.
the
me.
example of Mary Harb.
I'm
Our
saying,
Mary.
is
Look
Mary
at
the
Harb.
prophet Muhammad? No. Is she
Um,
Christ? Maybe Mary,
okay,
the mother of
okay.
Ah,
the. Are you
Can you
Mary
can
the?
you pause long enough? Can you pause long enough for me to
Okay, go
explain? Come
ahead.
on.
we're
Go
not
ahead. Go
understanding.
Okay.
ahead.
So two
I can't
human beings are in
understand,
the
Mary,
same
because you're
room.
talking.
Two human beings in the same room. There's me and person B. Okay. If we're
Mary,
in the same room
No,
together,
Harb, something like that. Just call me
I
Harb.
know, Mary. Come on, Mary. I want to have a serious talk. You
You're
and
not.
Mary
You're
are in
getting
the room.
confused.
No, you're yelling in
about
my
what Mary
ear.
is talking
You're
about.
yelling at. Look, I was a little bit nasty to you last week. I'm sorry. You were mean to me. You don't have to apologize. And you said, "What are you going to tell Allah?" Last week, I do want to answer this, and then I'll get to your point, Danius. I'll hear you out, but I do want to answer you.
I
No,
got
no,
it.
no. Last week, it's okay. Last week, Mary said, "What are you going to tell Allah if He promises you underage boys and girls?" I don't believe it's in the Quran. If it is in the Quran, I'll tell Allah, "No, I don't want
You can't.
underage boys and girls."
That is not a
So
choice.
I'm not a pedophile. No,
No
it is a
one.
choice.
Mary.
In Jannah, there's choice. In life, Islam doesn't give you free will on the earth, but in the afterlife, you do have choice.
No, it says
I
there will
don't
be no one who
believe.
is unmarried in Jannah. Sorry, nope. And the women you get are going to have tiny breasts.
Okay, we need to
That
focus.
you know,
Okay,
those women are angels. They're not actual little girls.
Please,
Okay,
we need to
Thaddeus,
focus
back
on
to
one
what you
thing.
were saying. Back to what you were
Okay,
saying.
please be
Okay.
quiet long enough for me to
I'll
say
try.
the point again.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Go ahead, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Two people are in the room. There's me and my brother Brian in the room. Right? Brian, I pray to God for you. No problem, right? I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Brian's not here. He lives in another city far away. Can I still say, "Hey, Brian, I pray to you," or sorry, I pray for you to God? Would that
Well,
still make sense? Would it make sense?
if you're praying for him and he's still alive, yes.
Even if he's not in the room, I can say, "I pray to you." I mean,
You
I pray for you. Sorry, I keep saying the wrong word.
You're
I'm confused.
mentioning the praying thing. That's because he's a prophet. Your friend
Okay.
is not. Your brother is not a prophet. You're using this example to try to outsmart me when you can do something else. You can even mention Muhammad's 9-year-old wife. That would outsmart me. But this example is foolish. Muhammad is a prophet. We pray and we mention him. We talk to him through God
can you let me
because he's a
finish my
prophet,
point?
even though
I
he's
correctly
dead.
predicted you and let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you said if he's in our second to do it. You implied that if he was dead, I couldn't, right? So my brother
If he's not a
Brian
prophet.
died 10 years ago. Yes, you're jumping ahead of yourself. So my brother Brian died 10 years ago. I can't say, "Hey, Brian, I pray for you to Allah." Why is it different when it comes to a prophet? Why can you talk to a dead prophet while you're praying to God?
Because he's a prophet.
That's just a tautology.
No, that's a logic. You're using your brother. You can use Mary. It was ironic because Catholics pray to the Virgin Mary. But whoever the example is, it's a human. It's not a.
Is Muhammad a human?
But he's a prophet. There's a a higher standard. Is a prophet revealing what God is telling us.
My question is not, can you do this? My question is why?
Because he's a prophet. He has the connection
so it's just
to
circular.
God.
It's just circular. We believe this, so it's good.
I guess so, but mine is more a little bit clear. He's the final prophet,
No,
so
it's not clear. It's exactly the same thing.
Not
as
for
what
you,
I said.
sir. You got both of you folks think he's a dirty, filthy pedophile,
I don't
you have that
hey,
free speech. You have
forget
free speech.
Muhammad, right?
I'm the Muslim guy here. I'm trying to get you to understand me, but it's hard. He's a prophet, and I answered your question.
I pray for you to God.
But you don't believe Moses. But to you, sir, Moses. But hold on. To you, Moses is not the final one. You believe Jesus is the final one. You believe he's the Lamb of God. And I'll give you this. Jesus. You believe Jesus is the final one, but you believe he's God in the flesh. So you pray literally to Jesus.
Yes, because he's God.
Well, that's what you believe, Mary. You can laugh. It's okay. At least I'm telling you what you believe. You can't say what I believe. Yes, finish, Thaddeus.
Okay, forget me. Can you pray, "Hey, Moses, I pray for you"? Can you say that?
Sir, I just told you I'm answering your question. Abraham and Muhammad are recited in the prayer. He started it.
I know they're recited.
Moses. No,
can
because
Moses be cited or not?
No, because that's not how Islam works. It's Abraham
Okay. All
and
right.
Muhammad. Just like you would go straight to
So
worshiping Jesus. Wait, you
it's
don't
first,
worship Moses,
it's
you
first
worship
and
Jesus.
last.
Oh my
We
goodness.
we have a
Yes,
clear
that's
logic
at
why
least
we
I
worship
answered.
Jesus, because he's God. Your
That's
logic
fine,
apparently is
sir.
whoever is the
My
first
logic,
prophet you can
yeah.
worship,
Well,
and
I
whoever's
didn't
the
say
last
first.
prophet you
First
can worship.
prophet.
No, 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 no. Now you're
No,
putting
no,
words in my
no.
mouth, sir. Mary, please. I know you don't. Don't worry, you'll get your moment. It'll be great. I'm telling Thanius, I didn't say Abraham was the first prophet. I said he's the first to start. He's the father of the
Oh, so
three main, and
you're
Muhammad
not
is the
understanding
final
the
one.
issue. Just
No,
forget
you're
it. Forget
mentioning
it. This whole
Moses,
thing was silly. This wasn't even the real reason we called you
but
up here.
Moses is, we don't pray to him. I answered. You pray to Jesus because he's the final one. We pray to Muhammad through God because he's the final one. And
All right.
Abraham because he's the first
All
who
right.
started all this.
All
Okay.
right. Just forget all that.
It's okay, Mary. You can
Okay.
laugh. You're,
I have one more
I wanna
question
address
for you.
before
I have
you
one
do,
more
I wanna
question for you.
address one thing. If I was in the Titanic, remember, a good Muslim accepts death. I would be saying, "Thank you, Allah," and I would die that Titanic that
Okay.
sadly killed those
Great.
And
innocent
go to
people.
hellfire forever because
That's
you
your
Great.
opinion,
fled.
Mary.
Hey,
Oh,
Mary,
No,
please.
actually,
Please,
it's the
we gotta
opinion of
focus.
the Quran right
We
now.
gotta focus.
Mary, I'll tell you this. I'll be honest with you. I was saying some hurtful things. I'm really just talking to you two. You're wonderful. I don't care what the
Okay.
comments are saying about me. Hold on. I just want to say I didn't mean to be rude. If I was rude to you before, like I said, I took it back. No, I apologize. You don't have
All
to
right.
apologize,
All
Mary
right.
or Thanius, for insulting
No,
me.
no.
It's all good. All I'm
Hey,
saying,
you're a
hold
good
on,
guy.
let me finish. All I'm saying, right? And I like Mary. I'm not misogynist. I can be Muslim with looking at my Quran, because this goes back to what I said. There's good and bad and all. I can look at my Quran as a person in 2024 and go, hey, maybe not, this would not fit. Maybe I'm not going to say it's not going to fit moderation. It doesn't fit in a Christian country. I give you that. Islam and Christianity cannot coexist. Christianity was reformed. Islam is ancient. It's still the 7th century. I give you that. But I'm not going to stand and say, well, I'm going to accept Christ because I'm being insulted, not by you two, but just in general. My logic is there's one God. You believe in the Trinity, sir and madam.
Okay. Okay. I want you to pause. I want you to take a deep breath. You're very excitable.
Yes,
This
sir.
isn't an insult, right? This
Oh,
description. You're very excitable. Just relax.
I'll listen now.
Relax.
Hmm.
Mary, I want you. You're also excitable. I want you to relax. Try not to interrupt him. All right. So Adnan, can you explain to me why you think Islam is true and other monotheistic religions? You can exclude Christianity since you don't think it's monotheistic. Other monotheistic religions are false because you agreed to that statement. You agreed there are other monotheistic religions. You agreed some of them are false. So what distinguishes Islam? What makes it true?
Well, it doesn't even, you don't even have to accept it if you don't want to. What makes it true is the one belief in a God and the rules, the prayers. You know, Islam, your book, go, there's two groups of people, Jews and Christians. Our book only has Muslims submit to the will of Allah. Granted, no Muslim is ever a real Muslim in definition. No one could submit to the will of God because we're imperfect. But that's the religion, is believing in one God, not the Trinity, and not that, oh, we're the chosen people and we're going to enslave the rest of humanity,
Okay.
which
So
do Jewish people
I
do
have
believe.
one question.
Mary, please. Just let me finish. Okay. So Adnan, you said that you
Yes,
believe Islam because it believes in
yes,
one God and it has a
yes,
set
sir.
of rules to follow. Correct?
Yes,
Judaism believes in one God. I think you'll agree with that. Judaism has
very
a
true.
set of rules to follow. I think you'll agree with that.
Yes.
What what makes Islam true and Judaism false?
Judaism is not finished, right? You have the Messiah. So that's what makes Judaism false. You know that. Mary definitely knows that. And I know that.
Well,
We all know that. So it's
hold
up
on.
to Christ or Allah. Those are the. Oh, what?
Well, hold on a second.
Yep.
So the Jews believe the Messiah has not yet come. That doesn't
Mahdi?
mean that it won't. But in Islam, you also believe that the last messenger prophet figure hasn't come yet. It's not complete, right? You believe that a set of events will happen as part of the last days. A figure will come, as Mary said, the Mahdi,
No,
and
Jesus will come.
therefore,
We
well,
believe
Jesus
Jesus, the
also comes.
prophet.
Jesus
No,
also comes. Do you not?
we don't
Hold
believe
on.
in, you and I
Let's.
believe.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
Let's
answering your
just say
question.
Jesus.
We
Let's just say
believe in
no, no, no.
Jesus.
You're not answering my question because you haven't even heard my question yet.
Okay,
Let's just say
go ahead.
Jesus. Okay. You believe
Yes.
Jesus will come. So Islam is
Yeah.
not yet complete. It's not finished. So how is that different?
No, we have, you're very good. So I'm going to talk really slow so you can understand me. I'll give you this. You're very knowledgeable. So I'm going to like talk slow. Okay. I said
Good.
Judaism is incomplete
Hmm.
because they don't believe in the Jesus Christ, the Messiah. So it's incomplete on their part because they reject the Messiah. So it's now we're looking at Jesus Christ or Allah. So Muslims are not waiting for something else. The Jews are waiting for the false Messiah. And maybe they don't know it. Who knows? I know they're waiting for the Antichrist. They don't believe in Jesus. They're waiting
Okay.
for their Messiah. We are waiting also for Jesus, and we believe, maybe you know this, when Jesus comes back, he's going to break the cross.
Yes, you
We
believe
just
that.
have a different belief in Jesus. You believe, I'll give you this, your Jesus is different than ours, but we do believe in Jesus.
Okay.
We just have a
Okay.
different way of thinking of it.
Okay.
And
I got one. I got one
it's
more. I got one more
yeah,
for you. Okay.
okay.
So following your logic, I know
Mhm.
you don't know anything about the Baha'i faith, so you're just gonna have to take me on my word here.
Isn't
But the
that the three
Baha'i faith,
religions in one?
the Baha'i faith acknowledges Jesus as a prophet. They acknowledge him as the Messiah, one of the prophets, whatever. They acknowledge Moses, Abraham, whatever. They even acknowledge Muhammad as a prophet. And then they say additional prophets have come since then. They would say that you're following a false religion because you've rejected the prophets that came after Muhammad. So, what would you say to that?
Well, just like your logic that Islam is false, I must say that is false.
Well, no, no, no. You don't know my logic why Islam is false. If you think that I say that Islam is false because Muhammad claimed to be a prophet, then that would not be accurate.
Even
Um,
if even if Muhammad was a liar or not, I'm saying you believe in Jesus Christ. You know, you believe. Let's say you have the truth. Just I'll give you just an example, right? You have the truth. You know he's the last one. So you're gonna look at Islam and
I
say, "Oh,
No,
this is
no, there were
false."
prophets.
Just
After
like
Jesus died, there were prophets. Just so
I
you know.
understand, but I'm saying your final destination is Jesus Christ.
Jesus completes the Jewish faith, the historical Jewish faith. Jesus completes it. That is a correct statement. However, I would not tell you that Islam is false because Jesus is the last or the fulfillment of the scripture or anything like that. I would tell you that Islam is false. I mean, I could, right? I could argue that Christianity is true, which then would, by default, would make Islam false because they can't both be true. And that's the way most Christians would argue. But I also can just, I mean, forget Christianity. Maybe Christianity is false for the sake of argument here, right? I can tell you that Islam is definitely false for hundreds of different reasons. And none of them are, I believe in Jesus.
Fair
So
enough.
let me
Let's
just,
hear them. Let's hear
yeah,
them.
let me just, I'll just use the example from today. All right. So one of the fundamental beliefs of Islamic teaching is that the Quran is a literal speech of God. As we demonstrated today, and this is just one example out of hundreds, the text has marks of human editing, of humans changing, adding to the text. Let's not say changing. Mary discussed several things, but let's use one example, right? So you got this poetic form from verse 1 through, how many verse, Mary? Verse 29?
Which one? That's 31 is the one where he just starts
So
ranting.
it's verse 30 then. Okay, so from verse 1 through verse 30, you have a nice poetic form. And then from verse 32 to the end, which I think is like 40, you
No, no,
have
it's
that.
just 31 is just this entire paragraph, just
Yeah,
31 that just gets this huge
right,
paragraph.
right, right, right.
Sorry.
No, you interrupted me, Mary. So from verse 32 to the end, you have the same poetic form that you had in verses 1 through 30. Verse 31 looks totally different. And the Islamic tradition on the revelation of the verse suggests that it is exactly what it seems to be, a response to people not understanding what verse 30 said. So you have a poetic form for 30 verses, same poetic form, 32 to the end, and then you have this long insertion as verse 31, which provides an explanation for verse 30, which people didn't understand. Now, if this is really the literal speech of God from all of eternity, he would have known that people would have this question and either revealed it all at once, or when he revealed the new information, it would have had the same form. So it looks like someone's poetry was not clear enough and he needed to edit it to clarify it by adding an additional verse. That was the fundamental argument today. And it's
Now,
just one
sir,
example. It's just one
may
example.
may I address this, sir?
Yep.
So you read the Quran and you noticed some errors. Now, may I ask you this simple question?
In
Did
Felicity,
you?
it's not an error. It's a stylistic
Okay.
defect. It's a
Oh,
defect in the.
I was going to let him finish his point, but
it's
yes.
okay. Mary can talk. Okay, defect. However you want to word,
Right.
however you want to put it. All I'm saying is, did you read it in Arabic or did you read it in English?
It
I went
exists
through it
the
in
same.
Arabic.
Yeah, the
You
same
read it in
style.
Arabic?
And actually, the stylistic change is more apparent in Arabic. It's
Yeah, it's
apparent
worse
in
in
English, but
Arabic.
it's more apparent in Arabic.
It's so much worse in Arabic.
So you speak Arabic,
I can hardly
Mary,
have Arabic to tell that it is so much worse in Arabic because
but are you
yes,
fluent in
keep
Arabic?
going. It doesn't matter. Is
It does
Allah
matter.
so incapable of communicating with anyone?
Mary, I
Other
get it. You have no rights in
so
Islam. It's an old religion. It has not reformed
no, it
like
has nothing
Judaism
to
and
No,
do with that.
Christianity.
Adnan,
Has
don't
It's
confuse the
absolutely
issue.
nothing to do with that.
okay.
Quit
It's
attacking
in
me.
Arabic
Stay on
though.
topic.
I asked Mary, Mary, please, or do you speak fluently Arabic? You
Doesn't
said
matter.
you.
I can
It
still
does
speak
matter
it.
though. It's an air. Okay, fine, maybe.
Okay, so explain
It's in
to me.
Arabic.
So
It's in
would you
Arabic.
actually bring up the verse, bring up my slide now,
Yeah, I'll bring it back up.
and let's look at this.
Now, keep in mind, I don't speak Arabic myself, but I'm honest. It's okay. Neither do you, Mary.
So
She
let's look at this.
okay.
Maybe Mohammed Hijab
Hold
can
on,
help us.
hold on. Before Mary explains, let me just say that one doesn't have to fluently speak a language to analyze it. The field of linguistics is analyzing language, and usually the people analyzing a language aren't native speakers of it. In fact, it's beneficial when doing analysis to not be a native speaker because you don't have preconceived notions about the way it should work. You're just looking at the data.
And it is actually especially useful for me at this point to not speak Arabic because I catch things that Arabic speakers wouldn't because the meanings of words have changed over time. And people just take things for granted whenever they're brand new meanings that were introduced after the Quran. So, if you see here, you have all of these sections that were beautifully rhymed and have repetition that you can't even see here in the word forms by having different forms of the same word to repeat and have echoing sounds and things like that until you get to 31. You have two places of clarification. And you actually have a decline in the quality that begins at 18. At 18 already, at 18, 19, 20, you have a shaky period where someone's very emotional and they're not doing things as well. 21, 22, 23, still not at the same quality as at 32 or at 32, 33, 34. That's all beautiful and excellent. And then at this very beginning, it's beautiful, excellent. And
I
then
thought it was
you have this
evil.
slightly, well, in term, evil things can be beautiful. There are absolutely perverse things that are gorgeously made. So why not? So, and then all of a sudden, it's shaky here, but it's still maintaining the same kind of flow. It's maintaining rhymes from, rhymes in series. And then at 31, you get a complete dump of information. And the information that's given is what? That the number 19 is given why. And let's go back to the actual part where I'm parsing it out in parallel so you can see what's being argued here, because for some reason whenever you're confronted with that many words on a page, like in a verse, people freeze up. So let's look at it. We have not appointed the companions of the fire. We have not appointed companions of the fire anyone except for angels. So the only ones who are appointed to be companions of the fire are angels, right? This is explaining the 19 because people are asking him, why did Allah not know that they wouldn't know what Sakar is or what 19 is? Why is this necessary? Why is this law and explanation necessary?
So,
And what is,
was that
and
a question?
well, that's the first part of the question. Why
Okay,
would
I
you
do want to address one thing to the one person in the comment. What is it? Aisha on fire. Oh, that's clever. No, Arabic is not the only language in the world. It's the only language in Islam. So that answered your question. But I will say this: you just admitted that you don't speak Arabic fluently, so you are relying on a not reliable translation in order
No,
to
I
know what the
translated this
Quran
myself,
says,
Art.
but you don't speak fluent Arabic.
Don't need to. Do
You
the
have
people
to.
who
Oh, yes, you do.
do the people who speak ancient, the people who translate ancient Egyptian speak ancient Egyptian? Do the Sumerian translators speak Sumerian? They
Well, they
don't.
have to if they're going to translate the
No,
whole
they
thing.
don't. Do the
You
Is
have to
there an
speak the
Akkadian speaker
language,
on this
Mary.
earth?
No,
You
no,
have to
no.
speak the
No,
Adnan,
language.
that's not how it works.
you're
Adnan, you can't make this
mistaken. That's not
argument.
how
It's a bad argument.
translation works.
No, no,
Uh,
no. I'm saying in order to
that
understand the
that's how
Quran, you
casual
have to
trans.
speak the whole
No, no,
language. You
no,
can't just
Adnan,
say, oh,
Adnan,
I can translate
Adnan.
this. Let's be fair.
That,
I admitted
I,
Islam is old and I said all these things. And I'll
yeah,
even give
yeah.
you this.
I
It
want to
is a
explain this to
religion
you.
that says horrendous things. It says don't take the Christian and Jews as allies. It said it's very controversial. I'll give you that. But you don't understand the Quran if you don't speak the Arabic language
Okay,
for the book.
that's not
You're
No one
relying on
speaks the
translation.
Arabic language
Adnan.
of the
I need to
Quran.
explain this.
They're
I need to
called
explain. I need to explain this
Muslims.
to you. I need to explain this to you. Okay. So
Please.
casual translation, or translation on demand, is someone who speaks two languages, hears one, and immediately says it in another. Professional, careful translation doesn't work that way, because there are subtleties in language that your brain won't necessarily comprehend in the same way that the speaker comprehends. Professional translation is a careful process. It's not, I heard these words and I translated them. It takes a long time to accurately translate a text. The say, for example, ESV, a very popular translation of the Bible. They spent between 2 and 3 years, a team of 30 scholars, carefully translating word by word the text. Could a native speaker of Greek have read the New Testament and provided a more or less somewhat accurate translation off the cuff? Yes. Would it be as precise as a professional translation? No. So you're have a very wrong conception of how translation, like really careful translation, works.
Be that as it may, sir,
Now,
she doesn't speak
can,
Arabic. She
now
can't
let me finish.
understand the Quran. You have to know the language.
You're
I
not.
really
You're
thought
not
Mary
hearing me.
was Arabic. I
You're
honestly
not.
thought, I was like, holy shit, she knows all this. Oh, she speaks Arabic. But she admitted, and she is a wise woman. I'm sorry I said you have half a brain. Clearly you don't. You're very smart. But you admitted, and I appreciate that. And I admit too, Islam cannot coexist in modern world, especially in Christian countries. Look at
Okay,
Europe. I give you that,
that's
but you
not the
need to
issue.
learn Arabic. If
Okay,
you
that's
don't know
not the issue.
Arabic,
Sweetheart,
you
Okay,
don't
I
know
know
let me
Arabic
explain
well
to you
Islam.
enough to
something. Let
parse
me
it.
The
explain to you
Bible's
something, Adnan.
translation, I brought up the
Adnan,
king with two
Adnan,
different ages. You didn't
Adnan,
address that, sir.
Adnan,
Yes, sir.
Adnan.
I'll listen.
I,
Yes,
I
sir.
did.
I'll listen.
I did,
Yes, sir.
but
No, you
that's not
didn't.
the topic. I'm not going to do it again right now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Please continue.
Here, let me explain this to you, okay? You said you have to learn Arabic. How would you learn Arabic?
By going to the mosque and the imam,
No, no,
who
no, 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 no,
sometimes
no, 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 no,
assaults
no,
his
no, no, no,
wife,
no.
because Allah
Not
said you
where.
can
No, no, no,
assault your
no, no,
wife,
no, 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 no,
he
no,
will
no, no, no.
teach you
You're
Arabic.
misunderstanding. If
The
I want to
imam
know
will
the
teach you.
Arabic word, if I want to know the Arabic word for cat, what do I do?
Well, you need to learn Arabic to know. It
W-
would be better for you if you learned
Let,
Arabic,
let's
go
let's
to
say
the
I know some
imam.
basic.
Maybe
Let,
Muhammad Hijab can teach you.
oh my God, I know some
How do you
basic
find
Arabic.
out what
Let
Abu
okay.
Huraira
I
means?
have learned some basic Arabic. I can
You would say
ask. I can ask
translation. I'm
someone,
answering your
"What is
question.
your name?
Translation.
How's
You
the
would,
day?"
you would, you would.
I can get
Yeah,
by.
yeah, 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 yeah,
If I go to
yeah.
Egypt, I can kind of get by, right, at a restaurant.
Kind of is not good enough, sir. I'm gonna
Can
answer.
you let me
You can
finish? Can you
you
let
just
me
asked me a
finish?
question.
Can you let me?
You
No,
can get the
I didn't ask
translation,
you a
but the
question.
translation is
I
not
didn't
accurate.
ask
You
a
have to know the
question.
language.
I
You
didn't
did. You said
ask
how
the
what would I
question.
do if I want to know a word in Arabic? You want me to say you would look for the translation, sir. Go ahead, but it's not going to help you. You need the
Adnan, so you
language.
already admit, hang on, you already admit that knowing Egyptian Arabic pretty well isn't good enough. My question to you is,
Oh, when
who
did I say
speaks
that? Whoa, whoa,
classical
whoa. When did
Arabic?
I
You
say
just said
that?
that.
When
You
You
just said
just
that.
said it. But that's not the point at all. Okay?
I
If you're
said I
learning a
don't speak
language,
Arabic. That's
No,
it,
correct. I don't
you
speak Arabic.
haven't heard my question. You're just guessing
Please.
what my question will be. You do
Okay.
not understand my question. You haven't even heard it.
Ask
Please.
it, please. Okay.
Okay. So
Ask it. Now
you've
you
started
have
to
the
learn a
spirit of
language.
Allah. No.
You've started to learn a language.
Yeah.
Okay? You've started to learn a language. You can converse in it a little. That's not good enough. I agree. You need to learn it better. How do you learn it better? If I need to know the term for something specific, I ask someone, right? I ask, how do you say cat? How do you say hamburger? Whatever. They tell me. In other words, I, in my brain, am thinking in English, at least at this stage, and they're providing a translation. I'm kind of doing the translation on the fly. This is how you would learn a language, not your first language. You learn your first language by an acquisition process of hearing sounds. But any second language you're going to learn through translation. Now you
And
tell me you can't learn it through translation. You have to
no,
just learn it. That doesn't make any sense.
it does make sense. Mary is this excellent expert on Islam, but she doesn't speak Arabic. Am I the best Muslim?
Adnan,
Hell
sweetheart.
no. You have to speak Arabic,
Oh my
Mary.
goodness.
The translations are not
Adnan,
accurate.
who
You
speaks
need no
classical
Arabic.
Arabic? Tell me what
Muslims.
person.
I
No, they
know
don't.
Muslims who
No,
speak.
they
No,
don't.
no one
You're
speaks
saying, whoa, whoa,
classical
whoa. You're
Arabic,
saying
sweetheart.
classical Arabic.
It's a
I
dead
understand.
language.
They speak Arabic.
They speak
Yes, they
different
speak
dialects.
modern
They
Arabic.
don't
They
speak
speak
the
modern
language that Muhammad did. They
Egyptian
do not speak
Arabic
the language of the Quran. In
or
fact, no
modern
human being has ever
Saudi
spoken
Arabic.
the language represented in
And
the
I could
Quran.
say the same about your
Artificially.
Bible. It's in translation.
We
No,
don't claim. We don't
human beings
claim.
spoke Koine Greek. Adnan,
We,
And Aramaic and
Koine.
Hebrew,
Oh my
Mary.
goodness.
Come on.
Stop
Aramaic and
for a
Hebrew.
second. Shh.
Guess I'm not
Adnan,
stupid after all.
human beings
no one
spoke
said you're stupid.
Koine Greek as a
Mary did.
language speaking to one another. They would turn to someone and they would speak in this language. No human being ever spoke classical Arabic to another human just talking. It wasn't a spoken language ever at any time. It was a literary register only. So there is no one who is a native classic Arabic speaker. That person doesn't exist. You don't
Yes,
even
they
know what
do.
this language is.
That's like saying nobody
Now,
speaks English. I'm speaking English.
no, it's not.
Yes, they spoke
So
classical Arabic. How do you know it's classical
Adnan,
Arabic?
No, they didn't speak
Adnan,
They
classical
spoke
Arabic.
Adnan,
Arabic. Quran is in Arabic. You don't speak
Adnan.
fully Arabic.
No,
Yes,
Well,
it's
sir.
yeah,
in an
Yes,
artificial
Adnan. Let
sir.
me
literary
use an
register, which
English
you
Yes,
don't even
example
sir.
for you.
understand.
Let me use an English
Okay.
example for you. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Go
I know
ahead,
you're not going
sir.
to actually know, but if you go and read Chaucer's Canterbury Tales,
Who's that guy?
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't know. It's the first. It's one of the very first works of English, or Beowulf. Maybe you've heard of Beowulf. Maybe you haven't. I don't know. If
No,
if
I'm
you try
just
to
being
read one of
honest.
those in their actual language, you will have no clue what is being said there. And guess what? It's English. It's
I don't
literally
understand what you're
English.
saying. I asked Mary, this is simple. Mary, do you speak Arabic? She said, no. There's
Yeah,
people
and
that live in Earth that speak Arabic.
None of them speak classical Arabic.
Who,
Classical
I didn't
Arabic
say
is so
classical Arabic. They
controversial
the
speak
Quran is written
Arabic.
in
as
classical
to whether they
Arabic. The
Arabic.
Quran is written in
so.
classical Arabic.
Adnan, no one speaks the
So you're telling
dialect.
me there's
If
no
it
Muslim?
isn't even a
Hold
dialect,
on,
but no
Mary.
one speaks the register of the
You are
Quran, and no one
very
ever did.
furious, Mary.
There was
Just
no
relax.
human being.
You're telling me no Muslim who speaks Arabic cannot pick up the Holy Quran and understand it? Are you really going to go there?
That's
You're going to
not
I
tell
am
what
me
we're
going to say
saying
that
at
there is no
all.
human being on this earth who knows
so
what
no
every word
human
in the
being
Quran
reads
means.
the Quran?
No one.
Wow.
No, they
So
do
it
not know
must.
what every word means. Do you know why, Adnan? Because even Ibn Abbas did not know what every word meant. Now,
So you're saying you don't know Arabic? You're saying
no,
you don't
I'm
know?
saying that
No, no,
Ibn
hold on.
Abbas did
You're
not
saying you
know
don't
what
know the
every word
Quran
meant.
completely, and Muslims don't know the Quran completely.
Sure, by your logic,
By
not
your
our
logic,
logic, but by your logic, yes. No one knows what the Quran says.
So
by
how
your
do you know
logic.
it's evil? How do you know it's evil? How do
So
you
that's
know
your
it's
logic. It's not
evil?
my logic, Adnan. Now
It's
let's see
a
what the Quran
logic.
actually says.
You
Okay,
Hold
just,
on.
so
Mary,
okay,
Mary, you're
we,
wonderful.
we've
You
discussed
listen.
this point to death.
Hold on, Phineas.
Pause.
I want to finish this. No, no, no. She just said
Give
it.
the last
She
word.
said
Say it.
nobody knows the Quran. She doesn't know it.
According
Muslims
to
who
whose
speak
logic?
Arabic.
To your
Your
logic.
logic.
According to my
You're
logic,
saying no
No,
one knows the Quran
according to my
no,
logic, there are
because
no,
it's
words
in
in
that's
class.
not our
Windows.
You just
logic.
said no one knows Quran because
Would
it's in
you
classical
mute him for a
Arabic.
second?
No one speaks. Oh, coward.
Just mute him for a second. All right.
That's a coward move.
No, you're talking over me and you're not listening,
Okay, I'm gonna
Adnan.
listen to you. I'm gonna listen to you. You don't gotta
Okay.
mute me. I'll listen to you. Okay, Mary, I'm gonna
No
Your
one,
argument, be quiet. You're still
no one has been
talking.
muted.
Okay. Your argument is that unless you natively know every word and can express yourself in those words, you can't know what the book says or means. That is your argument that you have to speak this particular, the actual language. I am pointing out that A, this is false because there are many dead languages that are translated very well today that have no native speakers whatsoever. B, the Arabic of the age of Muhammad doesn't exist anymore, but specifically, the classical Arabic of the Quran was not a spoken language that was used in conversation. It was a poetic register, and there are entire books on this. It's one of the reasons that the theory that the Quran was essentially a fabrication and was this later fabrication came up was because of the problem of the language of the Quran, and in comparison to other poetic register materials there's this ongoing debate about what kind of language this is, but it's not a language that people speak or spoke in Muhammad's day with their mothers. There is a difference in the grammar and the structure. My third point is that there are many words that are borrowed, but there are also words that no one knows the meaning of for sure, including none of Muhammad's own followers. By your argument, this means that the Quran is totally inaccessible to people because this is not the language that they spoke. This is not the language that anyone speaks now in this exact form. And there are completely unknown words. Now, in my belief system, this is not true. That you can have a very good idea. Maybe you don't have any certainty in some words. Okay, some words are lost, that's fine. But that through the processes of linguistic analysis and study and through comparison to other classical sources and borrowed languages and all these things, which were actually techniques used by people like the early Arab philologist. Al-Suyuti was a great philologist, and he was trying to figure out what things meant because he didn't know. But according to you, if you don't just know it, if you don't know all of it, you don't know any of it, according to you. And according to me, it is massively more nuanced, and there is actually a gift and not coming to it with later definitions applied to these words that did not exist at that time. So yes, RB says, Arabic is actually a collection of languages. It's a language family, none of which are Quranic Arabic. It's like saying Portuguese and Spanish and then saying that, but it's in Catalan. They're different. They're different.
And as usual, we have to educate a Muslim here. And Dawah Solution says, why can't Mary say Quran properly? Is the demon afraid to say it? She's saying it the Arabic way. So funny.
And different dialects have different levels of click. Like some just say Quran. They just skip over the medial hamza. It's just gone.
All right. So Mary wanted to ask, so we're done with this discussion. Mary wanted to ask you a question, and then we really, really have to wrap up because it is midnight here and I have work tomorrow. So Mary,
maybe you can have me some other time. I'd like to do.
We
this
will. We will have
and
you again. No
and
worries.
again and again. I could be your Muslim guest.
Well,
We're
Adnan,
not Islamophobia. We have a Muslim on the guest. We have a Muslim guest. Yes.
Do Salafis and Asharis and Maturidis and Shia agree on what Allah is, his ontological being, what his, for lack of a better word, what his body is, his substance, his stuff?
Well, it starts with, I heard this. They believe in one God, Allah. So Allah has two hands. He has two hands, and I keep hearing. Hold on, Mary. What?
Only the Salafis say that he has two hands. Everybody else says that
Salafi, yeah.
Only the Salafis say that. Everyone else disagrees with that. They do not agree with that.
I'm sure the Salafites beat their wives. What's the point? Sunnis and Shia. Yeah, he has two hands, right and left. They're not two right hands in the Arabic, in the Hadith. Hold on. No. I'm answering it. They say he has two right hands.
Pause.
He doesn't have. He doesn't have two right hands.
You actually didn't. You didn't. You're answering a question that
she's saying the Salafit say.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked.
But I'm just saying though.
The question is there agreement?
The Sunni and Shias agree the physical beings of Allah. They believe.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Wait. You all Muslims agree Allah is a physical being.
Mary, you just admitted you don't know Arabic. Okay.
That's irrelevant to this question. We're not asking about what the Quran says.
Okay, that's fine. But she doesn't know because she doesn't speak the language. It's simple.
You don't know it. How could you know?
So Adnan,
I know what the religion is. The Sunnis and Shia. You know the Quran says lie to the non-believers, but I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you.
I'm ashamed on your behalf. I'm ashamed on your behalf. This is what I just said, right?
You are so embarrassing.
Mary,
it's okay, Mary. I like you. I don't know why you're attacking
about
me.
Islamic
I'm trying to answer. You keep cutting me off.
No, you're not.
Sunnis and Shia agree the physical being of Allah. He has two hands, one right, one left. They only say he has two right hands because his two hands, the right hand is a blessing hand. So Allah has two right hands. No, Allah has two blessed hands, right and left. Sunnis and Shias both agree. No, I don't care what the Salafites say. And Mary, I'm answering your question. We all agree. Allah is. I'm telling you the truth. You just don't. You found a Muslim with logic, and you're upset.
Adnan, you need to stop talking. You need to stop talking and listen.
And Mary too.
Mary's barely talked. You've done 90% of the talking. Other than me trying to get you to stop. Okay, take a breath. Here's the question. Here's the question, right? The question isn't what do Muslims believe. Right? The question is,
do they believe in the same? Yes.
Have the same conception of God. And you told us that Sunni and Shia both agree that Allah is a physical being, which is very interesting because the vast majority of Muslims I talk to says he's not a physical being.
Yes.
Well,
I don't know why you're going
he has two hands and a shin. And then, two hands and a shin.
Pause for one more second. Pause for one more
second. Sir.
And then when Mary tried to tell you what other Muslims believe, you brought back up the Arabic thing. And they said, you don't know Arabic. And you said, yes, but I know what Islam teaches. We're talking about doctrine here. We're not talking about what the Quran says. Speaking Arabic is completely irrelevant. Unless you think you can't understand doctrine without speaking Arabic is completely irrelevant to this discussion. Okay? The question is, do Muslims have different doctrinal beliefs about the nature of Allah? You told us all Muslims believe that he's physical, and that's false.
I said Sunni and Shias believe he's a physical being. Yes, they do.
Okay, all
No.
Sunni and all Shia.
They're
Oh
lying
my
to you,
goodness.
Mary. They're lying to you. He's a physical being, 2 hands and a shin. That's physical.
Oh
You
goodness.
can laugh
So
at me, Mary. It's
all of
okay.
these,
I
all,
like you,
shh,
Mary. I don't.
be
You
quiet.
just have
Be
you
quiet.
have anger
Be
towards Islam
quiet.
because it's
Be
rising.
quiet.
Adnan, you need to
Be
be quiet
quiet.
enough to
Be quiet.
long enough to hear
Be
Mary, okay?
quiet. Be quiet. Okay, Mary,
So,
go ahead.
Mary, I want you to explain
so
this argument to him, and then we're
all
gonna
right.
have to wrap up.
Yeah. Let's kick them off after this, and we'll wrap up. So you are presenting a fringe Salafi belief in the physicality of Allah. And in fact, it's such a fringe belief that the very first, now it's a fringe belief, that the very earliest of the tafsir that was completed is now not used any longer by Sunnis or Shias because it represents Allah in such a physical way that he has this constrained heavenly body essentially. And the Salafi now, they do not say what you have, that he has a right and a left hand. They will not affirm a left hand. So you're even outside of the Salafi in doing that. But they will say that he has a hand and you must not use it metaphorically. No metaphorical hand. He has a hand, but it's not like any hand in creation. So you can't compare it to any hand in creation, but you cannot say that it's metaphorical. And you must assert it of him because he asserts it of himself. Now, let's turn to the Ashari and Maturidi. They say that his hand is completely metaphor. He does not have a literal hand at all or a literal body at all. And instead, that refers to the real attribute of his power. So he has power, he has seeing, he has 7 or 8 attributes, which are real and distinct parts of him. And those parts of him get put together like Legos into Allah himself and mixed up in some way, and that's what Tawheed is the unification of 7 or 8 real ontologically distinct attributes. So no, they would say that you degrade Allah by saying that he has a body. And honestly, your big Zeus in the sky being the most logical god is ridiculous. But for the third, Shia, they instead say that all of you are wrong, and they absolutely assert absolute divine simplicity. And they say not only are the hands metaphorical, but there is no actual difference between his knowledge and his power and his seeing and his seeing and knowing. I guess knowing is knowledge, but his seeing and his hearing. That those themselves are all nominal, not real distinctions. So you have 3 incredibly different views of Allah, and you can look up Sunni versus Shia debate. You can look up the even the Salafi versus traditionalist debates online over and over and over again, and you can find these by the hundreds. Now you can claim that they believe what you believe, but you can find dozens of people saying that the Salafi beliefs are ridiculous and demeaning and disgusting, and how dare they say that Allah has a body, while the Salafis are saying you guys are rejecting Allah's word and his teaching and everything else. Now, it's kind of interesting that you think that the most intuitive thing is that Allah is basically this huge Zeus figure in the sky, because that seems the most pagan thing possible. The Salafi view, yes, is very much what Muhammad was describing, but it's so transparently pagan that almost all of the Islamic the Islamic families have rejected it. The Salafi are much smaller even than the Shia, and yet you're going to go with that one. You're going to go with he's a big Zeus in the sky and he stomps around and he has a shin and he has 2 hands. I mean, go for it, dude, but don't tell me that this makes sense to anyone who's over like about 10 and thinks that God is just this big guy with a beard in the sky.
May I speak, Phineas, please?
Yes. Adnan, you can
Thank you.
reply. You can
Okay,
reply, Mary.
very
Let him
good.
talk.
So the Salafates can go to hell. They're like your Mormons, so don't be a hypocrite. The Sunnis and Shia, it goes back to the Quran. So you're right, I don't know Arabic, but I know what the Quran says because I've had Arabic people who read Arabic tell me. I don't rely on a bad translation. Go ahead and laugh. I don't care. Allah in the Quran is described as physical. Even the
He
Hadith,
is.
he's got
He
two
is.
hands
We
and
agree.
a shin. So the Salafate, why are you listening to them?
You,
They beat their wives.
you're
They
misunderstanding.
beat their wives. No, no,
Salafis
I
believe in a
understand.
very physical. No, you're
But they can't.
misunderstanding because you're saying
It's
Salafis
Sunni
can
and
go to hell,
Shia.
but they believe in a
Salafate.
physical Allah.
No,
And
no, no.
by the way,
They don't
they are
believe he's
Sunni.
physical. They believe. I heard Mary. She just said the Salafates disagree with me. He's not physical. He is
What?
physical.
No, I did not say that. Oh my goodness.
You did
So
say
you just
that.
need to go back and listen again. I think everybody else
Well, you wanted to
understood in the
mute me,
chat.
boot me out, and you're calling me
Okay,
stupid.
okay,
That's okay.
Adnan.
I
I
just
think
want
you're
to
just
have
not
a
paying attention. I
serious
don't
It's
think you're
cool.
that
conversation
It's
to
stupid.
cool.
Phineas.
It's
I
cool.
I
wanted to
think
have.
you're
Yeah,
paying
I
yeah,
want to have a
Adnan.
serious.
Let's have a chat. Let's have a
Yeah.
chat. Me and you on another day. No
Well,
Mary,
Mary
right?
can come. I like her. She's
Uh,
just like angry a
well,
little, you know.
I think it's gonna have to either be you and Mary, or it's gonna have to be me and you. I don't think the three of us works very well.
Why
Uh,
not? I had a great time today. Okay, you're running late, so I'll just say the last thing. You could say the last thing. But I had fun with Mary, and we could do this again some other
yeah,
time. Why not?
yeah,
Make this
absolutely.
Tuesday. Make this Tuesday. I like it. But Mary, so can I hear your very knowledgeable critique of Islam? And may I hear your Thania's critique of Islam? And then I'll just
My
end
number
it with
one,
something, and then I'll
yeah,
go.
my number one reason Islam is false. My number one simplest proof. Is that what you want?
Go ahead, and then Mary.
Okay, well, I got a video of 100 reasons. I would encourage you to check that out. But the one I like to go to is the Quran says, if this were from any other than Allah, you would find in it much contradiction. This is a logical statement. It's a conditional statement. It's a conditional proposition. If something, then something. A conditional statement is itself a false statement if the proposition isn't always true. So if the conclusion doesn't follow. So if were not from God, it would have much contradiction. So that means anything that's not from God must have much contradiction, or else the proposition is false, which is clearly not true. Lots of human things have no contradiction. Therefore, the proposition's false. Therefore, the Quran can't be the speech of God because he doesn't understand basic logic. Mary, your top argument?
All right. So my big argument, one of the things that made me laugh very hard was actually this specific surah. This one is one of the most obviously one that is a one-sided conversation between a guy and some other people. He's trying to sound all highfalutin for a while and he loses his temper and just starts screaming at people. And when he screams at people, what he says is untrue. So if you'll bring up uh, my shared screen, we'll look one more time at 31. And we have not appointed companions of the fire anyone except for angels. And we have not made their number except as a. So the only reason that there are 19 of these guardians of the fire is because it will cause fitna from those who disbelieve, and those who were given the book may be convinced, and those who believe may increase in belief. And those who are given the book and the believers might not have doubt. And those who have a disease in their heart and the kafirs say, what does Allah attend by the similitude? So this is asserting very strongly that everyone who has the book, which is clearly defined in the Islamic sources as being the Romans and the Abyssinians, the Ethiopian Abyssinians, they have the book, so do the Jews. And this is very clearly asserting that they will know about the companions of the fire being 19 and also about Sakr. And to this day, not one person has any idea what they're talking about because it's not there. There is not a single person who disagrees of any of the early scholars who disagrees with the statement that the meaning of this is that in the book that the Jews and the Christians have with them, which are the Torah and the Injil, you find that there are 19 guardians of the hellfire. And the Quran is miraculous because it confirms this fact that is absolutely found in the Torah and the Gospel and the Injil, and that the Torah and the Injil are clearly described as being with the Jews and the Christians, and those people are defined as people who that we know where they are, we know what their books are, we know what they say. And yet it is untrue. He got tricked, or he made something up that absolutely exposed him, because every Jew and every Christian is supposed to affirm Muhammad as being a true prophet. Everything he says is true, because in their book that they have with them, you have 19 guardians of the hellfire, which is called Sakr, which is not called Sakr.
All right. Thank you for coming on, Anon. We'll definitely do this again.
May I end it with my say a couple of things and then I'll be on my way?
Yes, we won't
I
respond
won't.
to what you say, but I'll give you some time.
Oh, thank you very much. So I just want to thank you, Thanius and Mary. You're much better than God Logic and Life. They just X'd me out of the video. I'm like, whatever. You two are better Christians because you listen. So my take on Islam, as I said, it's a book, and you have the Muslims. True, you have the Sunnis and Shias. They differ on a little things, but it's the main message that unites them is the belief in the one true God, which I call Allah. You, perhaps all of you Christians, especially in the comments, regard him as a devil. It doesn't bother me. I know Protestant believer was saying things. It's all good, man. And I did say horrible things to you and Mary. I apologize. And I know you apologize back. You don't have to, but you can. But it's all good. And I apologized. I can't say the name, but it starts with UNA. Una?
Una.
Uh,
Una.
yeah, I apologize to her for saying some horrendous things. I was trolling with the atheist thing. I'm sorry. I was saying, oh, I mean, Mary repeated it. It was hilarious. She's like, yeah, you're nasty. What'd you say? You're a pig because of you nasty women. Of course, I didn't mean any of that. I was just pissed. So I can't be
That's fine.
sexist.
That's fine.
So
I
I
accept
just
your
wanted to
apology.
address that.
All right.
Uh,
We're Christians here. We
but
accept your apology.
thank you.
And
And
I apologize if I offended you.
no,
You know,
you're okay.
my speculation about your motives is not relevant. What's relevant is whether Islam is true or not. So
No problem.
you won't hear me mention your motives again. I want to keep
For me,
focused
when
on Islam.
you saw October 7th with Hamas radicals, what they did to Israel was uncalled for. But let's look now. Israel is getting their much needed justice. So it goes both ways. It wasn't because of them. It was just I looked into Christianity. I did it actually a couple times, to be honest with you, like 3 or 4 times. This was not the first time. I was looking into it. Maybe I don't understand the Trinity. Granted, I'll give you that. But it's just the book. You have the Bible. The Jews and Christians go a different way. So it would make sense that a God would come. He chose Muhammad for reasons we'll never know. Even Muslims were like, oh, he wasn't perfect. I had a Muslim actually tell me behind closed doors, he wasn't perfect, but we just believe in Allah. So there's truth to what you're saying. He wasn't perfect. I give you that.
So
But,
Adnan,
however,
I
it's
just have
one
one thing for
God
you.
that what I believe in.
Can
And
you check
I
the
was just,
chat? Can you
I
check the
will, I
chat for
will.
me?
I just
Can-
want to, I
No,
just
no,
want
I'm
to
asking
finish
you,
with.
can you see it right now? Can you see the chat?
I cannot see it. I
All
can't see
right, let
what's
me
on the
put
screen.
it
I can only
in.
see you and
All right.
Thanius. But I
Let
was
me
just going to conclude. It's okay. I'll answer your question, Mary. I was just going to conclude. Yes, Islam, I believe as a Muslim, not secular, but I believe in it. It does not coexist with Western civilization. Absolutely, because it's still in the 6th century. Christianity and Judaism was reformed. So now you have Christianity, Christians loving each other. I don't see what I look at the Muslims sometimes. It differs. They behave good. A lot of them behave bad. The ones who are behaving bad remains to